Chapter 91. Shinoseki aka Mandalay and Raiko Tsushikawa aka Pixie Bob turned their heads towards Harry only to flinch and sweat drop when they immediately noticed the driest deadpan they have ever received coming from Harry's face. It actually made them really nervous, as if they were being judged or something. Lucky for them, Izuku began to rant, distracting Harry and answering his prior question. They're a 4-person hero team that set up a hero agency together. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues. The two women suddenly flinched again as if something hit them while Izuku continued with his rant. This year will be their 12th yet. Izuku's eyes narrowed and he stopped talking. He then suddenly moved his head to the side, dodged an arm, and then grabbed it out of reflex. Unfortunately for Pixie Bob, Izuku wasn't done, since his training didn't allow him to stop himself, and ended up throwing the pro hero over his shoulder towards the bus they arrived in. Pixie Bob screamed in surprise at being thrown so suddenly and so powerfully that she couldn't even react in time, but Harry sighed and then jumped, catching the cat-themed superhero in midair. Pixie Bob gasped and then looked up towards Harry. She was so shocked about everything that happened that all she could say was, "I'm 18 at heart." Harry just sweat dropped and landed on the floor with Pixie Bob in his arms while Mandalay ran towards Harry. "Pixie, are you okay?" Harry let the cat-themed pro hero down, who nodded at Mandalay. "Yet. I think so, but what happened?" Mandalay shook her head since she herself wasn't sure what had happened. Harry, however, cleared his throat to draw in their attention, which he did since both Pixie Bob and Mandalay turned their heads towards them. "Yet. I'm just going to warn you guys once, don't try to attack my students. They will react out reflex and the end result will be severe injuries to the one who attacks any of them." The seriousness in Harry's voice made both pro heroes gulped and turned around to where Izuku was standing, and what they saw unnerved them to no end. In front of them stood Izuku and friends, maliciously smiling at them as if asking them to go ahead and try again to see what happens. Deep down, both Mandalay and Pixie Bob became afraid, and outwardly they shook their head, not wanting to fight such vicious-looking kids, which Harry noticed with the way their souls were shaking in fear, which made him chuckle, drawing the cat-theme hero's attention again. Harry smiled and then pointed at himself. "I'm Harry Potter, and I'm guessing Nizu didn't warn you about that, hey? Stupid rat is always messing around and causing trouble." Shota, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob sweat dropped at the way Harry spoke of Nizu, though Shota does know that he speaks like that out of the care and friendship both of them share. It was still quite disturbing to see the way they interact with each other. Mandalay then looked down and scrunched up her brow. "Harry Potter? That new teacher of you, eh? You're the one who trained those kids who destroyed the competition during the sports festival?" Harry nodded while Pixie Bob gasped, "Oh. So it was one of your students that sent me flying. Okay, I might have deserved that, but I am 18 at heart. And that kid should know better than to mention a woman's age in any way or form." The girls around Izuku nodded and then gave him the stink eye, which made him chuckle and scratch the back of his head. Sorry." The girls nodded and let it go, since they knew that Izuku didn't mean to offend and that he was just excited to meet two members of the wild pussycats. Harry just grinned. "All right, I'll give you that, so could any of you two go ahead and start to explain what's about to happen? We can't keep the kids here all day." Pixie Bob pouted while Mandalay nodded and walked up to the edge of the mountain and then pointed at the forest below. "We own this whole stretch of land here. You will be staying at the foot of that mountain over there." Everyone then exclaimed the same thing at the same time. "It's so far away." Then Okako narrowed her eyes, since all of this was very suspicious. Then why did we stop here?" Izuku hummed and then understood what was about to happen next, and while everyone else was panicking and trying to walk back to the bus, he discreetly hand-signed at his friends, letting them know to get ready. Harry smiled as he watched his students prepare themselves. Mandalay continued explaining with a creepy smile on her face. "It's 9 AM in the morning right now. If you're fast, maybe you'll arrive by noon." Everyone except Izuku and friends began to rush towards the bus in an attempt to escape, while Mandalay continued on. "Any kitten who doesn't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch." Shota just watched some of his students try and run back to the bus. "Sorry ladies and gentlemen, but the training camp begins now." Pixie jumped and landed in front of the escaping students and used her quirk to cause a mud avalanche to sweep Class 1A toward the bottom of the mountain, except Izuku and the rest of Harry's students, who jumped down and put on some bracelets on their wrist in midair. Suddenly their clothes glowed for a few seconds. After they landed, Mandalay and Pixie Bob watched in awe as Izuku and his friends were garbed with their improved hero costumes, courtesy of Melissa and May. Once they landed, they jumped forward and stopped right at the edge of the forest, where they waited for the rest of their classmates to fall down so they can all leave together. Shota walked up to Harry and slightly smiled as he watched Harry's students act very professionally. "Is that their new costume? That was rather impressive." Harry nodded. "Yup, Melissa was able to learn nanotechnology application from a friend of mine and created those bracelets so they could be equipped with their gear within a second. Then both May and Melissa enchanted pretty much everything so it can self-repairing. self-cleaning, heat and cold-resistant charms to regulate their temperatures. The costume themselves were woven of a special kind of mineral which allows them to use their quirk freely, that way Momo and Tora don't have to show so much skin anymore. Mandalay turned her head towards Harry. That sounds both very useful and amazing. Do you think the wild pussycats could get our costumes made like that? Harry smiled. Not yet, those costumes are prototypes, but depending on how they perform today we'll see if they're ready to be marketed, though you will have to go through both Nizu and David Shield first if you want to get one. Mandalay nodded and then noticed that rest of the Class 1A finally recovered, so she stepped towards the edge and yelled at them, "Hey! Since this is private land you can use your quirks as you wish. You have 3 hours to come to the facility with your own 2 feet. After going through the Beast Forest first." Beast Forest, was everyone's exclamation while Denki said, "Why does that sound like a Dragon Quest location?" Harry for some reason felt like he should know that name, but he then shrugged and just forgot about it. Everyone then turned around and stared into the dark depth of the forest in front of them. Ajiro grinned. "There's no use in complaining, let's just go and get it done." Suddenly a big monster-like creature was seen by everyone as it slowly walked around the edge of the forest. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow. "Now I feel like I'm inside one of Harry's instant dungeons." Kuro. The monster growled at them and got ready to attack, but Izuku noticed right away that it wasn't a real monster. They have fought and seen real monsters before during their training with Harry-sensei, and something like this was nothing to him and his friends. "Tsuyu, let's do a combo attack." Kuro. Tsuyu raised an open palm while Izuku jumped back by her side and also pointed an open palm towards the monster. Suddenly both green lighting and a water orb began to surge in their hands, and together they called out the name of their attack: Aqua Vortex. Lighting Spear. A massive orb of water engulfed in green lighting shot forwards from both Tsuyu and Izuku's hands and then crashed against the monster, instantly destroying it and shaking the entire area. Harry chuckled while Shota just rolled his eyes. Both Mandalay and Pixie Bob gaped at the destruction brought about by just one technique from Harry's students. Mandalay then turned her head towards Shota while Pixie Bob continued to play around with her quirk. "This is really a crazy schedule eraser." Shota sighed. "Well, we're planning to have them learn and experience what they would usually get during their second year, so it's going to be crazy no matter what, but as you can see these kids aren't normal, especially the ones Harry trained. If we hold back they won't get anything from their time in UA. Besides them getting special permits so they can use their quirk in cases of emergencies will help them along a lot, and provisional licenses allowing them to work as heroes will allow them to experience the life of a pro hero." Harry spoke. Villain activity might be low since the sports festival scared them all out of Japan, but it's best that the kids be ready for anything, plus most of Class 1A do need to learn to defend themselves. After all, my kids will do just fine, it's the others that lack experience. Shota nodded and then turned towards Pixie Bob. "Well then, I'll continue to count on you, Pixie Bob." The cat theme hero fist pump and cheerfully said, "Leave it to me. Wow, my fur is standing on end." Izuku and Tsuyu grinned at each other, happy that their combo attack worked perfectly, while everyone began to gather around them and excitedly spoke about their new combo super move. Momo then pulls out a rocket launcher and shot another monster in midair, causing a massive explosion that startled everyone. "We're not done yet, everyone. There are more monsters around, so focus." Mina looked around and used her senses to feel out the forest. There seemed to be quite a lot of them in the forest. Tora nodded. "Yeah, but we have to hurry or we won't get any lunch, so get ready guys. 'Cause we're going in full throttle." Everyone nodded and immediately rushed forward to meet the monsters and defeat them. Everyone unconsciously followed behind Izuku and friends as they began their battle, and soon enough the forest was filled with sounds of explosions and roars of pain. Pixie Bob was having a lot of fun playing around with the kids with her quirk. Shota then turned his head towards Harry. "You're planning on testing them, right?" Harry grinned. "Well, they really won't have too much of a challenge with all of these, so Nizu, All Might, and I decided that they should face a boss of sorts." Shota sighed. "Now I feel bad for the kids, just who are they going to have to fight? I hope it's not someone that would destroy this mountain." Mandalay gaped at the fact that these two were so nonchalantly speaking about destroying a mountain, while Harry chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing like that, she just wants to play with her big brother and sisters for a little bit." With that said, Harry walked back to the bus, leaving a shocked and quite frightened looking Shota, who after a little while snapped out of it and ran after Harry to get an explanation, while Mandalay just watched on. She then shook her head, not understanding what was going, so she shrugged and turned her head towards her nephew. "Kota, it's time to go." Kota looked down towards Class 1A with a frown on his face. "This is pointless, are they stupid? Saying they want to be heroes." With that said, the little boy turned around and left to go with his aunt. Meanwhile, All for One was already getting off his medical bed and getting dressed. After that he placed a metal mask that would allow him to breathe while he was moving around. Besides him stood Dr. Gariki, who was looking at him with a bit of worry showing on his face. Are you sure you have to go yourself? All for One? All for One nodded. Yes, I can't trust these unhinged and quite feral villains we recruited to get Midoriya safely to me, so I have to go and make sure everything goes according to plan. Dr. Gariki nodded. Are you still going to fight against Harry Potter? You're not in tip-top shape, and even though we don't believe all the rumors surrounding him, he could still be very dangerous. All for One nodded. He could understand why the good doctor was worried, but he wasn't. Everything has been already planned. It's because he's dangerous that he must be dealt with. I can't let him help All Might when it's time for us to meet on the battlefield again. No. It's best to take him out of the game right now that both he and All Might are separated. Are the Nomo ready for the attack? Dr. Gariki once again nodded yes. It wasn't easy getting them ready, but thanks to you I was able to create many high-end Nomo. They just need a few adjustments, but they'll be able to keep All Might and the rest of the pro heroes busy while you go get Midoriya and Potter. All for One stood up and then fixed his tie. Thank you, my old friend. Soon enough things will go back to the way they should be and our plans will go ahead as intended. The fall of the symbol of peace and of this society is soon approaching. Dr. Gariki maliciously grinned as he watched All for One walk towards the door where he'll prepare for the upcoming operation. Izuku, his friends, and the rest of Class 1A were able to traverse the rest of the forest with relative ease. The monsters couldn't really compare with the ones they had faced during the summer when Harry took them to his instant dungeons. So they took the tank position during the skirmishes and allowed everyone else who doesn't train with Harry a chance to gain experience and grow as fighters. Of course, they would provide support to everyone and make sure they were safe. This was noticed by their classmates, who were happy and thankful that Izuku and friends were willing to let them get stronger. Izuku even gave them tips on their quirks use and ideas they wanted to try. Izuku also noticed how everyone seemed far more stronger and confident fighting together compared to the time they fought Harry Sensei, and he handed them their bruised butts back to them. Now they were working together and reacting out reflex to any opening given to them by a teammate, plus everyone seemed to be in way better sync than ever before. But Izuku knew that it was because they now knew each other way better than they did back then, and thus the trust they have built over their time as classmates shined through this training camp. So soon enough they reached an opening and everyone could finally see the facilities, making everyone smile and relax. But suddenly everyone heard a giggle, and out of the forest came walking out little Eri wearing a red witch's hat and holding a wand and staff in each one of her hands. The girls gushed at how cute Eri looked with her big witch's hat. Behind her stood Luna, who was holding Eri's Dijig in her arms. However, Izuku was getting a bad feeling about this and began to tense up. Eri smiled and waved at everyone, who happily waved back at her. Eri then spoke, "Hello everyone. Daddy asked me to act as a boss to you guys, and since I like playing with my big brothers and sisters I decided to come here and do so." Izuku and his friends flinched and took a step back, which caused Luna to giggle. Izuku then violently began to shake his head. No, no, no. I don't want to play. Ah. Everyone turned around towards Izuku, who seemed to be having a panic attack, and then they turned towards the rest of Harry's students who didn't seem to be doing any better. Kyoka decided to ask a very scared looking Momo what was going on. Yayo Momo? What's going? It's just Eri, right? She shouldn't be that tough. Momo dropped to her knees and hands and shook her head. No, you don't understand. Eri is Harry Sensei's daughter, so she obviously has way more abilities and blessings than us. She's also a legit dragon. We're dead. Everyone was now beginning to panic, but before they could escape, Eri tapped her staff on the ground and created a massive ward around the area. There are a few spells I've been waiting to try out. So let's have fun, everyone. Harry and Shota were walking towards the facilities, having arrived not long ago, when they suddenly heard screams of despair and sorrow, causing Shota to sweat drop. Harry just grinned. Oh. They already got where Eri is. Shota sighed. You're a cruel man, Harry. You would send your little daughter to fight teenage heroes in training. Eri is going to be merciless. I kind of feel bad for my class now. Harry just chuckled, and both men walked into the facilities to rest for a bit while the student of Class 1A have to face their most dangerous and powerful foe yet. The adorable witch Harry Potter. Eri just sweetly smiled and waved her wand. The tree around the area began to shake and tremble as they began to come out of the ground and walk forward towards Eri, who waved her wand again, and the trees then took on a more humanoid form. To pass, all you guys need to do is get past me. The wards around only cover the area around us except a small opening behind me. Izuku frowned as he watched the massive wood treants Eri just created with transfiguration walk and move around, ready to fight them or block them. He then looked behind her and could see an opening within the wards Eri put up. This is going to be tough. Eri is a technique and long-range type because she tends to focus on magic casting, but she's also a dragon, and that means that she's definitely stronger than us physically. Toru stepped forward. She's fast too. I've seen her race against Mirko and Nejire when they visit to play with her, and she can fly too. Kyoka turned her head towards Toru and gaped, Mirko? As in the pro-hero Mirko. Mina nodded and then answered Kyoka's question. Yup, that same one. Apparently, she and Eri met each other during the Hosu attack and she grew attached to Eri, so she comes by often to play with Eri or fight with Harry-sensei. Okako shook her head. Even when she's playing with Eri, it's more like she's fighting her instead of playing. It's why Eri thinks that fighting means playing. That battle-crazed bunny corrupted Eri. Everyone's sweat dropped, but they couldn't really deny it since it was true. This wasn't the first time Eri wanted to play with them, and most of the time they were left on the floor bleeding out or severely injured. Luckily for them, Eri was still a sweetheart and she would always heal them and then take care of them until they felt better. It was very endearing watching her act like a nurse to them. Luna even got her a nurse cap just for when she did that. Tsuyu sighed. This is going to hurt a lot, but I think Eri is going to hold back some. This is a test after all, and Harry-sensei always gives us a chance to win, so let's be careful and not fall for any obvious trap. Fumikage then turned his head towards Tsuyu. Obvious trap? What do you mean? Momo got up and then dusted herself. She means do not underestimate Eri. She's a young girl, but she's also very smart and has been training far more than us. She does live with Harry-sensei and his girlfriends after all, so she's bound to spend more time learning more things. Izuku nodded. Yeah, but there's also the fact that she's more than likely far more balanced than we are. Siro walked up and stared at Eri, who was happily waving her hand and firing sparks everywhere while she waited for them to start. What do you mean more balance? Shoto then spoke up. Eri can use a far more varied set of spells and skills. For example, Izuku is focused on lighting-based attacks and hand-to-hand combat compared to Toru, who focuses on light-based attacks and ninja tactics. Momo is the only one who's versatile out of everyone else, and that's only because of her quirk. Everyone nodded in understanding while Izuku began to get ready by activating One for All, which alerted Eri, so she stopped playing with her magic and focused. Don't just try to run towards that opening. I'm pretty sure Eri put traps. Instead we're going to have to fight her off while someone goes over there and investigates, but we have to keep Eri off of that person. Momo narrowed her eyes. I'll do it. My quirk will be helpful with any traps, plus I do know Fuinjutsu and runecraft that will help me if I get into trouble. Just keep Eri off of me, okay? Everyone nodded and Ida walked forward. Then let's go. With that said, Izuku, Toru, and Ida rushed forward with their quirks activated. Eri smiled and tapped the tip of her staff into the ground and unleashed an eruption of water that forced the trio of speedsters to stop for a few seconds, but it was enough for one of Eri's treants to slap them screaming to the side in pain from the sudden hit. Eijiro and Fumikage attacked the treant with their quirks, but Eijiro's sharp hardening and Fumikage's dark shadow bounced off the tree bark. Eijiro growled tch. Of course, she charmed them to be resistant to damage. Watch out behind you. But Fumikage and Eijiro reacted right away and jumped to the side and watched as something shot through one of the legs of the treant, causing it to drop to his knees. Both turned their head to look behind them and saw Momo holding a big sniper rifle. She smiled at them. Anti-magic bullets. I created this for the next time I fight Izuku and the rest. Eijiro actually shook. Damn, now that's a scary thought. Fumikage nodded and then watched as Momo ran forward to try to reach the other side, but Eri swung her wand at her and sent her flying back with a powerful gust of wind. Tsuyu caught her with her tongue and pulled her down towards her. Eri isn't holding back much. Hey. Mina ran up towards them and then shook her head. She is, otherwise she would have been raining down meteorites on top of us. I think Harry wants to give her more battle experience, so he put some restrictions on her. That's why she would have created those treants as support. Both Momo and Tsuyu nodded, since those wood creatures Eri created aren't really her style. She's more of a blast massive area of effects spells kinda girl. However, they were stopped from further thinking when Eri raised her staff and then said debilitate. Suddenly from the sky red, blue, and green orbs of magic crashed against the ground, releasing a wave of magic. As soon as the wave hit everyone, they immediately felt that something was very wrong, and for some reason, they all felt weak. Okako gasped. What was that? My power? I feel weaker for some reason. Eri smiled and then decided to explain. Debilitate is a very cool spell. Daddy said that when used against someone or a group of people it decreases defense, attack, and speed by 25%. Everyone flinched in surprise. That effect was too powerful and dangerous. Izuku got up and shook his head. What a terrifying spell. That spell alone could devastate whole battlefields. Eri then lifted her staff again and then began to gather her mana. A lot of mana, which alerted Izuku and the rest of his friends. Izuku turned his head towards his friends and began to yell defensive positions. She's about to use a big spell. Everyone immediately reacted to Izuku's order and began to prepare defensive techniques. Izuku created a force field made of green lighting while wrapping his body with black whip. Toru created a barrier of light and covered herself. Denki and Kyoka, Momo created a barrier of vibranium and protected Ida and Fumi Cage, while Tsuyu and Okako created barrier out of water and repulsive forces while covering the rest of their friends. Eri then pointed her staff to them and then softly said Megado. Harry and Shota had been eating lunch for a while now when suddenly the ground shook and a big black-purple orb expanded from the forest and then only a big bright light. Shota gaped as he watched an explosion akin to a nuclear blast shake the entire area. What the hell? Who did that? Harry took a sip of his drink and smiled. That was probably Eri using a low-tier spell, more than likely she used Megado. Shota pointed about outside and deadpanned at Harry. That's a low-tier spell? Harry, that looked like someone dropped a nuclear bomb out there. I'm surprised we didn't get destroyed. Harry smiled. Eri probably raised some wards around the area so her spells wouldn't destroy too much, plus I'm here and I wouldn't let things get too out of control, not to mention that Luna is with Eri. Shota sighed and sat back down. Still, that was a low-tier spell. Harry nodded. Yup, Megado, Megadola, and Megad alone, each one far more powerful than the next, and their spells on a class of their own with a unique element as well. They have the nasty effect of ignoring all defenses except a few special cases like the barriers and wards the rest of the family and I can make. Shota just shook his head. And you taught that spell to a little girl? Harry nodded. Of course, I did, and trust Eri to be able to control it. She's not human anymore, Shota. She's a dragon, so she's far more intelligent and mature than people give her credit for. She's not the same scared and hurt little girl I rescued a while ago. Shota looked out the window as the explosion of black and purple mana subsided. Yes, she's definitely not the same little girl I met back then. Back with Izuku and friends, all of them were scattered and on the floor. Their defensive tactics didn't do much except they were able to minimize some damage, but overall they still took the brunt of Eri's spell. Izuku shakily stood up and shook his head. She's definitely holding back. That spell alone would have killed us if she had used it at full power. Izuku looked around and watched as his classmates began to get up as well. He took out an apple gel and ate it. He then began to hand out some to everyone. This is going to be tough. I don't think we'll make it by noon, guys. Everyone nodded. Momo sighed as she watched Eri smile at them. Well, we might as well keep trying. I'm sure we'll be able to get through somehow. Everyone had doubts, but they were still determined to get past the powerful bundle of cuteness standing in their way, so with a roar they all rushed forward and tried their best to face the all-powerful witch Eri. A few hours passed and Pixie Bob and Mandalay had been watching and hearing the battle that raged on close to their facilities. If they were honest about it, they were pretty terrified with what they had seen. Explosions, lightning, water, fire, ice, lights of all colors and shape, but above all else the screams of pure unadulterated pain was what scared them the most. But everything just suddenly stopped a half hour ago, and filled with worry about the kids they both went outside to wait for them. Time passed and eventually, they saw someone approach the facility. Pixie Bob smiled. Oh. They're here. But out of the forest popped out a small little girl wearing a big red witch's hat and holding a big egg in her arms. What surprised the two members of the wild pussycats the most was that she was skipping her way out of the forest with a big smile on her face. But before they could even approach the little girl and ask what she was doing here, another person popped out of the forest. This time it was a platinum blonde young woman with the brightest gray eyes they have ever seen. The young woman seemed to be following the little girl and had a soft and caring smile on her face. Then they heard the door to the facility open, and both Mandalay and Pixie Bob turned around. Only to see Harry Potter walk out of the building and head towards the young woman and child. The little girl immediately ran up to him the moment she saw him, and Harry smiled at her. He got on one knee and petted the girl's head as the girl began to excitedly speak. Daddy. I had a lot of fun. And I was able to test out a lot of spells on Big Brother Izuku and his friends. Harry chuckled, and as the young woman approached them, Harry stood up and hugged her. He even gave her a kiss. Hey. Did you guys have fun? The young woman smiled and nodded. They put up a big fight, but I think Eri was too enthusiastic with her spells. I had to put some of them back together after Momo was able to disarm all of Eri's magical prank traps and lead everyone out the wards. Both Mandalay and Pixie Bob were utterly confused at what was going on, but it seems like the kids were able to pass whatever test Harry wanted them to have. Suddenly Shota walked out of the building and walked over to Harry. Good evening, Luna. Where are my troublesome kids? Luna smiled at Shota. Oh. They're on their way. I only healed them a little bit since they still had to get here on their own, just enough so some of them wouldn't die again. I think. Shota's sweat dropped. I'm going to ignore that last comment for the sake of my sanity. Shota then patted Eri's head, causing her to smile up at him. And good job to you, Eri, you showed them who's boss. Hey. Eri cheerfully nodded and smiled. Suddenly groans of pain began to echo as Class 1A began to slowly walk out of the forest, and both Mandalay and Pixie Bob gaped at the sheer amount of damage they could see on their bodies and the blood. So much blood. As soon as Izuku and friends arrived at the facility, everyone dropped to the ground and groaned in pain. Kyoka then suddenly spoke up. Ugh. I think Denki died again. Shoto groaned. Lucky him. I want to die too. Everything hurts so much. Mina just garbled something while the rest of the class just lay there in agonizing pain. The two members of the wild pussycats were left speechless, and then both turned towards the little girl who supposedly had caused this much damage to a bunch of powerful heroes in training, only to sweat drop when they saw her poke Izuku in the head with her wand. Harry chuckled and then walked up to them. You guys did good. How about I patch you guys up and you can have dinner? I'm sure everyone is hungry. The only response Harry got was groans of pain, which made him chuckle again, and both Mandalay and Pixie Bob did not know what to say about all of this. Chapter 92. After healing everyone, putting some of them back together, and bringing Denki back to life, Harry stood up in front of all the students of Class 1A with a big smile on his face. All of you did good. You were able to team up against Pixie Bob's quirk beasts and escape Eri, which I know wasn't easy. Everyone turned towards Eri, who was now on top of a broom and flying around, a gift from Harry for doing a great job fighting them. Behind her was her Dijig floating and following her with the use of her magic, and even though she just destroyed everyone in a fight, the kids couldn't help but smile at the fact that she seemed to be having a lot of fun. Izuku chuckled and shook his head. I know she was holding back, but wow. Eri is scary. Toru giggled. She's a Potter after all, and as far as we know the Potters are a scary family, though I got to say that Eri looks adorable with that witch's hat. Momo, Okako, and Tsuyu nodded in agreement while Luna giggled. Susan made it for her and Harry enchanted it with all sorts of cool magical effects. Everyone turned towards Harry, who just shrugged and grinned at the kids. Hey Eri. Can you come here a second, sweetie? Eri stopped her broom and then flew towards Harry, stopping once again in front of him. Yes, Daddy. Harry smiled and then pointed at Eri's hat. Why don't you show everyone that trick you can do with your hat? Eri's eyes sparkled in excitement and jumped off her broom. She then grabbed her broom from the air, and to the shock of everyone watching her, she put it in her dress pocket with ease. Pixie Bob gaped in amazement. Well, damn. I want a dress pocket that big. Mandalay and all the girls in the group nodded in agreement while Eri took off her hat and then stuck her hand inside and seemed to be looking for something, while everyone watched her do so with a confused expressions on their faces. Shota raised an eyebrow. Is she going to pull a rabbit out of there or something? Harry chuckled. Something like that. Eri then seemed to have grabbed hold of something and pulled up her hand from her witch's hat, and to the shock and surprise of everyone, she actually pulled Mirko's head out of her hat. Everyone stared in stunned silence as Mirko looked around for a second and then grinned at everyone. Yo! Harry started to laugh at the faces everyone was making right now. Luna giggled while Eri smiled brightly at Mirko, who then hopped out of her witch's hat and looked around everywhere. All right, can someone tell me where we are? Harry grinned and then explained, this is a mountain area owned by the wild pussycats, and we're here for a training camp. Mirko tilted her head and then turned her gaze towards the kids, who were still staring at her in disbelief, which made her grin in amusement. She was glad that she had agreed to be able to be summoned by Eri from her hat, because everyone's reactions were hilarious. To her this was the best prank ever. Training camp, you say? Can I join? It sounds like a lot of fun. Harry grinned and shook his head in amusement. You just want to beat up the kids, but I'm cool with it. Having someone to spar with will help you kids improve. Mirko smiled but didn't respond to the accusation, while Eri cheered since she rather likes Mirko a lot after she spent time playing with her from the time she had visited them at home. Both of them can be often seen hanging out or playing pranks on someone. In fact, Eri's new bloodthirsty and merciless way of fighting is something she picked up from Mirko, who would often tell her stories about the villains she takes down. After a little bit of time passed by and everyone was able to snap out of their shock state, and everyone just accepted the fact that Mirko would be staying with them. Pixie Bob was really impressed with Izuku and friends, since they were able to fight off all of her earth beasts and tried to hit on Izuku and Ajiro, but Okako Shinra Tenzi eyed her away from them, causing Mandalay and Shota to sweat dropped. Hey Mandalay, was Pixie Bob always like that? Mandalay sighed. Well, she's getting desperate since she's already at the suitable age for marriage. Harry, Luna, and Mirko chuckled while Eri poked Pixie Bob on the head with her wand. Izuku then stared at the kid that seemed to be always around. And who's that? Harry turned towards the kid and narrowed his eyes. Now that you mentioned it. Mandalay smiled. Ah. Sorry about that. He's with us and he's my cousin's kid. Kota, why don't you greet everyone? You'll be spending time with everyone for the next week after all. Kota just glared at everyone, causing Harry to raise an eyebrow at him, while Izuku walked up to him with a smile on his face. Oh. I'm Izuku Midoriya from U.A.'s Hero Course, it's nice to meet you. Izuku reached out a hand towards Kota, but Kota suddenly pulls his hand back and threw a punch at Izuku, who was about to dodge, but Eri suddenly raised a hand and pointed at Izuku. Reflect. Kota ended up slamming his fist against the barrier of light, which then burst outwards and pushed him back. being attacked and pushed back caught him by surprise and he ended up falling on his butt with a confused expression on his face. Until Eri walked up to him and pointed her wand toward his face. I won't let you hit big brother Deku. Koda looked up and flinched when she noticed Eri's ruby red eyes glowing while she was staring at him. He then huffed and stood up, and began to walk away. Tch. I don't intend to spend my time with people who want to be heroes. Eri stared at Koda's back as he left the area and once he was done she turned towards Izuku. Are you okay big bro? Izuku smiled at Eri and gave her a pat on her head. Yes, thank you very much for protecting me Eri. Eri brightly smiled at Izuku while the wielder of One for All stared toward where Koda had walked with a worried expression on his face. Harry raised an eyebrow in interest but decided not to say anything right now while Shota began to speak. Enough wasting time, everyone go get your stuff off the bus. Once you put your stuff in your rooms we'll have dinner in the cafeteria, afterward everyone will take a bath and go to sleep. We have a lot to do starting tomorrow so make sure all of you rest up. Now go and hurry up. Everyone nodded and left to go get their stuff while Harry took out a duffel bag from his inventory and handed it to Mirko. Thanks for agreeing to help us with this Mirko. Mirko smiled and then shrugged. Nat. After Nizu told me the plan and the fact that there might be a lot of villains to take down, how could I say no? Besides, it was the perfect opportunity to show off Eri's witch hat trick. Eri turned her head towards Mirko and smiled at her. Luna then walked up to Harry and gave him a kiss. It's time to take Eri home and make sure the traps I set up take out Gariki and all the Nomu. Harry nodded and watched as Luna picked up Eri and then carried her away while Eri's Djig followed them close behind thanks to her magic. Soon after both of them disappeared by walking through a dark corridor which closed soon after. With that done, Shota, Harry, and Mirko walked into the facilities leaving a confused Pixie Bob and Mandalay behind. Pixie Bob then turned her head towards Mandalay. Why do I feel like we're way out of the loop? Mandalay frowned and nodded. Yet. I get the same feeling, but Shota did say he'll explain everything later. With that said, the two members of the Wild Pussycats walked towards the facilities to get dinner ready for the kids. After putting all their stuff away, Harry actually cooked a giant dinner for everyone, and needless to say that his food was a big hit was an understatement. The kids, Shota, Mirko, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob became fast fans of their food. Everyone was devouring all the food with a vicious speed which made Harry's sweat drop. He knew his cooking was good. He had learned how to cook from some really talented cooks during his travels after all, but this was a bit ridiculous. Pixie Bob was enjoying her food a lot and then she suddenly stood up and pointed at Harry. Harry. Be my husband please. Harry raised an eyebrow but still grinned. Well, this is a first, but you'll have to convince my girlfriends to let you marry me, but don't expect it to be easy though. Shota shook his head. You better not, those girls are scary to a very high degree and can kill you, bring you back to life only to kill you again. It's not worth it. Mandalay sweat dropped while Pixie Bob gaped. Mirko then grinned and spoke up. That's true. And the scariest is Luna. She always beats my butt something fierce whenever we spar. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Only you would challenge Luna, knowing full well that she doesn't like to hold back. Mirko just grinned and continued eating. After dinner everyone headed towards the hot springs, which were a very welcome surprise. Meanwhile, Harry, Shota, and Mirko took Mandalay and Pixie Bob to a room to explain what was going on and what they were expecting to happen soon at any moment. Harry took his time to slowly explain everything that Nizu and himself had planned in regards to tricking All for One to make a move. Both Pixie Bob and Mandalay listened intently to everything Harry had to say. Mandalay then hummed. I see, so the training camp is just an excuse to get this All for One guy to come here, which is far away from the city, and Harry can fight without holding back. Shota shook his head. You're half right, we do plan to train the kids while we wait for All for One to make his move. Harry's students might be already powerful enough to handle anything, but the rest of the class isn't, and that's who we are going to focus on. Mandalay nodded in understanding while Pixie Bob tilted her head. So that's why Mirko is staying, she was part of the plan all along, right? Mirko smirked and nodded. Yup. Nizu and Harry felt that having an extra hero around was a good idea, and after Nizu explained the plan I agreed, plus I really do plan to spar with the kids. Mandalay then spoke. Is that necessary? You're a pro hero and one of the top 10, isn't it a little unfair for you to fight the kids? Harry smiled. Life isn't fair and the kids have to learn to adapt and try to survive against all odds, so they have to face enemies beyond their capabilities in order to learn that. This is how my kids have gotten so strong since I spar against them all the time. Both members of the Wild Pussycats nodded, somewhat agreeing to Harry's words. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Pixie Bob walked over and opened the door. Izuku came into the room carrying a passed-out Koda on his shoulder. Mandalay immediately stood up and took him from Izuku and then lay him on the couch in the room. Harry turned towards Izuku with a raised eyebrow. What happened? Izuku awkwardly chuckled and scratched his cheek. Well, Some of the girls got a little rowdy when Denki suddenly said something about whether you would be taking a bath later or along with us, and Kota, who was on top of the wall, looked down to see what was going on. Well, he got an eyeful and then tripped. He fell off the wall and I was barely able to catch him before he hit the floor. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement while Mirko laughed and Shota tiredly sighed and stood up. I'm going to go send the kids to bed now. Mirko, can I leave the girls to you? Mirko nodded and both she and Shota left the room to go send the rowdy kids of Class 1A to sleep. Mandalay smiled in amusement while Pixie Bob brought a wet towel and put it on top of Kota's forehead. Mandalay stared at Kota with a sad smile on her face. It looks like he passed out from shock. Girls these days develop too fast. Izuku stared at Kota and then decided to ask something that had been bothering him for a while. He has a very negative view of heroes. Hey. That's rare and it's something I haven't seen before either. Mandalay turned her gaze towards Izuku. Yet it's not very common, but there are people out there in society that don't like heroes. Perhaps if Kota had been raised differently he would have been a fan of heroes instead. Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion while Pixie Bob then spoke up. Kota's parents were pro-heroes, but... Mandalay then continued on with what Pixie Bob was saying, but they died 2 years ago in the line of duty trying to protect civilians from a villain. Izuku gasped a bit while Harry silently listened to Mandalay, who continued speaking. To a hero it was a very respectable way to die, an honorable death, but, to a child barely aware of what was around him, couldn't understand that, his entire world had revolved around his parents. My parents left me behind, was what was probably going through his mind at the time. Harry sadly sighed while Mandalay continued on, but society kept praising them, saying that it was a good thing, a wonderful thing. He doesn't seem to like us much either since we're also heroes, but it's like he's just here because he has nowhere else to go. To Kota, heroes are a kind of human he doesn't understand and finds unpleasant. Izuku didn't know what to say. However, Harry spoke. The word hero. To be a hero, it means putting the needs of others ahead of your own and your loved ones. That's a truth I've learned a long time ago, but that's not something I can or I'm willing to do, which is why I will never be a hero. But Izuku, this is the other side of the reality of what it means to follow your dream. You can't save everyone, and if you fall in battle, the people who will suffer are the ones you leave behind. It is a burden that not many can carry. Izuku nodded to Harry's words. That's why you're training us so harshly, why you gave us all kinds of skills, abilities, and techniques. You don't want us to have to suffer through this, you want us to be powerful enough to survive anything. Harry stood up and then walked towards the door, but stood to say one last thing. I'm a selfish person, Izuku. I refuse to lose anyone I care about or love, and if that means that I have to turn them into unkillable monsters, then so be it. With that said, Harry opened the door and walked out the room, closing the door behind him. Izuku smiled and nodded. You might not see it, but you are a hero to many people, Harry-sensei. Selfish or not, that doesn't change anything. The next few days were filled with many training sessions for the kids. Class 1B joined Class 1A the day after along with the 2 other members of the Wild Pussycats, Yawara Shitora aka Tiger and Tomoko Shire Toko aka Ragdoll. The Wild Pussycats then introduced themselves, doing their whole intro, to which Harry just sweat drops it, and tiredly sighs. Ragdoll then introduced herself and explained her quirk, which is search. Her quirk allows her to get information about up to 100 people by just looking at them. Technically she can find out weaknesses and locations through her power, though her quirk didn't work on Harry, which confused her. Harry just shrugged and said that her level was too low to see his stats, which made her pout at him. And then there was Tiger, who just said that his job was just assaulting, kicking, and punching, along with Mandalay's quirk Telepath and Pixie Bob's Earthflow. The 4 members of the Wild Pussycats were all ready and able to help everyone with their training. Though Harry was speechless about Tiger and didn't know what to say about a grown man dressing up like that and acting like a cat, but then again he's seen a lot of weird shit, so he just accepted it and went on with what he was doing. The kids of both classes got to experience what Harry's students go through every day when they're training with Harry, and they couldn't believe that their friends and fellow classmates were willing to put themselves through all of that hardship out of their own volition. Harry also worked with the attitude of some of the students, primarily Nyato, who had a habit of mouthing off to Class 1A for no reason. Harry put him through his paces and taught him some humility, but in the end, Nyato became a better fighter for it and he stopped being such an ass to everyone. Mirko sparred with everyone in the mornings and in the evenings, and even though the kids were learning from those fights, she was mostly doing it for fun. She did challenge Harry to spar, which he accepted, and the kid bore witness to Mirko getting her butt dragged around like a ragdoll. Luckily for everyone, Harry always healed everyone and made sure they were okay physically by the end of the day. It certainly helped them improve and continue with the harsh training to be able not to worry about injuries. The Wild Pussycats were shocked and speechless with how hard the kids trained, but they were also impressed at the fact that no one complained or backed out. Sure, there were screams of pain, wails of torment, and an impressive amount of cursing that would make even sailors blush, but the kids kept going and going. It wasn't a surprise that the young heroes in training were getting stronger, not to the same level as the veterans like Izuku and his friends, but strong enough to become great heroes. There were also fun times for everyone since they got to enjoy the hot spring and cook their own meals, allowing them some time to relax and talk to each other. Everyone was surprised that Izuku and his friends were all good cooks, and when asked they said that Harry had taught them all kinds of survival skills like cooking, hunting, and even sewing. When Shota asked Harry why he would teach future heroes skills like that, all he said was that it was just in case, that it was better to be prepared for any kind of situation, and skills like these can be real lifesavers sometimes. Though during dinner everyone ate like savages, which made Harry chuckle in amusement. Well, they have been working really hard, so I'm sure they're really hungry. But in the end, everyone had fun cooking and eating together, and Harry felt very proud of the kids, though he then noticed Izuku follow Kota into the forest. He had decided to help the small kid by bringing his parents back to life, but he was going to have to wait until they take down All for One. But for now he can trust Izuku to help the kid emotionally, which is something Kota needs right now. So with a smile on his face, he went back to eating the lunch his students had made, while also keeping an eye on the entire mountain area, knowing that it wouldn't take too long for All for One to make his move. On a small cliff, Kota was standing there while looking at the stars. His belly rumbled and growled in hunger, but right now he was too angry to pay any attention to his belly. However, a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Izuku, who had followed Kota when he noticed that he was walking off on his own without eating anything, wanting to be friendly and help him, he decided to follow him and take him a plate of food. It seems like you're really hungry, you can eat this curry. Kota glared and turned around to face Izuku when he heard his voice. You. How did you find this place? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Sorry. I followed you here when I saw you walk off on your own. I thought that you might want to eat something. But despite Izuku trying to be nice and friendly, Kota wasn't having any of it. I'm fine, I don't need any. I told you right? I don't intend to hang out with you, get out my secret hideout. But Izuku just smiled and looked around. A secret hideout, hey? But it seems like Kota was too annoyed, so he decided to vent, getting all into improving your quirks. It's gross, you want to show off your power that badly. Izuku sighed and decided to ignore Kota hatful words, but then spoke up. Your parents? They were water hose, right? With the water quirks. At the mention of his parents, Kota snapped. Did Mandalay tell you? Izuku shook his head. No, sorry, I kinda ended up hearing about it, and based on the information I got I figured it was them. I thought it was an unfortunate incident, I also remember it when it happened. Kota stared up at Izuku and then turned his head away from him. Shut up, everyone's crazy, giving each other silly names like heroes and villains, then killing each other, talking about quirks and stuff. It's because they're all showing off that they ended up like that. It's stupid and annoying. Izuku just stood there and listened to Kota vent his anger and frustration at how that hate translates to not only heroes but everything related to quirks and superhuman society as a whole. Kota, not wanting to see Izuku anymore, spoke up again, this time anger far more prominent in his voice. What is it? If there's nothing else, then go away. Izuku shook his head. I've seen the bad things people can do with their quirks. I've heard and even witnessed superpowers being used for horrible things. Eri, the little girl who stopped you from hitting me, had a horrible life before Harry-sensei adopted her. Todoroki, the guy with red and white hair, had a horrible childhood as well because his father was obsessed with power. Kota just glared at Izuku as he continued on. But I've also seen quirks save people's lives, give them hope. I know it might mean nothing to you, but living life with that much hatred and anger will just keep hurting you and everyone around you. Kota growled. Shut up. Go away. Izuku sighed and then nodded. Okay, sorry. I'll leave the plate here for you. Izuku then left the plate on the floor and then walked away, while Kota just glared at him as he walked back to the facilities. Shut up. With that said, Kota looked down and tightened his fist in anger. That night Harry was looking out a window when Shota walked up to him. What is it? You've been a bit on edge for a while, Harry. Harry turned around and stared at Shota, Mirko, and the wild pussycat smile. Alert wards have been triggered. It seems like someone has been teleporting people here in small groups, and tonight it was the final batch. Mirko grinned. So they'll attack soon? Harry nodded. I think they will tomorrow night. They'll keep an eye on the kids tomorrow to see what sort of information they can get from them, so no harsh training, no sparring, or anything that might reveal the nature of their quirks tomorrow. Everyone nodded. Shota then sighed. You don't think they have been watching them already? Harry shook his head. No, I would have sensed them the moment they got too close. More than likely they were ordered to stay away from here until the day of the attack. Ragdoll then raised a paw. What do we do about the kids? We can't risk them fighting a bunch of crazed and bloodthirsty villains. The other 3 members of the wild pussycats nodded, but Harry smiled at them and then handed them a bunch of paper tags. Don't worry, I already made a bunch of emergency teleport tags. Make sure you hand them out to everyone except my students. The tags will teleport them out of here the moment the villains attack. Shota then spoke up. So your kids know what is supposed to happen during this trip? Harry grinned. Of course they do, why else did you think they brought their costume bracelets? Shota shook his head but had a small smile on his face. Harry then turned towards everyone and took out some pouches from his inventory, and began to hand them to everyone here. In these pouches you'll find a set of healing gels in case of emergencies. The red ones are for healing, the orange ones for fatigue and energy recovery, and the blue ones for both, but they're really strong, so save those for a real emergency, though I don't think you'll need it. None of the villains here are particularly strong. Everyone took the pouches and nodded while Harry continued on. Shota and Mirko, you guys work together, and the wild pussycats, you guys do your thing, but keep an eye on everyone. If things get too rough I'll summon some help, but I think us and my kids can handle it. Any questions? Everyone shook their head and Harry could see a glow of determination in their eyes which made him smile and nod in approval. Tomorrow is the end of All for One. Meanwhile, overlooking the forest and the facilities stood All for One, staring down into where the wielder of his brother's quirk is. Behind him stood a multitude of generic villains. They weren't particularly impressive nor strong, but All for One was only going to use them as cannon fodder to keep the heroes' districts and to keep the students of UA busy while he dealt with Harry Potter and took his brother's quirk back. However, one of the villains behind All for One was different. This one was not only powerful but unhinged as well, and it took quite a bit of threats to keep him in check. Even now All for One can sense the killing intent and bloodlust radiating from him, but if it wasn't because he couldn't find any other villains willing to join him he wouldn't have brought him along. But alas, All for One couldn't be picky this time, not with every villain leaving Japan or taking on a new leaf out of fear for what the heroes in training of UA would do to them when they graduate. All for One was very disappointed with how weak-minded and pathetic the new generation of villains are, but after tomorrow he would show them and the world what being a villain is all about. Tomorrow is the end for the new generation of heroes. Nizu and Luna have been keeping an eye on Dr. Gariki's movements these past few days, and they had noticed that he had even stopped showing up to work since yesterday. Thanks to the monitoring spells Luna placed all over Dr. Gariki's secret lab, they can watch him work on getting all of his Nomo ready non-stop. Nizu narrowed his eyes and frowned. It seems All for One will make his move tomorrow. Do you think he'll use the Nomu to help him get to Midoriya? Luna shook her head. No, I don't think so. In fact, me and Harry think that he'll use them as a diversion to try and keep the heroes too busy to go help Harry and Shota, especially All Might. Nizu nodded. I see, so he's confident enough to think he alone can succeed in getting to Midoriya. Luna shrugged. You heard Aoyama, he doesn't believe any of the rumors surrounding Harry. If he did he would have been more cautious, but nope. For such an old and experienced villain he's succumbed to arrogance rather easily. Nizu nodded. Well, I can't blame him. He did have the world in fear back in the day, and the amount of destruction and death he brought anywhere he went was massive. Everyone feared him, so he does have a reason to be that prideful. Luna hummed. I guess you're right, but it will be his undoing. Nizu then smiled. I wish I could see All for One's face when he realizes that he lost because everything he heard about Harry was true. Nizu then began to cackle while Luna just smiled at him in amusement. She herself couldn't wait to see Dr. Gariki's face when he tries to activate his Nomu and he gets hit by her surprise. On the rooftop of UA, both All Might and Nana were looking up at the sky in silence until All Might spoke. Tomorrow it ends. It feels like a dream that we won't have to worry about All for One anymore. Nana nodded and then smiled. It feels strange not having to worry about him anymore. Back then the fear that he would suddenly show up and come after you were very real. I remember when I had to hide away my family to keep them safe, even though my son ended up hating me for it. All Might nodded, knowing full well the stress and fear the threat of All for One was. Did you ever find anything about your family? Nana shook her head. No, it's like they vanished from the face of the earth. I think something happened to them, and I even tried to ask Harry to help me, but all he said was that the past should stay in the past and that I should focus on my second chance at life. Maybe he's right. Beside, I doubt anyone left of my family even knows about me or even remembers me. All Might didn't like to see his teacher sad, but he knew that if Harry wasn't helping her with that, then more than likely whatever had happened to her family wasn't any good, and it was best to let it be. Besides, Harry was right, the past should stay in the past. Meanwhile, Eri was peacefully sleeping on her bed while hugging her Dijig when suddenly the Dijig began to shake and crack. All that movement awakened Eri, who slowly sat up and rubbed her eyes. She suddenly heard a loud crack which made her turn her head towards the sound, only to brightly smile when she saw her Dijig finally hatched and reveal two small white Digimon staring up at her. Eri smiled and gently picked them up in her hands and looked at them more closely. They were pure white with two little balls on the top of their bodies, making them seem like bears. Both have two round black eyes and a cat-like mouths. Eri giggled when the two small baby Digimon began to excitedly hop on her hand. She then remembered the smartphone her daddy had given her. So she gently put the baby Digimon back onto the bed and went to grab her smartphone, and just like her daddy taught her, she clicked on the Digivice app and then pointed the smartphone at the small baby Digimon. The smartphone then scanned the Digimon and began to give Eri their information, and she began to read it out loud. Yukamai Botaman is a slime Digimon. It is a baby Digimon whose whole body is covered in fluffy, white hair, and it is considered a species of Botaman. Eri tilted her head in curiosity and decided to ask her daddy what a Botaman was later. So she then continued reading out loud and was named Yukamai Botaman after its white body, but the details are not clearly known. It is weak to heat and tends to prefer cold places, so its body feels cold to the touch. When Yukamai Botaman exhales, the moisture in the air freezes, and falls while brilliantly glittering. Eri turned her head towards her new Digimon friends. Oh. So you like the cold? Okay, I can help with that. Eri then waved a hand towards the baby Digimon and they were suddenly surrounded by a soft and gentle cold breeze. The Yukamai Botaman seemed to really like it, so they began to brightly smile and hop around, causing Eri to giggle. She then continued to read the information on her smartphone. Let's see. You have one attack called Diamond Dust. Both baby Digimon, upon hearing Eri call out their attack, suddenly hopped into the air and fired a diamond dust at the wall beside the bed, but it only caused a bit of frost to gather around it. Eri smiled at her Digimon and nodded. Not bad, but we're going to have to practice a bit, but for now how about we go to the kitchen and get some cookies? I bet both of you are hungry, right? Both Yukamai Botaman began to squeak and then hopped on top of Eri's head, which made her smile. She then hopped off the bed and headed towards the kitchen to have a midnight snack with her new friends. She can't wait to show her daddy what had hatched from her Digig. Chapter 93. The day started. As usual, the kids of UA woke up early, made some breakfast together, and went outside to start training. However, today the Shota and, more surprisingly, Harry have allowed them to take it easy with light exercises and even let them relax, making everyone very happy about having an opportunity to hang out and have some fun. But Izuku and his friends knew that this was a sign of things to come. Harry had already informed them about the plan to deal with All for One, and knowing that Harry was more than likely letting everyone take it easy as to not give any information to any spies, they decided to discreetly get ready. All of them equipped their bracelets and their medical supplies pack while they hang out with friends and classmates. Tonight was going to be busy and they were going to be ready for it. After a day full of light exercises and fun, the night finally arrived and everyone was happily enjoying the very cool mountain breeze while they hung out outside. However, Harry suddenly sensed someone step over his wards and he instantly snapped his fingers. Most of Class 1A and 1B were teleported away back to UA, where Nizu was already waiting to explain the situation to them. This also alerted the wild pussycats, Mirko, and Shota that the time had come, while Izuku and friends immediately activated their bracelets and their bodies flashed in a bright light, equipping their costumes and gear. Harry walked up in front of the group and glared towards the edge of the forest, where a tall man wearing a black suit and a metal mask walked out. The man spread his arms as more individuals began to walk out from the darkness of the forest. Well, it seems like we were expected. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. Meanwhile, Dr. Gariki was grinning ear to ear as he finished his final touches on his Nomu. He turned towards his creations and smiled as he began to activate them to begin a parade of destruction and chaos against the heroes of Japan. But the moment he tried to activate the Nomu, the capsules where they were resting began to glow with an eerie black light, drawing the attention of the doctor. What? Outside, standing on top of a building and looking down on the hideout of Dr. Gariki, was Luna, who grinned when there was a sudden explosion of darkness that engulfed the hideout. The darkness coalesced and then turned into a black hole that began to let out a horrible screech. The screech echoed throughout the night as the black hole ravaged the area where the hideout stood. Thankfully, Luna was there to make sure her magical trap wouldn't grow out of control and destroy everything in the city. Darkness is a very volatile element and she more than anyone knew that. Still, she enjoyed the black hole her trap created and watched as it destroyed everything Dr. Gariki ever worked with, including himself. Luna softly smiled. There, now you won't ever hurt anyone and abuse death ever again. The spell's effect finally subsided and the black hole dissipated, leaving nothing of the headquarters and of Dr. Gariki. Luna then nodded to herself and walked from the edge of the building. She then waved a hand and created a dark corridor which she walked through right away and left the area. The dark corridor dissipated right away, and once it was gone, only the sound of the approaching police cars and their siren could have heard in the silence of the now empty area. This is how Dr. Gariki, one of the most vile and evil scientists in the world, met his end, not even knowing what happened before he was consumed by darkness and completely destroyed. Harry stared at All for One in silence for a few seconds before he sighed and shook his head. All Might told me you were one for grandstanding, but this is ridiculous. Are you that confident right now? Do you really think that you will win? All for One stood there in shocked silence. he expected panic and fear once he showed himself, even some anger or even hatred was expected but not this amount of nonchalance. Harry just closed his eyes and then snapped his fingers. A massive ward was raised around the entire mountain range and All for One suddenly flinched when he felt the connection to his quirk warping disappeared. Suddenly Harry narrowed his eyes when he felt a young energy signature close by now that his wards were up. Mandalay. Mandalay turned her head towards Harry to give him her attention while Harry continued, "Did you give Coda a tag?" Mandalay panicked the moment Harry mentioned Coda. "Yes. I gave it to him last night." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Then he didn't have it with him when I teleport everyone out." Mandalay's eyes widen in shock and fear. She remembers that she had given Coda the tag that Harry gave to her so he could be teleported away with the rest of the kids, but knowing how he's been acting lately it didn't surprise her that he didn't have it with him. He must have left it in his room. "Coda." Harry frowned and turned towards Izuku. "Go Izuku, there's a villain heading that way." Izuku nodded and then immediately turned into lightning and left towards the one place he knew Coda would go at this hour, his secret hideout. All for One tried to stop Izuku from leaving by trying to blast him with his quirk air cannon, but Harry quickly summoned his dark keyblade Oblivion and threw it at All for One while being engulfed in darkness, forcing the villains to block it with his arms while activating his quirk impact recoil to both stop the attack and destroy whatever weapon Harry threw at him. To his surprise though, not only did Oblivion ignore his quirk but also exploded in a blast of darkness that sent All for One skidding back while Oblivion flew back to Harry, who caught it while he summoned Oathkeeper on his other hand. All for One looked at his arm in shock as he felt it shake from the strain his quirk went through trying to push back the strange weapon Potter just attacked him with. He then looked up and stared at him with his quirk infrared ray. Harry just began to walk towards him while Mirko, Shota, the wild pussycats, and his students began to walk with him side by side while the villains that came with All for One began to cackle and grin in excitement. All for One closed his fist and tightened it in anger. With one move Harry Potter had not only pushed him aside like a child but also prevented him from getting to his primary objective. "No matter. I'll deal with you first." Harry's eyes narrowed which began to glow as he began to run towards All for One. "Then come and get me, asshole." Everyone else with Harry immediately ran towards the villains and began to immediately take them down. Harry's students held nothing back and permanently took their targets. Mirko followed in their example and also took her targets down permanently. Only Shota and the wild pussycats knocked them out and made sure they were out so they can arrest them later on. Izuku rushed over to where he knew Coda was, and as soon as he got close he was able to see him standing in front of a tall man engulfed in muscle tissue who had his arm back ready to punch Coda. Something was wrong with Coda since he seemed to be frozen in shock and anger as Izuku watched Coda glare at the villain with tears of fury in his eyes. Izuku, knowing that Coda wasn't in any condition to dodge, wasted no time and in a flash and a roar of lightning and thunder that echoed throughout the entire area he appeared in front of Coda, whose eyes widened in surprise. The villain glared at Izuku but also maniacally grinned in joy. However, Izuku paid him no mind and lashed out with a punch engulfed in green lighting that smashed against the villain's chest. The villain screamed in pain from the electrical shock and the force of the punch, which sent him flying back and crashing against a cliff. The force of the crash made his body crush the cliff and get buried underneath tons of rocks. Izuku frowned and then turned his head towards Coda, who was gaping at Izuku. "Coda, go back to your room and grab the tag Mandalay gave you yesterday." Coda snapped out of his shock and nodded, but the villain suddenly burst out of the pile of rock on top of him, which were sent flying all over the place. "Ha ha ha. Yes. I actually felt that." The villain suddenly rushed forward and lashed out with a straight punch, but Izuku engulfed his elbow with green lightning and jabbed it into the villain's wrist, causing him to grunt in pain and his arm to whip to the side. Izuku jumped back, grabbed Coda and then jumped back again to gain some distance. The villain just grinned at Izuku. "Ha ha ha. Stop protecting the kid and fight me." Izuku let Coda down and immediately rushed forward toward the villain and met him halfway, but instead of clashing against him he jumped up and spun kicked toward the villain's head, which caused him to lift up his arm to block Izuku's kick, which pushed him to the side. Izuku softly landed on his feet and stared at the villain, who frowned at him. "I knew it. Your quirk protects your body but not your head very well, hey." The villain glared at Izuku. "Tch. You're one of those brainy types of heroes." Coda suddenly yelled at Izuku. "He's the one who killed my parents." Izuku turned his head towards Coda and watched as tears fell down his cheeks in both sorrow and fury. The villain suddenly cackled in sheer joy. "Ha ha ha. I didn't know he was the kid of those two heroes. I told them to go and leave but the idiots just wouldn't get out of my way. So I killed them." The villain then maniacally grinned. "But not before they took my eye. I don't hate them though. They tried to stop me and they died for it, that's all." Coda growled and glared at the villain while tears continued to fall down his cheeks. Izuku glared at the villain, not liking how callous he was talking about Coda's parents. The villain however just continued to speak, having fun watching Kota just stand there and fume at him. They put off an excellent fight and we all did our best. My name is Goto Amesuji. But they call me Muscular. Let's dance, kid. Suddenly the now revealed Muscular's body was engulfed in even more muscle fibers, causing Kota to step back in fear, but then Izuku stood up straight and then turned his head towards him. Don't worry, Kota, I'll make sure he never hurts anyone ever again. You don't have to be afraid because I am here. Kota's eyes widened when Izuku said those words to him and then gaped when Izuku's body exploded in green lightning and energy. Izuku smiled and then spoke one for all. Full cowling. 80%. Muscular and Kota had to cover their eyes from the sudden surge and burst of air and energy coming from Izuku. Muscular even took an involuntary step back, but then he grinned excited. You'll make sure I'll never hurt anyone. You sound like you're going to kill me, kid. That's not very hero-like. Ha ha ha. Muscular found Izuku's words amusing and he couldn't help but laugh at him until he noticed the serious look in Izuku's eyes, which immediately killed his good mood and cheer. You're serious? You're really going to kill me? Izuku then raised a hand towards the sky and shot a big lightning bolt up to the sky, where it spread and began to create a massive black cloud that covered the moonlight. Izuku then stared into Muscular eyes. I was taught that a hero has to sometimes make difficult decisions. We have to be ready to do anything to protect the defenseless, even if we have to become monsters. We'll do anything to keep the world safe from people like you, and if that means I have to drench my hands in your blood, so be it. The sky began to rumble and lit up with green lighting. Muscular frowned as he heard Izuku speak with such conviction. What's your name, kid? Izuku grinned and pointed a thumb at his chest. I'm Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Deku. Thunder began to roar in the sky while Muscular grinned back at Izuku. Ha ha ha, then let's do this, Deku. If you fail to kill me, I'll kill that kid behind you and then all your friends down in that facility. Kota stared in disbelief at what he was hearing, but Izuku's words echoed in his mind. I'll make sure he never hurts anyone ever again. Kota hated heroes, he even hated quirks, but right now he couldn't help but admire Deku. Deku. Please. Avenge my parents. Izuku nodded and then bent on his knees low and put his hands on the ground while grasping the dirt hard. I don't have a lot of time, I have to get Kota out of here and go help my friends, so I'll deal with you in one move. Flow. From the sky, multiple lightning bolts rained down on Izuku and began to coalesce on him. The electricity and energy then took the form of a dragon head that roared loudly, shaking everything in the area. Muscular's eyes widened in shock and he immediately scrambled to make his muscle fibers cover as much of his body as possible, but Izuku then immediately went to attack. The green-haired wielder of One for All exploded forward and rushed at full speed towards Muscular, while the dragon head made of green lightning and energy roared at the now scared out of his mind villain. Izuku moved so fast that in a blink of an eye he appeared in front of Muscular and kicked him as hard as he could. Night Fury. Muscular received the kick full on his chest and grinned when he at first didn't feel anything, but then his muscles fiber were blown away and the dragon head made of green lightning and energy closed its jaws on him and took off flying into the sky with him trapped within and howling in pain. Kota watched as Izuku kicked Muscular so hard that the dragon head around Izuku closed his jaws on him and then took him into the sky. The dragon head actually collided against the cliff, but it was blown away and completely destroyed as the dragon head continued its trajectory towards the sky. Once high enough, the dragon head violently exploded in the sky and unleashed a storm of green thunderbolts that lit up the night sky. Within the storm, as Muscular screamed in pain, he watched as his body began to slowly turn into ash. Before long he knew no more. Below in the forest, the remaining villains, All for One, Harry, his students, and the pro-heroes looked up and watched as Izuku's green lightning dragon lit up the sky. This made the villains gape and widen their eyes in shock as they watched the lightning storm that was unleashed from Izuku's technique ravage the forest. The pro-heroes, Harry's students, and Harry himself took Izuku's massive attack as a signal to finish this right away, and all of them rushed forwards to quickly take down their remaining targets. Meanwhile, Izuku stood there staring up at the sky while Kota's eyes stay on his form. As Izuku stood there until the poor kid's eyes filled with tears that soon began to fall, Izuku noticed Kota standing there crying. Following the example of All Might and Harry, he gave Kota a big smile and a thumbs up, which made Kota smile even though he was still crying. To him, the smile on Izuku's face looked stupid, but it still brought him an ease that the poor kid needed. Izuku walked up to Kota and then patted his head. Let's go, Kota, I have to take you out of here, me and my friends still have work to do. Kota sniffed and rubbed his nose with his wrist. He then nodded to Izuku, who smiled and picked him up on his shit and then took off running to take Kota back to his room so he could use his tag and get teleported away from there. Inwardly, Izuku was very happy at the fact that he could use Night Fury without taking any damage to his body anymore. It seems that all the hard training he had over the summer paid off. Meanwhile, All for One was being pushed back effortlessly by Harry. No matter what he did, Harry Potter either reflected it back, dodged it, or batted away with those strange weapons of his. But what worried him the most was that the villains he had brought with him are being taken down with extreme prejudice. He was sure Muscular was killed a few moments ago, and by All Might's successor no less. He watched Muscular turn into ash within seconds thanks to his infrared ray quirk TCH. Just what are you teaching these kids? Harry appeared in front of All for One in a flash of light and darkness and lashed out with Oathkeeper, but All for One blocked it by combining two quirks of his proliferation and hypertrophy to both create multiple arms and enlarge them, but Harry in a flash of speed cut them all off, causing All for One to grunt of pain. Harry glared at All for One and answered his question. I taught my kids not to play around. I taught them to make sure someone like you won't hurt anyone again. I showed them how to become more than simple heroes. All for One then unleashed another one of his quirks, air cannon, and began to fire at Harry with an air blast at high speed, but Harry would move so fast that all he could see were flashes of darkness and light as his air blast continued to miss him. Harry ran around All for One as he continued to try to hit him. You were only able to thrive in this world because everyone was too afraid of you. Because no one wanted to do what was necessary to stop you, so I made sure that my kids wouldn't make the same mistakes. They're more than heroes. They're Avengers. Harry then rushed forward and launched himself at All for One while spinning his keyblades around as they were engulfed with both darkness and lights, creating a drill of twilight. The villain had to cover his arms with his quirk Bone Spear as he tried to stop Harry's drill-like technique. But as soon as Harry's attack collided with All for One's arms, he was pushed back by Harry's drill attack while the Dragon God landed on his feet and took a big breath, which alerted the villain, who used airwalk to fly up and away as Harry breathed a massive blast of white flames that devastated the area beneath All for One. The flames were so hot that the air itself scalded All for One, who grunted as he flew up and looked down, only to nervously start sweating when he saw a big area of molten rock beneath him. But he didn't even get time to think too much because Harry was on him in a second and smashed him with Oblivion on his ribs. He then blasted All for One away with a blast of light from Oathkeeper, which he jabbed on his chest. All for One was sent falling down at high speed while Harry then raised Oblivion and whipped it to the side hard, shooting forth a multitude of dark orbs that shot forwards towards All for One. The villain crashed against the ground and was then barraged by the orb of darkness, which violently exploded, causing the entire mountain range to shake from the force of Harry's dark elemental attack. Harry then raised Oathkeeper, which began to glow with a pure white light that began to dance around Harry, and in a flash of light he disappeared. All for One quickly stood up and waved his arm to get rid of the dust cloud covering the area, but even with his infrared ray quirk he couldn't even see nor react when Harry suddenly appeared behind him with Oathkeeper glowing brightly with white light sonic blade. Harry ran through All for One's back with the light-infused Oathkeeper and disappeared in a blur, and reappearing to the villain's left side and running him through again. He disappeared in a blur once again, and All for One found himself at the receiving end of a barrage of thrusting attacks so fast that he couldn't react or move. After a few seconds of countless attacks, Harry reappeared above All for One in a blur, and then dropped on top of him Keyblade first. The moment Oathkeeper made contact with All for One, the villain found himself engulfed in an explosion of white spiraling light which sent him aggressively flying, but Harry then pulled back his arm holding Oblivion, which began to glow in pitch black darkness. Harry then glared at All for One as he flew through the air and swung Oblivion hard while letting go of his Keyblade strike raid. Harry's Oblivion flew through the air like a disc engulfed in pitch black darkness and struck All for One on the chest and buzzsawed into him with darkness, but then Oathkeeper struck him the same way and sawed him with pure white light. Oblivion reappeared in Harry's hand and he then threw it again while Oathkeeper then came back to him. He did this again and again while keeping All for One in the air until both Keyblades appeared on his hand and he pulled both arms back. Judgment. Harry whipped both arms forwards and threw both Oblivion and Oathkeeper, who turned into pure darkness and light and multiplied in many spinning energy discs, which then crashed against All for One and engulfed him in an explosion of twilight. The explosion sent All for One crashing against a few trees until his momentum finally died out and he stopped on the ground after rolling a couple of times. He used the last roll of his body to get on his knees and hands and then looked up. Harry began to walk up to him and stared at the villain, whose mask was cracked and falling apart, revealing his mangled face while his suit coat and shirt were heavily damaged. All for One began to breathe hard and grunt in pain. In just a few seconds he gave me enough damage to force me to my knees and he still looks fresh. My quirks don't work on him either. Harry stopped a few feet away from All for One and looked at his face. Sheesh. All Might really messed up your face. You looked like a shaved testicle, you know. If All for One had eyes he would have glared at Harry with so much hatred, but all he could do is frown. Just how are you doing all of this? Darkness, light, super speed, super strength, and so much more. You don't make any sense. Harry tilted his head. Didn't your little mole tell you? I'm a dragon god, so the amount of things I can do are quite simply ridiculous. Harry shrugged while All for One frowned. So you know about my mole. I'm going to have to take care of him and his parents then. Harry smirked, finding what All for One just said amusing. You still think you will get out of here alive? How funny, and you're not going to hurt Yugen or his parents. We already have them under our protection and you will never be able to find them, even though you're not going to be alive to even try. All for One looked down with a frown on his face, though he was starting to really struggle to breathe with his mask so damaged. I see, so this was all a trap. Yes, we have known of your plans for a while now. I've known for a while about you too. The soul of your younger brother lived on by leeching onto One for All. I ate his soul and got all his memories, so I know everything about you. All for One flinched at the mention of his younger brother and anger began to grow in him. You did what? Harry closed his eyes. I ate your brother's soul, so he's gone and not coming back. In fact, I sent the rest of the souls who were living on thanks to One for All to the afterlife except Nana Shimura. I gave her a second chance at life and she now teaches in U.A. That was it for All for One. First, he finds out about his brother's soul having lived on in One for All, and now he finds out that Nana Shimura, one of the people he hates the most, is alive again. In a sudden burst of energy brought about by anger and hate, All for One launched himself at Harry at high speed. Harry, however, only smiled and let him do whatever he was planning on doing. So the villain grabbed hold of Harry's face and began to maniacally laugh. Yes. It's over, Harry Potter. Your quirks are mine now, and with them, I'll become the most powerful demon lord to have ever existed in this war. However, All for One's rant was cut off when Harry began to laugh. Ha ha ha, you? A demon lord? Don't make me laugh. You don't have what it takes to become a demon lord. At best you would become a prinny. All for One could only mutter a confused grunt when he began to search for Harry's quirks. What? But, you don't have a quirk. How? This doesn't make any sense. Don't tell me that nonsense of you being a supernatural being is true. It can't be. Arg. Harry once again cut off All for One by grabbing his wrist while letting go of Oblivion, which began to float beside him and crushed his wrist with his hand. A demon lord is a being of pure chaos and power. We do what we want, whenever we want, and however we want. You are just a manipulative old man past his prime. You will never be deserving of the title of Demon Lord. All for One began to desperately pull his arm away from Harry, since the dragon god began to manifest pitch-black darkness that began to slowly eat away at his arm and body while ignoring all his regenerative and defensive quirks. Harry then smiled and let go of All for One and crouched, allowing Izuku, who appeared behind him, to kick All for One hard in the face. Dynamic entry. A blast of green lightning and energy made All for One's head violently whip back. Suddenly Tsuyu appeared to his side, engulfed in her water veil, and jabbed a massive orb of raging water into All for One's body, which then exploded outward and then shot back while dragging the villain away within the orb. The orb crashed and destroyed a multitude of trees until it stopped and imploded, sending water all over the place and All for One crashing against the ground. Harry stood up and smiled at Izuku and Tsuyu. Is Kota safe? Izuku nodded while not letting his gaze drift away from where All for One had crashed. Yes, I took him to his room and gave him the tag. He was immediately teleported away. Harry nodded. Tsuyu then spoke up. All the other villains are either taken down or captured. Kuro. Harry nodded. Good, I guess Shota and the wild pussycats are the ones who made captures, right? Tsuyu nodded. Suddenly All for One burst out of the ground and flew over, but he was then smashed by a warhammer made of light by Toru and sent towards the ground again, but he was able to stop himself mid-air before he hit the ground by using his quirk Airwalk. All for One frowned and growled in both pain and anger. I didn't even see them move with infrared ray. It must be those weird powers Potter gave to these kids. But All for One wasn't allowed to ponder any longer, because a sniper shot hit him in the shoulder and ripped his whole shoulder and arm off, causing him to scream in pain. He was then suddenly shot down by multiple missiles that crashed against him and exploded. Harry looked to his side and saw Momo and Ajiro walking over then. Momo was carrying a big anti-tank rifle while Ajiro had variant detonation activated. Harry smiled at his students, who smiled back at him. Suddenly a multitude of arms and hands shot forward from where All for One had landed and headed straight to Harry and his students, but then a whirlwind of sharp wind clashed against the arms and sliced them apart. All for One was forced to deactivate his quirk proliferation and moved away to dodge the whirlwind of sharp wind, only to then get hit by a massive glob of acid and poison, which made him scream in agonizing pain as his skin was being eaten away by the poisonous acid. Kainoko and Mina walked over to Harry's side and glared at All for One, who had dropped to the floor on his knees while screaming as the acid and poison from Mina's attack continued to ravage his skin. But he didn't get to continue screaming in peace, because Okako pulled him toward her with Banch 10 in universal pull. As soon as the still screaming in pain All for One got close to Okako, she moved aside and let him pass her over. Where Ibara was already waiting for him, she caught him with her vines and then slammed him on the floor, where she then stomped the floor, causing a pothole to open up underneath All for One, who dropped in. Ibara then clapped her hand and the pothole slammed closed. Harry watched all of this happen so fast and efficiently that he couldn't help but feel proud of his students. Ibara and Okako then walked up to Harry, who smiled at them. Suddenly All for One burst out of the ground with a roar and then stood there trying to catch his breath, since his mask was now completely destroyed and could no longer help him breathe. For all his experience and power, All for One was utterly stunned at the fact that these kids just tried to kill him, and if it wasn't for his many regenerative quirks they would have already succeeded. He frowned as he watched the kids with his infrared ray quirk and saw them stand beside Potter. He already had a difficult time fighting against Potter, so he knew he couldn't win this fight, not if he had to fight the brats who were really trying to kill him. So he began to think of a way to escape, to get away so he can recover and plan how to deal with Potter and these children, but before he could even think of something, multiple golden glowing chains burst out from the ground underneath him or wrapped around him. All for One then began to panic when he felt all his quirks deactivate, leaving him defenseless. What is this? Harry then began to walk up to All for One, and the villain then saw how the golden chains trail back to Potter's back. You? What did you do? But Harry didn't answer his question and just walked over to him. You know, I also destroyed that little piece of your soul you left inside Tomura. All for One growled in anger and began to aggressively try to get out of chains, but without his many quirks, he was just a very damaged and weak old man that was fading fast. Harry shrugged while ignoring All for One's anger and then jabbed his hand into his chest, which made All for One howl in pain. He then began to pull out and absorb all the quirks All for One had stolen, including his own quirk All for One, and made them into skill orbs that he then put them in his inventory. The now too weak villain slumped while being held up by Harry's chakra chains. After a few seconds, Harry then pulled his hand out of All for One's chest and then grabbed both sides of his head. He then strongly and suddenly twisted his head, snapping his neck, and finally ending the life of the oldest and most feared villain in this world. Harry shook his head and then snapped his fingers. All for One's lifeless body suddenly burst into white flames, which instantly incinerated his body and turned into ash. Izuku walked up to Harry. Is it finally over? Harry nodded and then smiled at Izuku. Yes, with this the vicious cycle of the battle of All for One and One for All is finally over. Izuku nodded and then sighed. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with all of this nonsense. If it wasn't for you, Harry-sensei, then I don't want to even imagine what would have happened. Harry smiled and then patted Izuku's head. Don't let it bother you, Izuku. Now just enjoy your life and have fun growing up. Become the hero you always dreamed of becoming at your own pace, but above else enjoy life, okay? The rest of Harry's students walked up to Izuku and Harry and smiled. Harry proudly nodded at them. Good job with dealing with those villains fast and hard. Momo shrugged. They weren't particularly strong or smart, more than likely they were supposed to be fodder to distract everyone while he tried to get Izuku. Okako then smiled. Plus they were very unhinged too, all they wanted to do is kill. Honestly, I don't know how All for One kept them under control. Izuku shook his head. Fear. They were all very afraid of him and what he could do. The villain who attacked Kota was actually pretty strong but very unhinged as well. He was actually the one who killed Kota's parents. Harry frowned. So that's why you killed him. Are you okay, Izuku? Izuku smiled and nodded. I'm fine. I had plenty of time to prepare myself for this. We all have, so don't worry, Harry-sensei. If I ever begin to have problems I'll go to counseling, but for now I'm okay. He truly was too dangerous to let him live. Harry nodded and then turned to his students. All right then, let's go find Eraserhead, Mirko, and the wild pussycats. They're going to need help transporting those villains into prison. Everyone nodded and began to walk back to the facilities. Kainoko then spoke. I don't think we need to worry about Mirko though. I saw her kicking the head off a villain before I arrived here. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. It was a busy night, but one that was easily dealt with, and now this world won't have to worry about All for One ever again. Chapter 94. The rest of the night was long and tedious, but a great learning experience for Izuku and his friends, since they helped Shota, the wild pussycats, and Mirko transport and process the villains. So the pro-heroes decided to take advantage of the situation and teach the kids how to handle all of this and how to fill up the paperwork as well. Harry stayed behind to repair the mountain, forest, and surrounding area from the battles that went down tonight. They weren't long battles, but the kids and Mirko didn't hold back and ended up destroying a big portion of the area owned by the wild pussycats. Still, it didn't take Harry long to fix everything and put it back to how it was before the students and teachers even arrived. Afterwards he also cremated the bodies of all the villains his students and Mirko dealt with. After that he waved a hand and created a dark corridor. He then looked around one more time before he stepped inside the dark corridor, which then dissipated after he walked through. A dark corridor opened in the middle of Nizu's office, where All Might, Nana, Luna, and Nizu were already waiting for the dragon god to arrive. Harry then stepped through and smiled at everyone. Everyone inside Nizu's office smiled back at Harry. Luna walked up to him, and as the dark corridor dissipated behind him, she then hugged him and gave him a kiss. Harry smiled and lifted her off the ground as he hugged Luna. Nana giggled at how funny it looked to see Luna with her feet dangling in the air as Harry hugged her. Harry then let Luna down and smiled. Looks like you're in a good mood, Luna. Your trap must have gone off without a hitch, right? Luna nodded and grinned. Yup. Dr. Gariki and his Nomo were eaten up by a black hole. So we don't have to worry about them any longer, plus everything he worked on was also destroyed too. Nizu smirked, obviously liking what has happened to the crazy Dr. Gariki. I had Wiseman delete every piece of data on his research and work from the net. The evil Dr. Gariki has brought into this world is gone forever. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nana then spoke up. Is it really over? I must admit that it's still hard to believe. Harry smiled and nodded. Yes, it's over. All for One is dead, and I made sure that he didn't have any quirks before I snapped his neck and then cremated his body with holy fire. Nana looked down and grabbed hold of her chest with both hands in relief. All Might frowned and then walked up to his teacher and patted her back, which made her turn towards him and give him a smile. Harry smiled and then took out the orb holding the quirk. All for One, what should we do about his quirk? I don't have a need for it, plus I think you guys deserve to decide what happens to it. All Might and Nana stared at All for One's quirk and silently pondered on what to do while everyone patiently waited for them to speak. This was a big decision for them since this quirk and its user had caused nothing but suffering and pain to both Nana and All Might. All Might then straightened his back and closed his eyes. I think we should destroy it. This quirk is too dangerous to be left alone and it can become a temptation. No, it's best to just get rid of it and erase everything All for One ever stood for. Nana and Nizu nodded. Nizu then jumped onto his desk and grinned. Yes, it is best to just destroy everything about All for One once and for all. It's time for everyone to move on from all the evil he brought to this world. Luna smiled and Harry nodded and lit up his hand with his power of destruction and erased the skill orb containing All for One. The quirk that had brought so much terror and pain is now gone forever, bringing to a close the story of the most powerful and feared villain known simply as All for One. With this done, All Might and Nana felt like a weight was lifted off their shoulders, so for the first time in years they breathe easy. Nizu smiled at his friends, happy that their nightmare was finally over. Nizu then turned towards Harry and grinned. Thank you, Harry. I don't think this world can ever repay you for everything you've done for it. Harry shook his head and smiled at Nizu. Nah, this is a regular Wednesday for me, so you don't have to thank me. Everyone chuckled at Harry's nonchalance. All Might then grinned and decided to ask about the kids. How did young Midoriya and the rest do? Harry smiled. They did great. They took down the villains fast and effectively, and they even had the chance to give All for One a few hits. Ha ha ha. The old villain was screaming in pain for a while. Everyone smiled, proud of how far Harry's students have come. Harry then grinned and fist pumped. Izuku was even able to safely use Night Fury and was able to move and keep fighting after it. All Might excitedly grinned. Wonderful. Young Midoriya has come a long way from always breaking his body when he uses his quirk. I'm so very proud of him. Nana nodded and softly smiled. Izuku has taken One for All and made it into an extraordinary quirk. He can do things with it that I never could have imagined doing. I don't think any of the predecessors ever even knew about all of the possibilities within One for All. Luna hummed. Well, Izuku has always been observant and smart about quirks. His creativity is something to be feared too. Harry nodded. Yeah, all of his techniques are recreations from just listening to me tell stories about the people I've met. If that isn't proof of how talented Izuku is, I don't know what is. Nizu nodded. Yes, young Midoriya's mind is incredible. If he didn't have One for All, I would have taken him under my tutelage, but alas. He is dead set on becoming the next #1 hero. Nana and All Might smugly grinned at Nizu, who just huffed in amusement but then turned to stare at Harry with a serious look in his eye. Well, how are we going to deal with the media and such? We can't very well say that we set up a trap for villains using the students as bait. Harry nodded. We'll keep everything that happened a secret. There's no need to inform anyone of what went down tonight, and we can easily have Mirko, Shota, and the wild pussycats keep quiet. I'm sure they'll understand. Nizu nodded. Well, it shouldn't be difficult to keep everything quiet, and you're right, we don't have to explain anything since no one would know what happened. But what about the students you teleported here tonight? I'm sure they're confused with what happened. We can explain everything to them and continue the training camp here. I'm sure they'll keep quiet about what happened. This way the public and the government won't jump at your throats for being attacked by villains again. Plus I restored all the damage and cremated the bodies, so there shouldn't be any evidence. Nizu sighed. Well, let us do that then, and let what happened tonight become nothing but a memory for some. Everyone nodded, but then Nana turned her head towards Harry. So what's next, Harry? Harry turned his head towards Luna, who smiled and nodded to him. Harry smiled back at Luna and then turned his head back to Nana. I think it's time for us to back to our world. With All for One gone, Izuku and his friends can take their time to grow and become the heroes they want to be, and I don't have more to teach them anymore. It's up to them to take what I taught them and truly make it their own. Luna then softly smiled at everyone. We also have Rei, Eri, Himiko, and the Todorokis to introduce to the rest of the family, and we also have things to take care of at home. Nana, All Might, and Nizu frowned, feeling a bit sad that they will have to say goodbye to Harry and his family. Nizu sighed. I see, do you know when you are leaving? Harry hummed and thought about it for a few seconds. In a couple of days, perhaps a week at most. We're ready to leave, but we do have a few things to prepare before we can go. Nana slumped. That soon? I'm going to miss all of you. Luna smiled at Nana. She then walked up to her and gave her a hug, which Nana returned, which looked funny because Luna was way shorter than Nana. Harry grinned and crossed his arms. You make it sounds like we'll be gone forever. I'm planning of creating a portal and connect it to our home in our world. Nizu, All Might, and Nana perked up and smiled. Nizu then began to cackle. I should have known you wouldn't leave us just like that. Harry chuckled. Of course not, plus the kids can take advantage of what Neo Kyoto has to offer, especially since they want to recreate their own Avengers team in this world. Luna, who was still hugging Nana, smiled and spoke up. They might need more training or even support, so Harry decided to connect a portal so they can come over whenever they want and we can help with whatever they might need. Harry nodded. Plus this world doesn't have any big threats, so having an open portal to my world wouldn't be a risk. Of course, I will be warding it to hell and back still. Everyone cheered and Nana spun Luna around, making her giggle and cheer in fun. Harry just watched his friends celebrate the fact that they wouldn't have to say goodbye yet, and he couldn't be any happier. The next few days were busy for Harry since he had quite a few things to take care of, starting with telling his kids that he and his family were going back to their own world. Poor Harry had to deal with a lot of tears, yells, and even some cursing before he could even tell the kids about the portal he was making, but once he did, his students calmed down and cheerfully accepted the fact that it wasn't a permanent goodbye. Though Harry decided to spar with them for the sudden cursing he got from them, needless to say, that the kids regretted overreacting was an understatement, but they were still happy that they'll be able to visit their friends whenever they want to. Nothing was ever found out about the defeat and death of All for One. As planned, everyone kept quiet and Harry erased the memories of the villains who were captured, and no one ever talked out about their attack on the UA training camp. Mirko was happy to have been able to fight villains, spar with strong people, and hang out with Harry and friends, so she was more than happy to keep quiet about everything that went down, though she did make Nizu promise to allow her to come over and spar with Izuku and friends whenever she wants something. Nizu was more than happy to allow her to do. The wild pussycats were not really thrilled about keeping everything that went down that night a secret, but they understood why it was necessary, plus Harry did give them an amazing gift. To their surprise and shock, Harry brought back to life the pro heroes' water hose, though because they were officially dead they couldn't work as heroes anymore. But surprisingly they didn't care about that and instead decided to spend their days with their son, who they felt very guilty about leaving behind when they died. Koda was very happy to have his parents back and cried for hours while not letting go of them when Harry brought them to him. Koda had even changed his view a bit. He no longer hated quirks and heroes. He didn't like everything about it though, but at least he can respect what they were trying to do, and that was enough. Izuku and Harry were happy to see him smile after all the anger and sadness that filled his heart not that long ago. Koda even became a full-on fan of Izuku, though he tries to deny and hide it, but everyone knew he looked up to Izuku. Another big event that had happened was the fact that Aries Digig had hatched, giving birth to twin Yukamibitamin. These two Digimon were immediately loved by all the girls with how cute and adorable they are. Harry then showed everyone how much he loves Digimon with the way he treated the babies with so much care and kindness. He was always sneaking them snacks and playing with them, along with Eri, who was very happy to see this side of her daddy. Nejire's Digig hatched 2 days later while she was in class. Everyone was curious as to why she was carrying a big egg all over the place and at all times, but when asked, all she would say was that she didn't want to miss her new friend's birth. So during class, Konaman was born. The little brown Digimon immediately looked around everywhere and smiled as soon as she saw Nejire's smiling face looking at her. Nejire immediately fell in love with her new friend and hugged her. The both of them had been inseparable since then. Of course, Nejire brings Konaman to play with both Yukamibitamin often and promised to do so often even when they went back to their world. Rei, Fuyami, Natsuo, and Toya were both ready and excited to move in with Harry and his family back in their world, especially Rei and Fuyami, who couldn't wait to meet everyone. Rei was very excited to meet all of her harem sisters and new daughter Hope, plus she was also very excited to meet Morgan and all of Harry's adoptive sisters and family. Fuyami was super excited at the fact that she will be getting a ton of new mothers, cousins, and a third sister. Growing up in a house with 3 males was tough on her, so she couldn't wait to meet all the ladies of the Potter household. Hermione was busy finishing a few projects and things she had working with Nizu, David, May, and Melissa. Even though she will be coming over often enough to work with them, she still wanted to make sure everything was working well, since back home she had quite a few responsibilities as well. Though Melissa and May promised to come over often to learn from her, Tony and Urahara, who were the brains of Neo Kyoto. Susan, who during this entire vacation took the role of pseudo-mom and nurse to Harry's students, May, Melissa, and even the adults, found herself surrounded by people all the time since no one really wanted her to go. Her caring and maternal demeanor had won the hearts of many in UA, and a lot of people were sad to see her go. Susan was amused by this, though. She found it a bit silly since she was a portal away and everyone can come to visit her at any time. Though in their world she's busy with the magical law enforcement and the bounty hunter guild, she would always make time for everyone. To her they were all family after all. Harry worked hard the entire week to create a powerful and stable portal connecting his world in a room provided to him by Nizu, so he had to go back and forth between his world and this one in order to create the portal and then ward it to hell and back as promised. Of course, Nizu also put up some of the most advanced defensive and security measures available to make sure no one can even reach the room, only friends and family can even walk up to the door and use the portal. Anyone else would be stopped and arrested immediately or killed on the spot by Harry's wards. After that, Harry spent the last few days hanging out with his students, daughters, and sons. He took them to the movies, a water park, an amusement park, and even arcades, something the kids enjoyed and loved to do with him, especially Ari, who was extra happy to always hang out with her big brothers and sisters. The girls even convinced the boys to go shopping, something that they instantly regretted, but even if they wanted to they couldn't escape. Not unless they wanted a bunch of super powerful pissed off girls going after them afterward. But Harry gave them some fun and relaxing memories to show them how much he cares about them. This is how Harry's last week in a world of heroes and villains came to an end. Everyone that knew the Potters had gathered to say their goodbyes. All of them were now inside the special room built specifically for the portal connecting to Harry's world. Harry's students, the teachers of UA Nizu, All Might, Nana, Mirko, Ryukyu, Nejire, David, Melissa, May, and the classes of 1A and 1B had come to say their goodbyes to Harry and his family. There were hugs, tears, and sad goodbyes, but Harry took all of that with a soft smile on his face and told everyone that they shouldn't be sad, that this wasn't a goodbye but literally a see you later. This made everyone cheer up. It was hard to say goodbye to someone that they got used to seeing every day and spending so much time with, but the fact that Harry had made it possible for them to visit his world easily had made them all feel better. Sure, everyone might be busy and Harry more than anyone might be caught up with something important, but they'll all promise to always make time for everyone. Luna hugged the kids and gave them all a kiss on the forehead. She then told them to smile and to come over anytime. She then surprised the teachers and adults by giving hugs to them as well. But all of them hugged her back and gave her a smile. Luna has always been a caring and loving girl and they all love her for it. They're very happy to have met her. Susan fussed over the children and kept nagging them about always eating healthy, taking baths, and to always train and take care of each other. The kids just let her rant and enjoyed being taken care of from someone who had become a sort of second mom to them. Hermione spoke to all the teachers, David and Nizu, about upcoming projects and how to reach her right away in case they needed anything. Of course, she also gave everyone her patented Hermione hug. Mr. Goop just stood there with a smile on his face while the Yukamibitaman sat on top of his crown with a smile on their faces. The old slime had a lot of fun on this trip and met a lot of new friends, but he couldn't wait to go home. He missed the family after all. Rei smiled and said goodbye to all the people who supported her throughout her ordeal. She will forever be thankful to UA, the teachers, and Nizu for having helped her when she needed the most. Though she was very excited about starting her new happy family life in another world, she will miss everyone. Fuyamai, Natsuo, and Toya said goodbye to Harry's students and Shoto, who had decided to stay behind to become a pro hero and work with Izuku and the rest. All of them got a new chance in life and they were going to fully take advantage of it. Himiko hugged everyone with a smile and tears on her face. She was also happy that she had a very loving and supportive family, plus they all accepted her and loved her for who she is. She will never forget the friends she made and the memories she gained, but right now it was time for a new chapter in her life and she couldn't be more excited about it. Ari was a bit sad to say goodbye for a while, but she still smiled and gave everyone hugs and kisses. It was adorable to see Ari hug big guys like All Might and Vlad King and see them tear up because they were going to miss the bundle of cuteness. Harry smiled and head patted all of his students and told them how proud of them he was, that it was time for them to take everything they learned from him and to take it to even higher heights. It was time for their very own legend to start and that he would always support them. The kids cried hard and all hugged their teacher and friend while sobbing. The adults all smiled as they watched the kids say goodbye to the person who gave them the world and the power to protect it. Harry chuckled and then softly smiled at his students. He then surprised everyone by spreading with 2 sets of ethereal feathered wings and engulfing his kids in a fluffy blanket of wings. This was a show of love and care for a dragon. After that, everyone began to walk through the portal while waving at everyone goodbye. Harry let go of his students and smiled. Don't forget, be strong, be brave, Always protect each other, but more importantly don't forget that if you ever need help all you have to do is call my name and I'll come in a blink of an eye. Izuku, Okako, Momo, Eijiro, Toru, Kainoko, Ibara, Pony, and Tsuyu nodded with tears falling down their faces. Harry smiled and nodded at them. And do come over whenever you want, even if I'm not at home or busy with something, my family will be there to always welcome you home with a smile. With that said, Harry turned around and walked over to the portal, but he stopped a few inches away from it and then turned his head towards everyone and gave them all a grin. See you around. Everyone smiled and nodded at Harry, who nodded and walked through the portal while everyone watched him leave this world. Everyone will miss him and the chaos he brings with him, but they all knew that they will see him again soon. After all, Harry Potter will forever be family to them. Harry arrived back to the Potter household only to see that his entire family was already waiting for him. He smiled and prepared himself for what was about to happen, and just like he knew it would happen, everyone launched themselves at Harry and dogpile him. Harry, now on the floor and at the bottom of the dogpile of friends and family, groaned in discomfort but still smiled at everyone. I'm home. He received smiles from his girlfriends, Milim, Fu, Jessica, Le Fei, Kunu, Valerie, Airshikal, Jean, and Offeyes were the first on top of him, followed by Sirafal, Gabriel, and Yasaka. All of his girlfriends that stayed behind all smiled at him. Then he saw Sirius, Remus, Tony, Urahara, Yuruaki, even Hella and Pepper were on the dogpile, while Morgan and Hope sat on top and fist pumped in victory. Everyone then brightly smiled at Harry and loudly said, "Welcome home Harry/Daddy/Uncle Harry." It made Harry chuckle at the impromptu chorus he just got. Suddenly Ari walked over and kneeled down close to his head. Her Yukamibataman were sitting down on her head now, looking rather confused but amused. Ari tilted her head and then spoke, "Are you okay, Daddy?" Harry smiled at Ari and nodded while his family, who was still on top of him, gasped, "I'm fine sweetie, this is just how our family says hi to me." Ari smiled and looked at the people on top of her daddy. At first she was a little frightened when she saw them launch themselves at her daddy, but her mommy Luna patted her head and gave her a reassuring smile, helping her calm down. But now that she was close to everyone, she can recognize them all from the way her daddy and her mommies described them, but what really had her very happy was the kind and soft smiles everyone was giving her. She didn't know how, but somehow she knew that they love her and accepted her even though she never met them before. They all already think of her as family. Everyone on top of Harry smiled at Ari and then jumped off Harry and began to introduce themselves to the adorable bundle of cuteness, who smiled at everyone as they told her their names. Harry chuckled and then sat up. He looked on as everyone was already getting to know his new daughter. Hope and Morgan were also excitedly talking to Ari. Harry then stood up and cleared his throat. "All right everyone. To the living room. We have a lot to talk about." Everyone fist pumped and immediately began to run to get to the living, while leaving Ari, Rei, Himiko, and the Todorokis rather confused, but Harry just smiled at them. "Come on, I'll take you to the living room, it's time for a Potter family meeting." Harry then grabbed Ari's hand and Rei's and began to lead the newest addition to his already enormous family to the living room of the Potter household. As soon as Harry arrived in the living room, he introduced everyone again. He then explained that the new additions to their family were going to be living with them from now on and what has happened during their vacation in another world, starting with Ari. Everyone was appalled to hear about what Ari had gone through, and all of Harry's girlfriends immediately hugged her and accepted her as their daughter. Hope hugged Ari and refused to let her go for a while, though Ari didn't mind and quite loved that her new elder sister cared about her so much. Morgan held her hand and also refused to let her go. She even promised to always protect her, and that to her she was already a little sister, making Ari very happy. Harry smiled at the trio of little girls, knowing that they were now and forever inseparable. He was sure that no matter what scars remained from Ari's past life, with the help and love of her new mommies and sisters they would eventually heal. He then introduced Himiko to everyone. She of course was a little nervous but was immediately taken off guard when everyone just hugged her and introduced themselves with smiles on their faces. Harry explained her situation and her new family immediately showed her acceptance and support. Valerie smiled at her and showed off her fangs, which made Himiko smile and show off hers as well, something she doesn't do often, but she felt an odd kind of kinship with Valerie. Yuruaki also took a liking to Himiko and her cat-like looks and personality. Himiko was in awe at Yuruaki and both got along pretty well, which did not surprise Harry given how wild their personalities are. Then came Rei, and again everyone was appalled at what she went through. Harry had to even stop all of his girlfriends and friends from going back to her world to kill Endeavor, which wasn't easy when it was Milim and Airshikal at the front of the group of people wanting to murder the guy. Eventually, everyone calmed down and Harry then told them the rest of the story and what he had personally done to Endeavor to teach him a lesson, which further calmed everyone down. Of course, Harry also told them that Rei was now one of his girlfriends, which immediately got her welcome and accepted by Harry's girlfriends. Rei actually cried a little bit, which made everyone panic, but she quickly explained that her tears were happy ones. Then came his new grown children. Harry introduced Fuyami, Natsuo, and Toya to everyone as his kids, which made everyone smile at Harry. Remus, Sirius, Urahara, and Tony cheered loudly for the new additions to the male ratio of the Potter household. They immediately surrounded the new guys and began to bond with them and speak about all kinds of cool stuff they will be doing together from now on, which made Natsuo and Toya extremely happy. Fuyami was immediately hugged and accepted by her new moms, and boy did she feel weird thinking about the fact that her new moms weren't not only extremely powerful but most of them weren't even human. Though she did get along with all of them and began to ask questions about everything about them, especially the non-humans in her new family, who were very happy to explain everything she wanted to know. Eventually, the Todorokis met Hope and Morgan, who had walked over to them while dragging a smiling Eri with them, and introduced themselves while posing a very cool pose with a very confused Eri, who somehow followed through with a pose of her own. It was at this moment that Fuyami, Natsuo, and Toya declared that they would protect their new sisters with their lives, which only got a nod of understanding from everyone present, while Harry watched all of this with an amused smile. Soon after, Harry then spoke of the world they arrived in, about the heroes and villains, the government, the friends they made, and his students, who everyone noticed how fondly he spoke about them. Everyone heard with rapt attention to everything Harry told them. Tony and Jean didn't really like the way that world handled superpowers and how they commercialized the word hero. They understood the need for some kind of control, since the number of people born with superpowers in that world is massive compared to theirs, but to commercialize heroism was something that they could never get behind. This was something Harry wholeheartedly agreed with, which is why he trained Izuku and his friends and agreed to their plan to create their own Avengers group in that world, specifically one that's a private organization and away from the government. Tony, who already knew about this, agreed as well and promised to help whenever and with whatever the kids needed. Even Jean agreed to help as well. But besides that particular issue, everything else was a relaxing and fun vacation, one that Susan, Hermione, Luna, Mr. Goop, and Harry won't ever forget. The Potter meeting lasted for hours while Harry and the rest of the new additions to the family spoke of everything they did during their visit, and everyone enjoyed the stories. But eventually, it was time for dinner and everyone gathered at the dinner table and enjoyed a big family dinner. The new additions to the family were shocked by how chaotic dinner was in the Potter household, but they also loved the fact that everyone was laughing and having fun while eating. It was something they have never experienced before, and they couldn't help but to fall in love with it. Especially when even more people arrived for dinner, and this is how Eri, Rei, Fuyami, Natsuo, Toya, and Himiko met with Tsunade, Sumire, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, the Kurosaki, the Uzumaki, the Uchiha, Sana and her peerage, Hanabi, and her students. Chaos reigned over the dinner table of the Potter household with how full of people it was, with everyone joking around and talking. It was a party, and the new additions were very surprised by the diversity of people there. Harry smiled and then spoke to them. Welcome to the Potter family. It's crazy, chaotic, and sometimes very dangerous, but we all care and love each other, and now you're a part of it. Everyone stopped what they were doing upon hearing Harry's words and smiled at them. Then they all fist pump and together loudly yelled, "Welcome to the family," which made the new additions tear up but smile at the fact that all these people were now their family and they wouldn't change that for the world. The reunion went all out to very late at night, but eventually, everyone had to go to sleep since they all had work, projects, or things to do the next morning. Harry created new rooms in the Potter household for everyone new and helped them unpack everything since he was carrying all their stuff in his inventory. He did use shadow clones to help unpack and set everything up right away, and then almost everyone went to sleep soon after. Harry tucked in Hope, Morgan, and Eri in Morgan's room since they refused to let go of Eri. And after that, he went outside to relax and enjoy the summer night, plus there were a few people that wanted to talk to him about some things. As soon as he arrived in the backyard, he smiled at Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal, who were already waiting for him. He then turned into his dragon form and laid down on his belly with his snout facing them. Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal giggled while Harry gave them a smile. The trio then flew up and then sat on his snout. Harry then closed his eyes and then said, "All right, tell me what's been going on since I've been gone." Chapter 95. Yasaka, Sirafal, and Gabriel sat on Harry's snout in silence for a few minutes, trying to organize their thoughts. Sirafal, after thinking for a while, frowned and began to speak. "The Miss and I have been taking care of the Elder Devil Council this past month. The Anbia Corps have been discreetly taking out the most outspoken and potential risks throughout this entire time." Sirafal then looked up and stared into the night sky. "Of course, there's been a panic within the Great King faction. They're greedy and downright horrible devils, but they're not stupid. They now know they're being hunted down. They just don't know why or who, and that's been making them seek out their allies. Thanks to that, we've been able to see who has been helping the Cows Brigade." Harry opened one of his eyes and gazed towards Sirafal. "I see, so the Cows Brigade still has supporters within the Devil faction. I thought that with the death of the old Satan faction leaders they would back off." Seraphal shook her head. Well, Rezevim Lucifer is still alive and the Lucifer name still carries a lot of weight in the devil faction. My guess is that the devils we found helping the Cows Brigade are playing both sides. Harry sighed. This whole situation was an annoyance. What about this Zekram Bale you mentioned before? What is he doing and how is he reacting to all of this? Seraphal sighed and shook her head. That's the thing, we don't know. He's not saying anything or even demanding answers. It's like he's just content watching all of his old allies being hunted down. We just don't know what is going through the old man's head right now. Harry huffed. More than likely he's keeping an eye on how everything goes down. I bet he's planning to support whoever comes on top out this whole ordeal. That or perhaps he knows more than he lets on and he's aware that the Neo-Kyoto faction is helping you and the Mu to get rid of the old power within the devil faction. Seraphal hummed. That might be. Old man Zekram is a very old devil. In fact, he's of Lilith's first children, so he's shrew as all hell. Pun completely intended. Everyone smiled at Seraphal in amusement. Harry then spoke up. I see, then let's keep an eye out for whatever move he does. We'll decide what to do if he gets in the way of your plans. Any other issues within the devil faction? Seraphal poked her lower lip with her pointer finger and began to think for a while. No, not really. The Mo have been busy with all of that while I've been working from here, so nothing else is going on except the Youth Devil Gathering event that is supposed to happen soon. Harry closed his eyes. That's the event you want me to go to, right? Just what exactly is that party even supposed to be about? Seraphal giggled at how irritated Harry sounded. She knew he really didn't want anything to do with devils, but he was going to this event for her and to support Sana, so she gave him a pat on his snout. It's sort of a coming-of-age ceremony for young devils where they'll speak about their goals. It also signals that they're of age to officially join the raiding games. Harry chuckled. I feel sorry for anyone who has to fight Sana and her peerage. I've trained them quite well and they're all above the norm power-wise. Seraphal nodded and gave Harry a big smile. Ha ha ha, it's going to be fun watching Sana destroy them all. Harry smiled at Seraphal. Gabriel then hugged her and slammed her face against her chest. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Sera-chan. I'm sure Sana is going to be spectacular in her raiding games. Seraphal grumbled and shook a bit but then just gave up and sighed within Gabriel's chest. You're lucky that it's very soft and warm in here, Gabriel. Yasaka and Harry laughed a bit at the little Mo who pouted, but it was kind of ruined since Gabriel had her head on her chest. Gabriel then looked up into Harry's eyes and smiled at him. Things in the Heaven faction and the church are calming down. Big Brother has gone on an all-out crusade and cleaned up a lot of the church. Of course, there's been a lot of confusion and it's beginning to affect the mundane world as well, but Big Brother has been able to find out everyone responsible of all the bad the church has recently done and took them down. Harry hummed. I see, it seems like Michael has been able to finally do his job, about the mundane part of the church. I'll set God's system to slowly allow miracles to happen again. This will fortify people's faith, and help a lot of humans too. Gabriel softly smiled at Harry and nodded. Thank you, Harry. I know you're not a big fan of heaven and the church, so your being willing to help is a big deal for me. Harry just sighed. People need faith and something to believe in, and God knew that. He left a lot of instructions and last wishes within his system and I've been slowly taking care of them. Now that Michael is finally getting off his shining ass, I can start slowly letting the system do what it's supposed to do. Gabriel giggled at the way Harry spoke of her brother. She always found it funny how Harry just didn't care about Michael's rank and insulted him all the time. She even thinks that Michael discreetly likes the way Harry speaks about him since he's never had anyone talk to him like that before. Brother has also dismantled a lot of shady and inhumane projects the church has been working on for a while now. He was really horrified about some of the things he found, so now he's paying extra attention to what the church does now, and Raphael plus Uriel are helping him do so. Harry smiled. Well, I guess they're really putting an effort to fix everything. I'm happy for you, Gabriel. You must be really proud of your brothers. Gabriel nodded and began to gently pet Seraphal on the head. She protested a bit but then gave up and accepted her fate. Harry found it amusing but didn't say anything about it. Yasaka then spoke up next, though she was having a hard time fighting the giggles from watching Seraphal being treated like a cat. There have been quite a few things that have come up. Nothing urgent though, just annoying. Harry moved his gaze towards Yasaka. I take it that it's the usual idiots causing trouble, right? Yasaka giggled and nodded yes. A lot of factions are very interested in our technology, medicine, magical research, and the natural dungeon. I'm not even taking into account our vast resources which have the eyes of the supernatural world on them. To start with, the alliance between Konoha and Neo-Kyoto has flourished. They have been able to advance a lot thanks to our resources, and we have been able to go further down into the natural dungeon thanks to their scouting. Harry smiled. That's great. I take it that Konoha is having a field trip with our technology and magical artifacts. Yasaka nodded yes. Naruto has been coming back and forth to Neo Kyoto to try all kinds of things to bring to Konoha, including food, tools, and even entertainment. He also brought me a letter addressed to me from the Kazekage, who also wants to make an alliance with us. Harry's eyes brightened at the mention of an old friend. Oh. Gaara wants an alliance with Neo Kyoto? That's great. Sunagakure is a great ninja village that specializes in wind jutsu, puppetry, and poison making. Yasaka smiled at Harry and patted his snout. Yes, I already spoke to Gaara about an alliance, so we're already sending stuff there through Konoha, but I do need you to create a portal and connect Neo Kyoto with Sunagakure as soon as possible to make things easy for us, plus I also need you to meet with him and finalize the alliance since you know him the best. Harry gently and carefully nodded so he wouldn't send Yasaka, Gabriel, or Sirafal flying. Luckily they just shook a bit from his movement. No problem, I'll do that tomorrow and speak with Gaara. Yasaka nodded. Thank you, Harry. Also, do you have any idea about what to do to permanently help them with their water shortage? We can build giant tanks and expand the inside even further. We can then refill with magic every so often, but that would be a very tedious solution at best. Harry hummed. I could make some water-producing crystals. I will need to gather some materials and play around with them. I've seen them and know how they work, but I haven't tried making one yet. I'll get back to you with that in a while, okay? Yasaka nodded and then continued. Also, Azazel has been asking for us to trade Albion's sacred gear to the fallen faction for a while now. Harry grinned. You can tell him that I said that he can go fuck himself and that he's never getting dividing. Yasaka giggled and nodded. Okay, so we're sending a no, fuck you package to Azazel. I'll let Sirius, Tony, and Remus know to prepare one. Harry raised an eyebrow. What? Wait a second there, what's a no, fuck you package and why are the Three Stooges involved? Yasaka giggled at the way Harry just called the three biggest troublemakers in the yokai faction. Well, we keep getting letters and call requests of people asking for things from factions we want nothing to do with, and it's been getting rather annoying how they don't seem to take no for an answer, so Sirius, Remus, and Tony came up with the no, fuck you package, which is a box full of nasty magical and mundane pranks. Needless to say, people have stopped insisting for things. Harry, Sirafal, and even Gabriel laughed in amusement. Ha ha ha, I kind of feel bad about unleashing those three on anyone, but they do make for a great deterrent. Yasaka nodded and smiled. Oh. Ichigo came by the other day with a letter from Soul Society. It seems like someone named Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto wants to speak to you about a possible alliance between Neo Kyoto and the 13 court guard squads. Harry raised an eyebrow, intrigued about this situation. Old man Gen sent a letter with his full name and everything? It's a serious letter then. I'm going to have to make time to go and speak to him then. Yasaka nodded. I'll leave the decision whether to make an alliance with them or not up to you, Harry. I know you don't like the nobles of Soul Society, but this was sent in the name of the 13 court guard squads only. Harry gently nodded again. All right, leave it to me. What's next? Yasaka hummed. Office has been going around and speaking with all the currently active dragons in the world. According to her, she wants to create a dragon faction and have it join Neo Kyoto. Harry closed his eyes. That's fine. More than likely she wants the dragons to have a real home and a place to belong to, a place they can be themselves without the fear of having a whole faction hunt them down. Yasaka nodded. Yet, she wants you and her to become the leaders of the faction, which is, I think it's a fine idea. The dragons will never question your authority, or hers for that matter, since she's gotten even stronger than she was before. Harry opened his eyes and gazed towards Yasaka. I'm going to have to create an entirely new pocket dimension and connect it to Neo Kyoto. Plus I'll have to add an entirely unique ecosystem for all the kinds of dragon that will join this new faction. It's going to take a while, but it's possible, plus their alliance with the yokai faction will be very beneficial to us, not just with dragonic resources and power as well. Other factions will know that we have the dragons on our side and that will deter most of them off of us. Yasaka smiled. Yeah, plus this way the dragons will have a home where they can live in peace. I know Tiamat is very interested and so is Tannen. Harry slightly tilted his head carefully so the girls wouldn't slide off. Tannen? Isn't he a reincarnated devil? Sirafal then spoke up from Gabriel's chest. Yes, but he accepted to become a devil in order to get a small area where a special type of fruit grows. That fruit is essential to the survival of a certain type of dragon, so in order to assure the survival of this type of dragons he sacrificed his title as Dragon King and became a reincarnated devil. Harry frowned. I see. I think I like Tannen, he seems like a real bro. Very well, I'll get started on creating the pocket dimension. We'll call it the Dragon Sanctuary and I'll make sure to turn Tannen back into a full dragon again too. Yasaka nodded. Sounds good, and I'm sure Office will be delighted to hear about this too. Now next we have the issue with the Olympians, more specifically Ares, who keeps being an annoyance. Harry sighed. Just where do the Olympians even operate from? I haven't heard anything about them except that Ares has been a total asshole. Yasaka frowned as she thought about where the Olympians operate from, you know? I'm not sure. I know they moved Olympus from Greece, but where exactly I don't know. I know that the Greek gods are very greedy and arrogant, plus Zeus has an attitude problem, which is why no one wants to deal with them. I'll look into it and let you know. Harry nodded. Yes, I think it's time to deal with them. We've been so busy with other stuff, so we pushed them aside, but if Ares wants to continue to be an annoyance, then he will die. Yasaka nodded and then exhaled. I really hoped we could just ignore them, but we can't raise Japan's wards without causing the other factions to panic, thinking we're heading to war or something. Harry just rolled his eyes at the way the other factions are always overreacting every time they do something. It's fine, I'll deal with the Olympians soon enough, and Ares as well. They've been wanting to get my attention, right? Then they will have it. Anything else I should be aware of? Yasaka, Sirafal, and Gabriel shook their heads and just relaxed on top of Harry's snout and began to speak about far more relaxed things. They really don't like to talk about work with him, but he does need to know what is going on. Whether he accepts it or not, Harry is the leader of the yokai faction and of Neo Kyoto as a whole, and that will never change. The fact that he always takes the time to take care of any issues has made him very popular among everyone in their faction. He really is and always will be their true leader. The next couple of days were spent helping the new members of the family with all the documents, jobs, and schooling they might need. For Aerie, she will be joining Morgan and Hope in their school once summer vacation is over. This was something she was really excited about since she's never been to school before and wanted to learn and make new friends. Of course, the fact that both Morgan and Hope will be there and taking care of her while going to school was a big plus. They might not be in the same grade because Aerie is younger, but they have their ways to keep an eye on her. Plus Aerie also knew illusion magic in order to hide her horn from normal humans, so she shouldn't have any problems. Rei also spent a lot of time getting to know her new harem sisters, and she quickly came to love them like family. Each and every one of them were so unique and kind to her that she couldn't help but love them. The girls, having been told in detail by Harry about Rei's life as a married woman, made an effort to shower her with love and support. So Rei often found herself surrounded by hugs and support from everyone. Especially from her new daughter Hope and niece Morgan, who really was just another daughter to her and everyone else. These two little girls accepted her into their lives with smiles and hugs that Rei couldn't help but to fall victim to their cuteness and sweetness, and so Morgan and Hope gained a new member of their secret army of fans. Though Harry also spent a lot of time taking her around New Kyoto, Kyoto, and Japan as a whole, where she not only met Harry's friends and allies but got to know very important people like the Prime Minister of Japan and even the goddess Amaterasu, who gave her a warmth-filled hug and a welcome to her world. Rei in this world could already tell that she would be accepted and loved, so she promised herself to be strong to protect her new home, her new family, and her new people. She will become strong not just physically but spiritually as well. It was a promise she was determined to always fulfill. Natsuo was enrolled in Kyoto Academy's university section to finish his education. He still didn't know what he wanted to do for a career, but Harry told him to take his time and just continued to study what he likes until he finds something he really wants to do. Toyo was introduced to the Royal Guards and the Bounty Hunter Guild, which he joined right away. He already began the training and physical conditioning, and in about 2 weeks he will be allowed into the natural dungeon to grow stronger and get experience. Fuyamai decided to stay at home and spend as much time as possible with her new family to get to know them better. Of course, Harry supported her decision and told her to take as much time as she want. He knew that Fuyamai had always wanted a happy family, and that now that she has it she can't help but want to experience it wholeheartedly, something he understands very well. Himiko really didn't want to go to school, not only because of her past experience being bullied and being treated as a monster because of her quirk, but because she also found it very boring. Instead she decided to become a battle maid and work along with Hella and Sakiyama in maid mode. She has been getting lessons from these two for a while now. Harry was busy for a bit dealing with a whole bunch of things like talking to the dragons that Offis brought with her to create the dragon faction. All of them were looking for a home where they can be free and away from the greedy factions that wanted their power, and they knew Harry could give them that. So Harry began the construction of a massive pocket dimensions, and with the help of Tiamat, Yulong, and Tannen he began to create a vast ecosystem for all the dragons that wanted to move to New Kyoto. For now, while he finishes the pocket dimensions, all the dragons are staying over inside the natural dungeon. Harry also turned any half-dragon, half-devil, into a pure dragon, and got rid of their evil pieces. The most important thing he's been busy with is spending time with all his girlfriends who stayed behind. Even though all of them were busy with their own projects, guilds, and such, they all missed him very much. Offis latched up to his back like a wild koala and refused to let go for a long, not like Harry minded though. Together they spend some time eating snacks, taking naps, and watching TV, the usual lazy dragon thing they love to do together. With Kuna he took her on dates and told her everything he did in the School of Heroes, which the concept had Kuna very interested. She liked the idea of a school of heroes and would have liked to attend. Harry just smiled at her and told her that she was already a hero for Neo Kyoto. She is one of Kyoto elite warriors after all. With Le Fei he went with her to visit her parents back in the Pendragon household where he spent time with his future in-laws. He also took her all over Europe on dates or wherever she wanted to go. Le Fei's adventurous side never really left her, so more often than not they would get into some crazy adventures, like dealing with a werewolf pack that had gone feral and was attacking some of the villages in Eastern Europe. They dealt with a few more incidents like this one during their dates, but most were easily resolved, though they did have a lot of fun. Valerie wanted him to go with her and try out all kinds of new firearms that New Kyoto has been working on with the help of Tony, though he was more of an advisor more than anything. These weapons were for the royal guards and bounty hunters that wanted to specialize in the use of firearms, and Valerie wanted to make sure they all work perfectly, so Harry spent some time testing all these new weapons and spending time with his gun-wielding vampire girlfriend, and Valerie had the time of her life. Harry then spent a lot of time hanging out with Ershkigal in her room. The death goddess isn't one for going out and much rather likes to spend her time in her room playing video games and watching anime. This is something that she was used to doing since back in her domain there was nothing to do besides entertaining yourself with media. She is a bit of a hikikomori after all. Though everyone always drags her out of her room often enough, but Harry just likes spending time with her doing what she wants to do, and that mostly meant watching good anime and playing exciting video games with her. He then spent time with Jean, who was really happy to spend time with him and tell him about how her studies are going. Harry wasn't surprised to find out that she began to go back to college to get her doctorate degree, so now she's soon to become Dr. Jean Grey. Harry was very proud of her, and Jean even said that she will be joining the Battle Angels to work with Tsunade and Asia in Kyoha's healing temple, though right now she was more than happy to go on dates with Harry and take him shopping where Harry's wallet took a hit. Not that he cared too much about that as long as Jean continued to smile and be happy. Jessica was more pragmatic with her time with Harry. She would just take him to the natural dungeon to spend some time adventuring and fighting monsters like the good old days. They even talked about visiting her world soon to go meet with their friends and her mother. After some good fun fighting monsters, they would then spend their time relaxing at home and speaking about magic, one of Jessica's favorite pastimes with Harry. Fu was also very simple when it came to spending time with Harry, in that most of the time she just wanted to be around him and just cuddled, which they did all the time. Fu was a very affectionate girl, especially since in her childhood she didn't get a lot of affection, to begin with. So Harry and everyone else always gives her affection no matter where she is or what she's doing. Someone will give her a hug or a head pat and she loved it, so for her time with Harry she would demand those things from him, something that Harry was more than happy to give her. And then there was Milim, who like Fu and Jessica was very easy to please and would like to spend her time with Harry eating or playing. Harry would cook for her all kinds of food and that would always make her very happy. Then they would go to Kyoto and play with the orphans Harry had taken there so they would have a good life. The victims of the Holy Sword Project were always happy when both of them would come over to play with them. Milim loved having tons of friends and playing around, which is why she loves Harry very much. He had given her what she had always wanted, a big family, lots of friends, and plenty of delicious food. Of course, there were more intimate moments for Harry and the girls, especially since all of them missed him very much. Let's just say that everyone was thankful that the rooms in the Potter household are soundproofed because Harry had a lot of catching up to do. He's also been busy training his students in this world, which were Sana, her peerage, Hanabi's students, Burrito and Sarada, who were really happy to have their teacher back, but most of the time he would take them to the natural dungeon since they were now strong enough to handle it and just needed more experience fighting all sorts of foes. The kids thrived in the natural dungeon and learned a lot about fighting, plus they also got a bunch of cool and useful materials which they gave to Harry, who in turn began to make them all sorts of tools and magical artifacts. It certainly has been a very busy few days for Harry, but he was also glad to be home, though right now he was in the training grounds drinking a cup of coffee while staring at a massive kaiju who was staring back at him. So? Who are you and why are you sleeping in my training grounds? Godzilla's sweat dropped. He knew that the being before him wasn't human but something far more powerful and terrifying. This was the first time the old titan felt so outclassed and quite frankly scared in his life, so the only thing he could do is softly growled and explained the situation. Harry took a sip from his coffee, which began to curse him out and call him a wanker for some reason while he listened to Godzilla growl explain why he was in his training grounds. Godzilla, hey? And you became Morgan's familiar after she helped you defeat an outer space kaiju. That sound pretty badass. I'm actually a little upset I didn't get to see the fight now. Godzilla's sweat dropped and growled again. Mad? Why would I be mad? A little worried, sure, but that's because I will always worry about Morgan and Hope, but I made sure they're strong enough to face off against anyone they could ever meet, so I know they can handle themselves, plus they're good girls and I trust them. Godzilla nodded and softly growled again. Harry nodded and smiled at the old titan. Yet and that cuteness of them can tame anyone, is that how Morgan got you? Godzilla actually blushed a bit and then huffed, which made Harry laugh and pat Godzilla on the snout. Yet I know, buddy, that's how she got me too. Harry then spent the rest of the morning speaking and hanging out with Godzilla, and the old titan got to know about the very powerful and old being known as Harry Potter. After spending a few hours with Godzilla, Harry went upstairs and headed to the kitchen for a snack. While there he found Tony also having a snack. Harry grinned at his friend and then went to the fridge and opened it. Only to come face to face with a very big mushroom with two black beady eyes staring at him, so Harry stared back in silence. The super mushroom stared back at him. Right. I'm just going to push you aside a little bit, and they're sorry about that, but I needed to get me a slide of that cake behind you. With that said, Harry smiled at the super mushroom and closed the fridge. He then walked back to the kitchen table and sat beside Tony, who was grinning at him. Having watched the whole thing, Harry sighed and took a bite of his cake. All right, so why do we have mushrooms with eyes in the fridge? Tony just laughed and shook his head. Hope or Morgan must have forgotten it there, but forget about that. What are your plans for today? Harry really wanted to know about the big-ass mushroom in the fridge but decided to leave it for another time. Well, I'm planning to go to Naruto's world and meet with Gaara about an alliance with Neo Kyoto. I'll be bringing Eri with me since she wanted to see Konoha. Tony smiled at the mention of the little bundle of cuteness. That's a good idea. Might as well take her with you wherever you go now that there's still school vacation left, or when Hope and Morgan begin to drag her on their adventures. Harry chuckled. Everyone had let him know that both Morgan and Hope have begun to go on adventures in other worlds, and that they usually take someone with them in an effort to be more like him and experience what he has during his own adventures. It was flattering, plus he knew he could trust them to take care of themselves, and perhaps spending time with Morgan and Hope while going on adventures is something Eri needs. How is the mecha going? Tony grinned. Well, we took a break from being locked inside in the lab all the time and working on it, but we're ready to begin full-on construction of the armor and everything superficial, the inner workings, programming and everything else is ready as well. We just don't know what to build. Harry raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Tony sighed. Well, we all have different ideas on what sort of color the armor should be and the design as well, but the reality of the situation is that we don't know enough about mechas to pick something good. Harry then hummed and thought about it for a while. Well, this is Japan, so this country is full of fans of mecha, plus there are fans all over the world too. You can have an anonymous online poll and ask what they think would look cool and functional. I'm sure we can choose something from their suggestions, especially since we ourselves don't know much about it. Tony looked up to the ceiling and thought about Harry's suggestions. Well, it will certainly save us time and effort, plus fans of mechas might come up with some very cool stuff. Alright, I'll do that later with the boys and we'll let you know what we decide to do. Harry nodded and grinned at his friend. Afterwards they enjoyed their snacks while speaking about mundane things and about their daughters who continue to surprise them. After eating his snacks, Harry went to go find Eri, who was in her room playing with her twin Yokomi. His daughter had conjured up tiny helmets and had the Yokomi wearing them as they flew around the room with the help of Eri's magic. Harry smiled at his daughter and walked inside the room. Eri immediately sensed Harry and turned her head towards her daddy and gave him a bright and happy smile. Harry returned her smile with one of his own. Hey sweetie, having fun? Eri nodded and then ran up to Harry to give him a big hug, which Harry took advantage of to pick her up. Yup. Me and my Yokomi were just practicing flying, so when we have to move somewhere fast we're prepared for it. Harry nodded and watched as the Yokomi were excitedly squeaking as they flew around the room. I see. Where's Morgan and Hope? They are usually glued to your hip. Eri giggled since her new friends and sisters were very attached to her and didn't like to leave her by herself. They have some training sessions with Mommy Valerie and Mommy Le Fei. Something about being ready the next time they have to kill zombies or something like that. So I left them alone so they can focus on their training, though they did promise to take me on an adventure next time. Harry smiled at Eri. That sound great, Eri, but zombies? What are my children getting involved in nowadays? Sheesh. Eri giggled and patted her daddy's head, which Harry appreciated. Then do you want to come with me and visit Uncle Naruto's world? Eri brightly smiled and nodded. Yet. I want to see more ninjas. Uncle Naruto was really funny. Harry grinned, remembering how Naruto would play with the children with Kurama, who was out and about in his chibi form. Ha ha ha. Okay, but today we're also visiting an old friend in another ninja village. Eri tilted her head. A friend? And what kind of ninja village is it? Harry smiled while he began to walk towards the basement and the portal room with Eri in his arms. Her Yokomi were following them behind them with help of her magic. His name is Gaara and he's the Kazekage of the village hidden in the sand. His village is located in a big desert. Eri's eyes sparkle in interest. Oh, is it like Egypt? Because we had a lot of fun in the pyramids. Harry chuckled, remembering all the trouble he, Shoto, Toya, and Natsuo got up to during their visit to Egypt. The desert is like Egypt's, but the village is a little bit more modern than Egypt, plus as a ninja village there's a lot of other stuff going on there. Eri smiled and nodded. This is going to be fun. What are we doing there, Daddy? Are you just visiting your friends? Harry smiled at Eri and shook his head. Well, I am visiting my friends, but Gaara wants to make an alliance with Neo Kyoto and I'm going to officially accept it. Eri nodded. Oh, so we're going to help them like we're helping Uncle Naruto's village? Harry nodded. That's right. We're just spending a few hours there since I still have a lot to take care of, but I thought that you would like to get out of the house for a bit. Eri nodded and smiled at her father. Together they arrived at the portal room and Harry immediately stepped through the portal leading to the Uzumaki household with his daughter Eri and her twin Yokomai Bitterman. Chapter 96. Harry, Eri, and her Yokomai Bitterman stepped out of the portal in the basement of the Uzumaki household and then walked up the stairs. As soon as they stepped out of the basement and headed to the kitchen, they found Naruto staring with a deadpan outside his kitchen window. Harry and Eri got curious as to what he was watching, so they both took a look out the window, only for Harry to chuckle and Eri to awe as they watched Himawari petting a massive kaiju moth of some kind. Naruto's eyebrow twitched in annoyance when he heard Harry's chuckle. You know, I completely blame you for this, Harry. Harry grinned and raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Hoh? How so? I don't remember ever seeing a giant moth. Naruto sighed and rubbed his eyes. One morning I woke up early for work as usual and took a look outside my bedroom's window only to almost have a heart attack when I saw Himawari and Boruto riding on top of a giant moth. Do you know how hard it is for an Uzumaki to get a heart attack, Harry? Eri giggled. To her, Naruto looked rather funny, being super dramatic, and Harry just shrugged. Of course, I know how hard that is. I still don't know how any of this is my fault though. Naruto's eyebrow twitched again and was about to curse Harry out only for a very familiar giggle to cut him off. Hinata then stepped into the kitchen and walked up to Harry, Eri, and Naruto. Don't blame Harry and I for all of this, Naruto-kun, and besides Mothra is a sweetheart, you're just mad because you feel like you were pranked. Harry smiled at Hinata while Naruto gave a look of utter betrayal. Eri brightly smiled as soon as she saw Hinata and reached out to her, to which Hinata smiled and took her from Harry's arms. Eri hugged Hinata and she rested her head on Hinata's shoulder. Harry smiled seeing this, since Eri took a big liking to both Hinata and Hanabi for being his sisters in all but blood onto Hinata. Hinata smiled and cradled Eri in her arms. Good morning, Eri-chan, going adventuring with Daddy? Eri smiled and nodded. Her Yokomai Bitterman, who were now on her head, also nodded, which made Hinata giggle. Yup. We're going to go visit Daddy's friend Gaara. Naruto perked up at the mention of his sand-wielding friend and smiled at Harry. Ah. I take it that you are going to accept the official alliance with Tsunagakure then? Harry nodded and grinned. Yeah, Yasaka let me know that Gaara wanted to make an alliance with Neo Kyoto, and since I was going out I decided to bring Eri with me. Everyone is a little bit busy right now and I didn't want to leave her by herself. Both Hinata and Naruto nodded. Suddenly Mothra flew away and Himawari finally noticed Harry when she turned to look at her parents. A big smile appeared on her face and she then took off running to say hi to her uncle. It didn't take long for the little Uzumaki to reach Harry, who was already waiting for her with his arms spread open. Himawari immediately jumped into his arms and was engulfed in a big and warm hug. Good morning, Uncle Harry. Harry smiled and lifted up Himawari in his arms. Eri smiled and waved at Himawari, happy to see her cousin Hima. Good morning. Himawari turned her head towards Eri and gave her a big and cheerful smile while waving Eri. Good morning. Harry, Hinata, and Naruto smiled at how happy both Eri and Himawari were of seeing each other afterward. Harry and Eri spent some time with the Uzumaki family enjoying some casual conversation and games. But unfortunately, both Eri and Harry had to get going to Tsunagakure. However, since Himawari wasn't doing anything and was bored at home, she decided to go with them to go visit Tsunagakure, since she never had the chance to see it before, and so the party of three left Konoha and headed towards Suna. All three flew into the sky towards their destination, Eri with her broom while Himawari and Harry used their own methods of flying, Himawari with magic while Harry used his ki. While flying, all three enjoyed the view and enjoyed flying through the sky, but as soon as they reached the desert they had to cast cooling charms on the Yokomai Bottoman, who weren't enjoying the heat of the arid desert. Luckily Eri and Himawari were very good at using magic, so they kept the baby Digimon nice and cool, but eventually they reached the entrance of the village hidden in the sands. All three landed right in front of the entrance, which alerted the two gate guards, but upon noticing Harry they immediately relaxed and even bowed to him. Potter-sama. Welcome to Tsunagakure. We weren't expecting today, but what can we do for you? Harry scratched his head in embarrassment at the overly show of respect from the sand ninjas. Ah, I'm here to speak with Gaara. He should be expecting me, but you might want to go and ask right away. The sand ninja who had greeted Harry nodded and then disappeared in a blur of sand. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Daddy, what was that? Harry turned his head towards his daughter and smiled at Eri, but it was Himawari who excitedly answered her question. That was a sand shunshin. Otherwise known as a body flicker technique, it's a high-speed movement technique with a short range but very handy to move around the village with. Eri's eyes sparkled in interest while the Yukamai Bottoman began to hop around, finding such a technique fun. That sounds very useful. Do you know how to use it, Himawari nodded. Yup, Uncle Harry taught it to me and Big Brother. It's not that hard. All you have to do is charge your body with chakra and take a step toward where you want to go. Depending on the distance and elevation, the more chakra you will need to use, but you don't have to worry about that. You're a dragon, Eri. The sand ninja that stayed behind sweat dropped at the oversimplified explanation of a very difficult jutsu that Himawari just gave to Eri. Eri hummed and then turned towards Harry, who was smiling at both girls. Daddy, do I have chakra? And can I learn this? Harry nodded. I gave you the perk Universal Energy, remember, sweetie? Eri nodded while Harry continued, with that perk all the spells, techniques, and skills you learned from me use the same pool of energy, though we tend to name the energy we're supposed to be using with the technique so as to not confuse anyone. Eri nodded and then tilted her head in concentration as she began to try to learn the technique. With just having seen it once, the Soul Sand Ninja gatekeeper watched on in amusement, not really believing that the adorable little girl in front of him can learn such an advanced technique in one try. What the Sand Ninja didn't know was that this was Harry Potter, daughter of Harry Potter and a dragon, on her way to reaching heavenly dragon status, so a technique as simple as a body flicker was nothing compared to all the high-level spells and techniques Harry and the rest of the family were teaching her. So the Sand Ninja almost dislodged his whole jaw when Eri began to body flicker all over the place while adding all kinds of elemental effects to see which she liked better. After a while, she settled down with water and enjoyed moving at high speed while Harry and Himawari watched her with fond smiles on their faces. Both Yukamai Bottoman were holding on while squeaking in excitement as Eri moved around until she stopped in front of Harry. Did you see, Daddy? I mastered a new technique. Harry smiled at his daughter and patted Eri's head, which made her giggle. Suddenly a clapping was heard, which made Harry, Eri, Himawari, and the Yukamai Bottoman turn towards the source of the clapping. Harry smiled the moment he saw who was clapping. Gaara. Gaara the Kazekage smiled at his old friend and then walked up to the group of three until he reached them and got on one knee in front of Eri. That was amazing, little one. It's not every day you see someone so young master the body flicker technique. I did it when I really young as well, but nowhere as fast as you did. Eri smiled at Gaara and nodded. Daddy said that I'm very good at learning new spells, techniques, and skills by seeing them work once. Gaara smiled at Eri and patted her head. He then turned towards Harry. It's very nice to see you again, Harry. It certainly has been a while, right? Harry nodded and gave Gaara a soft smile. Not since after the war. You look good, Gaara, and far more relaxed too. Gaara chuckled and shook his head. He then turned towards Himawari and gave her a soft smile that was returned by Himawari. Hi, Uncle Gaara. Gaara continued to smile at the small Uzumaki. Himawari, what's the most adorable Uzumaki ever doing here? And where's your silly father? Himawari giggled and then began to speak. Daddy is busy back in Konoha, but I came to visit since Uncle Harry and Eri were coming to see you. Gaara nodded, but then Eri reached over and placed her little hand on Gaara's face and intently stared at his face. You look like a raccoon, Mr. Gaara. It's funny. Uncle Naruto and Himawari look like a fox. Are you guys yokai like Mama Yasaka? Harry, Gaara, and Himawari laughed a little. Gaara then grinned and shook his head. No, I'm not a yokai and neither is Himawari or Naruto. Our small animal traits come from our partners and friends. Eri tilted her head, but then something clicked inside her mind as she remembered when her daddy told her about Kurama and Shikaku, the Baijuya who lived inside both Naruto and Gaara. Oh. You're like Mommy Fu. You have a Baijuya friend. I like Kome. She's funny. Both Harry and Gaara smiled at how excited Eri is about the Baijuya while Himawari then loudly cheered. I've played with Shikaku. He's a very awesome sand raccoon. Suddenly there was a puff of smoke beside Gaara and from it, Shikaku in his chibi form appeared. I've told you many times. My name is Shikaku. But Himawari did not care and immediately grabbed Shikaku and hugged him tightly. Shikaku. It's been so long. Shikaku violently shook and squirmed. It's Shikaku. Eri's eyes sparkle and she immediately went to hug Shikaku while the Yukamai Bottoman began to squeak in excitement. He's so cute. Shikaku started to shake her fists. I'm not cute. I'm the fearsome one. Tail. Shikaku. But the girls ignored the poor Baijuyu and continued to hug him while Gaara and Harry smiled while watching the two girls interact with Shikaku. Gaara then stood up and gently grabbed Harry's shoulder. Let go to my office, we can talk more comfortably there. Harry smiled and nodded at his old friend, and together with Himawari, Eri, and a pouting Shikaku followed Gaara to his office. After a while, the group arrived at Gaara's office, and once there Harry began to tell Gaara everything he has been doing since he left the ninja world while the girls play with the Yukimai Bottom, and since Shikako wanted to listen to Harry's story. After about 2 hours Harry finished telling them his story, and both Shikako and Gaara were speechless at the scope of everything Harry had done. Shikako crossed his arms and sighed. So that's why you feel so different, even Himawari and your daughter, Eri, was it? Harry nodded and Shikako nodded back. Feel different? Gaara raised turned towards Shikako. What do you mean? Shikako hummed for a few seconds before answering Gaara's question. They don't feel human anymore and my instincts are going crazy just staring at Himawari and Eri, even more so with Harry. Harry nodded. Kurama said the same thing. In fact, he was the first one to notice that I was very different when I came back to this world. I've been giving all sorts of skills, spells, and techniques to all my family and friends, so they're no longer a human, they're pure supernatural beings now. Shikako nodded while Gaara leaned back on his seat. A dragon god, hey? You already had the title of Dragon Lord, but to think that you would become a deity. Harry sighed. There's that title again. Does the ninja in Suna also call me that? Gaara grinned at his friend and nodded. Yes, it is your official war moniker after all, especially since a lot of people saw you turn into a dragon during the war. Harry awkwardly scratched his cheek. Yet I've been told, apparently I even have an official trading card too, and I really don't know what to feel about that. Gaara and Shikako grinned at Harry, who just shook his head. Anyways, Yasaka let me know you sent word that you wanted to make an alliance with Neo Kyoto. Gaara nodded. Yes, Naruto sent a letter and told me that you had come back and about your alliance with Konoha, so I grew curious and visited Naruto not too long ago. He then showed me everything that Konoha has obtained out of the alliance with Neo Kyoto, and to be honest it is something that we need here in Sunagakure. Harry nodded. Well, we're willing to accept an alliance with Suna, that's why I came over, and besides I'm more than happy to help your village. Gaara. Gaara nodded and smiled at Harry. I know, my friend, but I also want my village to be able to contribute to this alliance. We want to earn it. Harry grinned and nodded at Gaara. After that both of them began to talk terms and deals, though after a few hours Gaara took them around the Suna to show them around. Harry got to see the puppetry techniques that the Sand Ninja are so famous for. For some odd reason Harry didn't understand. Harry thought the puppets were cute and clapped when the Sand Ninja would make them move and dance around with chakra strings. Then Gaara took them to the Fuinjutsu research department, and here Himawari was over the moon watching how the many exclusive Sunagakure Fuinjutsu were made. They were very unique in that most of their sealing techniques didn't just use paper, but they also used other kinds of objects and even cloth to use the sealing techniques. Being an Uzumaki allowed Himawari to understand and even be able to replicate such techniques with ease. Harry smiled toward her as he watched her have fun learning new Fuinjutsu, then turned his head towards Gaara. Is this okay? Himawari is from Konoha. Gaara smiled and nodded. It's fine, she isn't a ninja and we do keep the more advanced and powerful Fuinjutsu somewhere else. Besides, everyone in the village respects Naruto, so I don't think they mind his daughter having some fun. Look. Harry turned toward Himawari and grinned as he watched some of the Sand Ninja Fuinjutsu practitioner excitedly exchange notes with Himawari. Harry just looked around in curiosity, since things like Fuinjutsu and rune work weren't really her thing. She does know how to use them, but she rather just use magic spells than having to write a whole program out of runes or seals. Still, she really thought all of this was cool. After that Gaara showed them around the Ninja Academy, the hospital, and the village itself, where the girls got to see and witness how the Sand Ninja had adapted to living in the scorching and arid desert of the Land of Wind. But after that it was time to say goodbye, as Harry still had more things to do, so Gaara said goodbye to Himawari and Eri, who gave him a hug goodbye, causing him to chuckle. He then turned towards Harry and smiled. I will see you later, my old friend, do take care and visit more often. Harry nodded. I will. I do have to build a portal to connect Neo Kyoto and Sunagakure, so you'll see me here often for a while. Remember to make a list of everything you need from us and hand it to Yasaka when you two meet. In the meantime I'll get to working into making those water-producing crystals I mentioned. Gaara nodded. I will, and I'll wait for word from you about the crystals. Harry then nodded, and together with Himawari and Eri with her Yukimai Bottom and took off, flying to drop off Himawari back home first and to get back to Kyoto. Eri, her Yukimai Bottoman, and Harry arrived back in Kyoto and found Kunu, Fei, and Valerie sitting on the kitchen table and eating some snacks. They seemed to be having fun and laughing while having a conversation. Harry smiled at his girlfriends and first students and walked up to them. The girls of course sensed his approach and immediately turned their heads towards him and gave him a big smile, which Harry returned. Hey girls, what are you up to? Harry walked up to each girl and gave them a kiss, which the girls returned. Harry ran up to Kunu, who smiled at her and lifted her up with one of her tails, and set her on the table in front of her. Aries Yukimai Bottoman hopped onto the table and began to squeak. Fei giggled and began to gently poke them, enjoying how soft and squishy they feel. Harry then sat down on one of the other chairs around the kitchen table while Valerie spoke first. We were just taking a break and talking about some our projects. Harry smiled and nodded. Anything fun going on? Kunu, who was being petted by Harry, nodded. Well, I've been helping around the guilds a lot lately. Now that we have the Konoha ninja scouting ahead of us in the natural dungeon, we've been able to head further down, and that has led to us finding all sorts of new types of resources. Harry hummed. Has any sort of new enemies appeared in the natural dungeon? Kunu nodded. Yes, at first we didn't know what or who they were, but we've been attacked by humanoid-type monsters a few times. Each one had some sort of special superpower or something like that. It was when you came back and explained the sort of world you visited that we understood what we were facing. Harry stared at Kunu for a few seconds before he understood what she was implying. Ah. So you've been facing heroes and villains in the natural dungeon, hey? Kunu nodded with a big bright smile on her face. Le Fei then began to excitedly speak. The monsters are usually formless humanoid in shape, but we do know now that the villains act as mob monsters and the heroes as floor bosses. We recognize two of them from the way you described some of your students and their fighting style. Oh? So not only my students also became monsters in the natural dungeon, but floor bosses as well? I bet they're going to get a kick out of that. Which ones have been found? Le Fei smiled. She then took off her witch's hat and put it on top of Aries' head, who squealed in joy. Both Le Fei and Aerie bonded very quickly for the fact that both of them love wearing a witch's hat. It made Aerie very happy to know that one of her new mommies likes the same things she does. Le Fei smiled as she watched Aerie laugh and enjoy wearing her witch's hat. She then turned to Harry. From the description you gave of Ibera and Kainoko, both of them have been catalogued as having monster doppelgangers who act as floor bosses. Valerie then spoke up. They also give out a lot of experience points when defeated. A lot of guild members and even the Royal Guards and Anbio Corps love fighting them in big raid groups every time they respawn. Harry nodded and wondered how Ibera and Kainoko would react to all of this. They would most likely laugh and find it amusing. Harry then tilted his head. What sort of drops do you get from them? Kunu was the one who answered Harry's questions. They don't drop loot often, it's pretty rare actually, but when they do, they drop skill orbs with both wind and earth manipulation, or at least that's what they have dropped so far. Harry nodded and then hummed to himself for a few seconds before turning his head towards Kunu. All right, I'll give you a list of all the heroes and villains I faced or know of from my vacation in that world. That should give you and the guilds an idea of who and what they might just end up facing. Kunu softly smiled at Harry and nodded. Thank you, Harry, that will help everyone prepare and be ready for the next few floors. You're the best. Harry chuckled. Aerie, do Daddy a favor and give Mommy Kunu a pat on the head for me please. Aerie, being the good daughter that she is, immediately granted her daddy's request and patted Kunu, who closed her eyes and seemed to be really enjoying the sign of affection. Valerie and Le Fei giggled in amusement. Le Fei then turned her head towards Harry. Also, I and Hermione just finished adding all the new techniques, variations, quirks, and spells your students and friends in that world made to the Potter library. We just need to give that world a name in order to separate it all the info we got into from the rest. Harry looked down and thought about it for a while. How about My Hero Academia? For some reason that name seems to fit very well with that world. Le Fei nodded with a smile on her face and immediately took out her smartphone and texted Hermione to let her know about the name of the world so they can organize everything already. Valerie then spoke up. Also, did you know that Hope became a magic gunner? Harry smiled and nodded. Yeah, she texted me one morning about needing a magic gun, and after she explained why, I built her one and sent it to her. Valerie giggled. Ah, so that's how she got that magic gun. Me and Tony were very curious about it since it's quite an advanced piece of magi technology. To think she would become a magic gunner because she wanted to have more options when fighting. Harry smiled. Well, she was right to be careful about using her flames all the time. Cosmic fire is very dangerous and powerful. She can accidentally destroy a whole planet if she's not careful, so I think it's very responsible of her to find a new way to defend herself without relying on her flames too much. Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fei nodded in agreement. Harry then smiled towards Valerie. I take it that you are the one who taught her how to be a magic gunner, no? You are the guild master of the Bounty Hunter Guild after all. Valerie blushed in embarrassment. Being the best marksman in Neo Kyoto was a big deal since magi technology and magic guns were something very new in the yokai faction and were getting very popular lately. This was thanks to Valerie and the few magic gunners in Neo Kyoto. Valerie then nodded. Yeah, I taught her all I know and she learned everything pretty quick. She recently came to me and told me about how useful the techniques I showed were against zombies and whatever those are. Harry sweat drops and scratched his head. Zombies and just what are two little girls doing nowadays? The girls giggled at Harry. Kunu then smugly grinned at him. Who do you think they got this crazy adventurous side from, Harry? It certainly didn't come from us. Morgan is technically your daughter too, so she had no chance to be a normal child. Harry just sighed and slammed his head on the table. he did not have a retort to that, so all he could do is groan in annoyance while the girls and Eri giggled at him. The Yukamai Bottomen were also squeaking in amusement. A few days later Harry decided to visit Alphaman and speak with her about his visit to the digital world not so long ago. He decided to bring Eri with him so she could meet the Digimon Royal Knights. Eri was in awe at the Digimon before her. They were so big and cool looking that she couldn't help to gush about them. The Royal Knights immediately fell in love with Eri, and being Harry's daughter made them get very attached to her. While Eri and the Yukamai Bottomen were busy talking with the Royal Knights to get to know them, Harry was sitting on Alphaman's shoulder while smiling at his daughter as she cheerfully spoke to his Digimon friend. Alphaman softly laughed. She reminds me a lot of you when you were younger, it very nostalgic. Harry nodded and smiled at his old friend. She certainly loves Digimon, she takes really good care of her Yukamai Bottomen too and they love her for it, though I was surprised her Digig had twins inside. Alphaman nodded. It isn't unheard of though, remember about Willis? He also had twin Digimon. Oh, that's right. Yoliai and Carrie told me about him, Terry Rmon and Lopman right. Harry had heard of the American DG destined from the second generation, but since he wasn't there at the time he didn't get to witness the events that happened during that ordeal. He was glad to find out that everything was resolved and that they were able to save the Lopman who was Wendigoman at the time from the virus that afflicted her. Alphaman nodded. Yes, it is rare but it's been known to happen though. Yukamai Bottomen are a very rare type of Digimon, to begin with, they also have the potential to become some very powerful Mega Digimon. Harry nodded, he knew full well the type of Digimon these two Yukamai Bottomen could evolve into, but with the care and love Eri showers them with he wasn't worried that they would grow corrupted or evil. Alphaman then moved her gaze towards Harry. So you went back to the digital world, hey? Harry nodded. Yeah, I went there so Eri can get a Digimon partner. Electman told me that the guys have never stopped looking for us, they still do even to this day. Alphaman sighed, she knew Harry felt bad about leaving so abruptly like they did, but at the time they didn't have much of a choice, they still had things to do and worlds to see. Do not feel bad, Harry, the fact that they're still looking for you means that they haven't forgotten you and that they want to see you again. Harry nodded and looked up. I just know the girls are going to kick my ass, but I think it's time we went there soon and see how everyone is doing. Alphaman nodded. That sounds like fun, it's been a while since we have gone adventuring together. Harry chuckled and shook his head. I'm already overkill as it is, me and you fighting together? My strongest Digimon? Is just plain savage. Alphaman laughed and nodded. That's true, but I can hold back like you do and have some fun while I'm at it. Harry grinned at his oldest friend and nodded. Sounds like a plan. When I go back to visit Tai and the others I'll take you with me. Alphaman nodded and then turned back to Eri, who was now on one of Omniman's shoulders and patting his head with a big bright smile on her face. We should take Eri with us when we go visit them, it will be a great experience for her as a DG destined and she will be able to learn a lot from everyone. Harry hummed and then nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea, we'll make it a cool short field trip. Alphaman nodded and inwardly smiled, she was very excited and happy about visiting her old friends and seeing how they were doing, she can't wait. Harry and Eri then spent a few hours with the Digimon Royal Knights as they answer all the questions Eri had for them. They even played with her, naming Eri the Digital Queen and them her loyal knights. The people of Kyoto found the whole thing adorable and enjoyed watching Eri play at being a queen with the Guardians of Neo Kyoto. That weekend Harry was inside the pocket dimension he was creating for the dragon faction. Office decided to keep him company as Harry created an entire dimension from scratch while also adding the appropriate ecosystem for the dragons that will be living here. Harry then took out a dragon apple Tannen had given him and infused it with his energy. The dragon apple became energy particles that spread around all over the pocket dimensions. Soon enough dragon apple trees began to sprout from the ground at an accelerated pace. Harry and Office smiled as they watched the rare fruit flourish and become abundant there. That should be all Tannen and his dragon pack needs to live here. I should start creating an ocean for the aquatic dragons next. Office smiled and hugged Harry from behind. She really did miss him a lot, so she kept herself busy while he was gone and decided to help her fellow dragons. It needs to be big, and very deep. Aquatic dragons usually spend their time in the darkness of the ocean's depths. Harry smiled and nodded. So what made you want to create a dragon faction? You're usually not one to care what happens to others, Office. Office nodded since Harry was completely right. She had been very selfish and uncaring for most of her existence, something she had become very aware of as of late. You and the others taught me the importance of family, of having a place to belong to. It's something dragons don't have. Everyone fears us, hates us, and envies us, so we dragons have nowhere to belong to, nowhere to call home. Harry silently listened to what Office was saying. It was certainly amazing how much she had changed with the help of the family. She had changed so much that there was almost nothing left of the empty and uncaring personality she used to have. Meanwhile, Off-Eyes continued speaking. When I thought about all of that, it made me feel sad, but then I remember how you gave a home to everyone, how you gave me a home, so I wanted to be like you. I want to help our fellow dragons have a home where they can live in peace and away from the greed of the world. Harry softly smiled and nodded. I see, you've changed a lot, Off-Eyes. Off-Eyes let go of Harry and floated around him until she was in front of him. Really? I don't feel different. She seemed to be pouting at not understanding exactly what had changed for her, which made Harry chuckle for a bit, confusing Off-Eyes even more. But Harry then pointed to where her heart is on the inside. Off-Eyes, you used to be just the dragon god of infinity, but now you're a mom, a sister, an aunt, a leader to the dragons, a friend, and more importantly my girlfriend. Your heart and your emotions have grown and changed, Off-Eyes. Off-Eyes' eyes widened in surprise, but then she began to think about everything Harry just told her. She thought of her daughters Hope and Aerie, about her niece Morgan, her fellow harem sisters, the dragons that choose to trust her with their lives, about Asia, Tsunade, Sirius, Remus, Pepper, Tony and all the new friends she made, but more importantly, she thought about Harry and the love he gives her. Off-Eyes then understood what Harry was talking about. Oh. I see. Off-Eyes then smiled. It wasn't a big or bright smile but a soft and small one, but it was filled with so much happiness that Harry couldn't help but smile back at Off-Eyes. In his happiness Harry began to hiss, $UVE become much more that you used to be, Off-Eyes, never forget that you're never alone, okay $. Off-Eyes, who was a serpent-type dragon god, could understand and speak Parcel tongue, nodded and responded in kind, $thank you, $. Harry smiled and gave Off-Eyes a small kiss on her lips and then got back to work along with Off-Eyes, who was now even more motivated to build a new home for the dragons. Soon it will be time to go to the underworld and attend the Devil Youth Gathering, but for now, Harry was happy and content to catch up to everyone he loves. He'll worry about all that soon enough. Chapter 97. Azazel has been very frustrated as of late. He had been trying to request that dividing be delivered to the Fallen faction, not because he thought it would help the Fallen gain a bit of power or even for his research. The reason he wanted Albion was because of Volley. He wanted to at least have something of the kid, or at least prevent what had happened to him from repeating itself, but the yokai faction has refused him time after time. Not that he blamed them, the Fallen faction had been a big pain in their ass for a very long time. In fact, he was utterly surprised that they haven't been destroyed yet. Harry Potter certainly has the power to do so in a second. Any of the Neo-Kyoto Elite Squad members can also easily erase the Fallen faction or even those weird creatures that safeguard Kyoto itself. All of that power, and the yokai faction is just content with being left alone. Many factions would have chosen to conquer the supernatural world or eradicate any faction that could become a threat. None of the leaders of the Judeo-Christian factions understood why the yokai faction wasn't doing anything with all that power. They just don't understand what could their goals possibly be, and the fact that the yokai faction wanted nothing to do with any of them just made matters worse. All anyone knew was that everyone in Neo-Kyoto could easily kill any of the top 10 strongest beings in the world. A 5-year-old living in Kyoto could kill him quicker than he could blink, and that was very disturbing. But no one could do anything or even ask for info. Quite simply, the yokai faction just refused to answer any questions, and there was nothing anyone could do it. Which is why, besides feeling frustrated, he was also quite confused. The reason? It's quite simple really. The yokai faction has sent him a package and he's staring at it right now. Right in front of him is a big yellow box with a note that has his name written on it. At first he thought that they might have actually allowed him to have dividing, but right in front of the box, in big bold black letters, the words "No, fuck you" stood out too much not to notice. That told him that the yokai faction wasn't giving him shit. The question is, what was inside this box, and why was a big sense of dread going up his spine? But before he could even decide what to do next, the box sprung open and unleashed a big pink cloud that not only hit Azazel but spread all over his office and then the entire Fallen faction headquarters in the underworld. Each and every fallen angel was hit by the pink cloud, which not only stank but was also a mix of pepper spray and itching powder created by Sirius, Remus, and Tony. It was a mixture that was created with all of their magical and chemical knowledge to be able to affect and prank Harry, a dragon god that was practically immune to almost everything and if not highly resistant to anything else. It was a mixture that Harry had fallen victim to. However, to him it was nothing but a mild annoyance and irritant, which was a victory for Sirius, Remus, and Tony. But for anyone else, this mixture was just pure and unadulterated hell. Each and every fallen angel was on the floor screaming and rolling on the ground in pain, but that's not the only thing the pink cloud did. The cloud itself was cursed to turn everything it touched neon pink in color, and so the fallen angels found themselves glowing in neon pink color. Their hair, skin, and clothes were now in that flashy color, and Azazel, who was on the ground sobbing in agony, regretted every bad decision he had ever made in his life. He certainly won't be asking anything from the yokai faction ever again too. What Azazel didn't know is that he wasn't the only victim to the no, fuck you package. There has been all sorts of beings that had made the mistake of requesting or demanding things of the yokai faction, and even though they were for the most part patient enough, there's a limit of how much you can annoy the yokai faction before they decide to deal with you. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Potter household, Harry, Remus, Sirius, and Urahara were watching from behind Tony as he pulled out information from the anonymous poll they had put up online about mecha designs. The sheer amount of information they had gotten was staggering, and it almost made them regret having put up a poll, but it was very helpful information, and thus they soldiered on and checked out each and every recommendation they received. Not only did they check the media the recommendations came from, but they had also watched clips and videos of the battles these mecha took a part in. Needless to say that they were inspired to refine and change some things on their own designs to better match what the mecha could do, but now after days and hours of checking everything out, they had chosen the 4 designs they liked the most. As Tony pulled out all the information they got on these 4 mechas and transferred them to the hard light hologram table in the middle of their lab, everyone turned around to watch the 4 chosen mecha. Harry walked up to them and stared at their names: Epion, Wing 0 Snow White Prelude, MNQ-01 Metal Myth Barbados Dragon Warrior, and a Stray Red Dragon. Why do I feel like you asked Hope and Morgan to choose them? Everyone except Tony's sweat dropped because that's exactly what they did. Tony, however, grinned and shrugged. Well, Morgan was the one that wanted to see if we could build one, so she might as well help a little, plus we asked both Hope and Ari to choose one too. Harry chuckled and shook his head. He then stared at the mecha that were chosen by the girls. I think I can guess which one each of them chose. Tony continued to grin. Well then, go ahead. Harry smiled and then began to speak. Morgan chose the Astray Red Dragon because she's the Red Dragon Empress. Tony nodded. That was an easy one. Harry nodded and then went on. Ari chose the MNQ-01 Metal Myth Barbados Dragon Warrior because it looks very dragonic. Tony nodded. She really liked its color scheme, and so do I. Harry shook his head in amusement. Then Hope picked the Wing 0 Snow White Prelude. Tony raised an eyebrow. Hey. I didn't think you would have guessed that one. How did you know? Harry smiled. Because Hope really likes my ethereal feathered wings, and this particular mecha seems to have wings like that. The Epion was chosen by you idiots, and more than likely you chose it out of irony. Tony, Sirius, Remus, and Urahara laughed out loud, not even bothering to hide the fact that Harry had guessed right why they have chose that particular mecha. Harry just rolled his eyes at them, but the playful smile on his face showed that he found the whole thing funny. All right, then which one are we going to build? Sirius shrugged. Well, for now, we're drawing designs for each of these. We'll have to take into account the materials we're going to need and the weapons we're going to have to build for each one. We'll choose then. Remus hummed. We're going to have to go dungeon diving inside the natural dungeon to get more resources and money. This project is a very expensive one. Everyone nodded, and each and every one of them have been helping with the financing of this project by going to the natural dungeon to get everything they need so they wouldn't use their savings or their own money. Urahara then hummed as he stared at the hard light hologram of each of the mecha. Whichever one we choose will be the one you will pilot, Harry, so it will definitely become the strongest weapon ever created. Harry nodded, and all of them turned to stare at the still armorless and naked mecha. What they were building in their basement could be one of the most dangerous objects ever created by the smartest and most powerful beings on the planet, and it was created because Morgan wanted to see if they could do it. Harry smiled and shook his head. The things we do for those girls. Everyone laughed and then went back to work. There was still a lot to do and think about, but the day that the first real mecha ever is built is fast approaching. The next day Harry was visiting the newly built Kyoto Valkyrie barracks. Sure, there are only 2 Valkyries right now, but Harry wanted to make sure that they had everything they will ever need, not only for living but for training and deployment purposes. Harry was at this moment inside Brunhilde's office where they were having a conversation about everything she might need. So we have enough dorms and training grounds for a big group of Valkyries to begin patrol. Harry nodded. Have you found any more candidates? Brunhilde nodded and then took out a folder from a drawer of her desk and handed it to Harry, who opened it and began to read. Brunhilde began to speak as he did so. As you can see, the Prime Minister is going to send some SDF female soldiers to become Valkyries. The fact that they're already heavily trained makes them the perfect candidate for this. Harry hummed as he read the files Brunhilde handed to him. I see, the Prime Minister wants access to the Valkyries, which is fine. He's been helping Neo Kyoto quite a lot, so I don't mind that he uses the Kyoto Valkyries. I do wonder what he needs them for though. Brunhilde smiled. Apparently he wants some kind of defense against supernatural threats. Kyoto has the Royal Guards and the Anbyo Corps, not to mention all the guilds, so it's very well protected all the time, but the mundane side of Japan lacks a way to deal with supernatural threats. Sure, you and Yasaka can send help and whatnot, but an active quick response unit would be a good thing to have. Harry closed the file and nodded. Makes sense. we're usually very busy so we might miss their call for help or not be able to help at all if something else is going on, so having you guys work closely with the government is a good idea. Brunhilde nodded yes, and this way the Prime Minister will feel safe. Harry smiled. And Jean? How is she adjusting? Brunhilde smiled at the mention of her first Valkyrie. She's doing great. At first she was very melancholy and depressed, but over time she began to open up. She's been training hard and seems to want to prove herself useful. Harry sighed and then nodded. I must admit that I was actually planning on letting her rot inside the prison, but it seems like this is the best choice for everyone. Brunhilde nodded. She was well aware of Jean's past as a member of the hero faction in the Cows Brigade, and that made her someone not very trustworthy, but she has proven herself and is now considered a member of Neo Kyoto. The fact that Harry had accepted her as a Valkyrie shows that he was willing to trust her, and she knew this, which is why she has been training so hard as the very first Kyoto Valkyrie trainee. After her report, Harry and Brunhilde spoke about more easygoing things and caught up with each other. After speaking with Brunhilde about the progress of the Neo Kyoto Valkyrie unit, Harry went home, and as soon as he arrived in the living room he caught Valerie and Gasper hanging out in the living room. It seems like the cross-dressing dumper decided to visit Valerie, and by the big bright smile on her face she was very happy about it. Harry smiled and then walked up to Valerie and gave her a kiss. Hey Val, having fun? Valerie returned the kiss and then nodded. Yup, Gaspy was just telling me how things are doing with the vampire faction. Harry raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Gasper. Oh? How is Elmenhilde by the way? Gasp smiled and proceeded to answer Harry's question. Oh. She's been very busy lately. She has been changing a lot of old vampire laws and rules and has made things very comfortable for everyone, especially half-breeds like me. Harry nodded and then sat down in front of both of them on the couch from across them. That's great. I remember how she hated how they treated you both and the fact that anyone with half-blood was used as slaves or worse. Both Valerie and Gasper nodded. Both of them were victims of such treatments, so they were very happy that things were changing. Valerie smiled. She has been made leader of the vampire faction and is now being called the representative of the vampires. Gasper nodded. It seems like her relationship with you and your family elevated her status in the eyes of the vampire elders, so they chose her as the face of the faction. Harry smiled, happy that his friend was moving up in life. I'm happy for her. I know how responsible and hardworking she is, so she deserves her new position. Valerie then giggled, though she's not liking the extra paperwork. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Silly girl, all she had to do is ask for help. I'll go visit her soon and give her the shadow clone technique, plus I'll make sure Tony upgrades her office to make her job easier. Valerie and Gasper smile, happy that Elmenhilde will be getting some much needed help. Harry then turned his head towards Gasper. And how are you doing, Gasper? Is everything going okay with you? Gasper nodded. Yes, the therapy I've been going to has helped with a lot of issues I used to have. As you can see, I can now easily go out and visit Valerie. I no longer feel the need to hide myself in a box. Harry nodded. That's good. I'm glad that the therapy has helped you and that you can now go outside as much as you need and want. Good job, Gasper. Gasper brightly smiled and nodded, while Valerie softly smiled at how easily Harry was talking with Gasper. A few more days went by and it was Saturday. The day of the Youth Devil Gathering has finally arrived and Harry was fixing his emerald green tie in his room. Sierra Fall stepped inside Harry's room and smiled as she watched him get ready. After fixing his tie and making sure his suit wasn't wrinkled, Harry nodded to himself and then turned his head towards Sierra Fall. How do I look? Sierra Fall smiled and then walked up to Harry like a very handsome lord. Harry huffed and shook his head in amusement. I am a lord. I'm Lord Potter and Peveril. Sierra Fall giggled and softly patted his suit. You sure don't act like a lord though. Harry grinned and shrugged. Too much work. Have you seen how much paperwork and stress Sirius deals with when he has to deal with Lord Black business? No thank you. Sierra Fall shook her head in amusement. She can understand why Harry didn't want anything to do with lordships, leadership, or any government positions really. As a mush, she was intimately knowledgeable about the amount of paperwork and work in general it takes to be a leader. Come on, Lord Potter, we have to go now or we'll miss the party. Harry smiled and nodded to Sierra Fall. Earlier in the month, Sana and Rias along with their peerages had already left for the underworld. Rias was planning of training herself and her peerage for their incoming raiding games. While Sana, who had been training with Harry along with her peerage, felt ready and decided to stay and relax with her parents until it was time for the Youth Devils Gathering. It surprised everyone that knew Sana that she had decided to rest and relax for a while. Since Harry's way of teaching also emphasized resting and relaxing well, she learned the importance of taking it easy. Sierra Fall, her parents, and Harry were very proud of her, and so Sana Citri spent almost an entire month relaxing and spending time with her peerage. Harry smiled and grabbed Sierra Fall's hand. How are we getting there, by the way? Do you want me to teleport us directly into the building? Sirafal smiled at Harry and shook her head. We have to take the interdimensional train, otherwise it will cause problems with security. Harry sighed, since the whole rule that everyone has to take the Devil's interdimensional train at least once seemed rather stupid to him, but he can't really complain about another faction's rules, so he nodded to Sirafal and then she teleported them to the train station via her Leviathan magic circle. Luckily for Harry, the train ride was pretty fast and the service inside the train was pretty good, especially since he was riding inside the Leviathan train cart. It didn't take both of them to arrive into Satrai territory, where Sirafal teleported them right in front of the building where the gathering would take place. But Harry immediately narrowed his eyes the moment he sensed a senjutsu barrier somewhere around the forest surrounding the building. Sirafal, can you sense that? Sirafal nodded and looked around. Yes, that's senjutsu, it's pretty high level too, not on Yachan's levels of course, but pretty high. Harry nodded. Want to check it out? Sirafal hummed for a few seconds but then nodded. We might as well. Make sure there's nothing that would interrupt the gathering. Harry smiled and together both Dragon God and Mo walked toward where they could feel the senjutsu barrier. Inside said senjutsu barrier stood Konako, who was glaring up a tree where a black Nico Shao was lazily laying. The black Nico Shao is a very voluptuous young woman who happens to be Konako's elder sister, who had come to check out the youth devil gathering. Konako had seen her sister's familiar at the party and followed it out here, where she found her older sister, and she wasn't happy about it. Big sister Kurika. Kurika amusingly grinned. My, what a scary look you're giving your older sister Chiron. Konako frowned. What are you doing here, Kurika? What do you want? Kurika smiled and then sat up on the branch. I just came to check how Devil's party, but now that you're here I might as well take you with me. Konako shook her head. No, I have people I care about, and big sis Yuryuaki would be upset if I left. Kurika frowned. Big sister Yuryuaki? Did you replace me, Chiron? Konako shrugged. Not really. More like she kidnapped me and then adopted me. She's been taking care of me and training me. It's because of her that I can use senjutsu without fear. Kurika continued, frowning for a bit. She then suddenly rolled off the branch she was sitting on and softly landed on the ground. Feet first. It's too bad. I don't intend in letting that Yuryuaki or that devil keep my little sister. You're coming with me whether you like it or not. You heard that, Gremory? Rias, who was eavesdropping from behind a closed-by tree, walked out from her hiding spot and glared towards Kurika's rank. Stray devil. Kurika, I'm afraid you won't take away Konako from me, she's a very important member of my family. Konako smiled upon hearing that from Rias. Even though she had made some very bad decisions, she was still a very kind and caring king, and that's the reason she continues to stay with her. Kurika narrowed her eyes and growled in annoyance. She was about to unleash an attack when her senjutsu barrier was shattered, causing her to panic. What? But how? No one should have been able to destroy my barrier. Konako smiled, sensing who had destroyed her sister's barrier, while Rias grew nervous. She knew who was coming to support Sana in the youth devil gathering, and he was the only one she knew that could have destroyed such a powerful barrier so easily. Kurika clicked her tongue. How annoying, it looks like I'm going to have to work Foz. You're not going to do shit, cat. Kurika jumped up in fright and then quickly jumped away from whoever had snuck behind her. She immediately turned around to see who it was, only for her eyes to widen in both shock and fear. Harry Potter. What are you doing in the underworld? You aren't supposed to be here. But another voice coming from where Rias and her sister Chiron were standing made her turn towards the origin of the new voice. Oh. Harry was invited by me and my little sister to attend. He has an invitation which you do not. Kurika. Kurika was definitely regretting her life choices right now. Not only was Sirafal Leviathan here, but also Harry fucking Potter, a dragon god and one of the leaders of the yokai faction. Harry tilted his head. Kurika. You're Konako's sister, right? Harry turned towards Konako, who nodded at him. That's her. Harry nodded and then sighed. Well, you're a yokai, so you fall under my jurisdiction. Kurika, you are ordered to stand down. You will be taken into yokai faction custody and everything dealing with your crime will be investigated. Do not fight this. I can and will hurt you to arrest you. So what will it be? Kurika frowned and was beginning to panic, since there didn't seem to be any escape from this situation. However, a portal suddenly opened up to her side, and from it, Arthur Pendragon stepped out. Kurika smiled while Arthur spoke up to her. Kurika? What are you doing? You should have been at the pickup point a while ago. Arthur's voice cracked and stopped when he noticed Harry standing there smiling at him. Harry suddenly waved at Arthur. Oh. Brother-in-law Arthur. It's nice to see you. Arthur's eyebrow twitched in annoyance at the fact that Harry just shoved the fact that he was going to marry his beloved little sister to his face. Don't call me brother-in-law, Potter. Harry, however, maliciously grinned, which made Arthur rather nervous. That's too bad. Le Fay and Mother Pendragon are going to be sad and disappointed with your attitude, Arthur. We should get along. We are going to be family after all. Arthur's eyebrow violently twitched in annoyance. Fuck this. I'm not going deal with you. With that said, Arthur opened another portal and moved to walk through it, but before he could do so completely, Harry called out to him, make sure you visit Mama Pendragon. She's been very worried about you. Arthur turned around annoyed and screamed in rage, don't call my mother like th. But he was cut off by his portal closing on his face, making Harry chuckle in amusement. Sierra Fall shook her head. Faye is going to scold you for teasing her brother like that, Harry. Harry just grinned and shrugged while Kurika's sweat dropped and slumped. The bastard forgot about me, he left me here. Konako just frowned and turned towards Harry. What's going to happen to Kurika, Harry? Harry sighed and then walked up to Kurika. She will be interrogated and the truth behind what happened with her and her Devil King will be investigated. I told you right? This whole excuse of her going crazy because of Senjutsu doesn't make any sense, and I intend to find out what's going. Konako nodded. She might be angry at her sister for abandoning her, but that didn't mean she wanted her to be hurt. Thank you, Harry. Harry nodded and patted Konako's head. Out of all the members of Rias's peerage, Konako was the only one who made an effort to change and seek the help she needs. She chose to leave her fears and anger behind and change for the better. This was the reason why he had agreed to Yoryuki's request to train Konako, and why he also gave her the Potter skill package, and with the way Konako has put all the effort to learn and master everything Yoryuki has taught her, he doesn't regret giving her a chance. So Harry nodded and smiled. You're welcome, Konako. How have you been, by the way? I haven't seen you since I came back. Konako smiled and began to tell Harry about her summer. Kurika, knowing there was no way to escape, just sat on the floor and listened as Konako's told Harry about her training and the way her summer vacation is going. Rias sighed and turned her head towards Sierra Fall. Is it okay to hand over Kurika to the yokai faction? She is an S-rank stray. Sierra Fall just grinned and shrugged. And who is going to argue with them? Besides, Kurika is a yokai, so she does fall under their jurisdiction, and I'm definitely not inclined to care what the devil nobles think they have the right to. Rias just slumped and scratched her head. Sierra Fall did raise some good points. No one is going to complain about the yokai faction taking Kurika, and even if they do, there's nothing they can do about it anyways, so she's just going to pretend she didn't see or heard anything. After listening to Konako about her summer and sending Kurika straight to Kyoto, Harry and Sierra Fall were finally able to go to the youth gathering. Rias and Konako took them around to say hi to Sana and her peerage, who were very excited to see their sensei. Of course, Harry and Sierra Fall caught the attention of every devil noble present in the event and tried to approach them, but both Mua and Dragon God just ignored them and went to say hi to their friends and family. Sana smiled and walked up to Harry. Sensei, thank you for coming here to support me and my peerage. It means a lot to us that you are willing to come here. I know you're not a big fan of the devil faction. Harry smiled and then shrugged. Don't mention it, Sana. You both asked me to be here and I'm more than happy to show up. Sana smiled, and then all of her peerage surrounded Harry, who smiled at everyone and began to listen to them tell him about their training and relaxing time in the underworld. Sierra Fall giggled at the fact that Harry was very well loved as a teacher by many, and he sort of looked funny being surrounded by his students. The big and ruthless dragon god acted like a mama duck when it came to those he takes under his wings. Many devils were surprised at how happy and kind Harry seemed when around his students. To many supernatural beings, Harry Potter was a very ruthless and powerful being. Not only is he a leader of the most powerful supernatural faction in the world, but he himself was known to be so disgustingly powerful that no one sane wanted to mess with him, which is why everyone present here was caught off guard by how calm and happy he seems. Sure, he was ignoring their existence, but he was calmly spending time with some of the next generation of noble devils. As Harry was listening to his devil students, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. So you're Harry Potter? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Harry turned around and raised an eyebrow towards the devil who just spoke to him so loudly, only to see a tall black-haired devil excitedly grinning at him. Usually, he would have ignored any devil that would speak to him, but there were two things that forced him to take a look at who had talked to him. For one, he could sense a good amount of ki inside this devil, and second, it was obvious this young devil trained hard. So Harry was obviously curious about this young devil before him, and so he tilted his head and decided to ask the devil in front of him a few questions. You wanted to meet me? What for? What is it you're going to ask for? The black-haired devil frowned a bit and sighed. Look, I know my faction has caused you a lot of trouble, and most of the nobles have been asking the yokai faction for an alliance or resources, and I'm sorry for that. If it's worth anything, I don't approve of their actions. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise while many devil nobles flinched as if struck by the young devil's words. Harry smiled. That's actually the most mature and responsible thing I heard from a devil since Sana apologized to the yokai faction. Sierra Fall smiled and walked up to Harry. This is Serayorg Bale and is the heir of the Bale clan. He's a nice hard-working young devil, Harry, so you can trust him to be sincere. Harry nodded and then smiled at Serayorg. I see, Well, it's nice to meet you, Sarayorg. Now what can I do for you? I'm sure you didn't approach me just to say hi. Sarayorg actually looked sheepish. Well, you see, I've been a big fan of your faction for a long time. I like how everyone in it strives to grow strong to protect each other. Harry hummed, well, thank you, but I would like to know how you know all of that. Sure, everyone knows that even the children in Neo Kyoto could kill a mob, but no one should know why everyone trains so much for. Sarayorg grinned and pointed at Seraphal. Ever since Lady Leviathan left the underworld and the devil faction, she's been telling the new generation what the yokai faction strives for via her show. Many young devils have been inspired to become better and kinder than the old generation thanks to your faction's example. Harry smiled and turned his gaze towards Seraphal, who blushed in embarrassment. Harry knew that Seraphal's dream was to inspire and protect the children of the devil faction. This is why she had agreed with Xerxes and Ajoka's decision to begin to cut down the corruption of the old devil nobles. She truly believed that the old devils were a lost cause and that the children were the ones that had a better chance to bring change to the devil faction. So he was glad to see that her dream was well on its way. Sarayorg continued speaking, we all have heard wonderful things about Neo Kyoto and many children would like the chance to meet you and the rest of the Kyoto elite guard. They know you're not a fan of our faction, but the children and some of the young devils here hope to someday become at least friends with you and the yokai faction. Harry thought about everything he heard. He was more than willing to help Seraphal ensure the future of the children of the devil faction, but what Sarayorg was talking about is letting them get access to Neo Kyoto, something that he was very weary of. I'll think about it. I'm certainly not opposed to having more devil allies. We do have the Leviathan and Satrai House being a part of the yokai faction, but it's not a decision I can make alone, but I will think about it. Both Sana and Seraphal happily smiled, glad that Harry was willing to give the children of the devil faction a chance. Sarayorg smiled and nodded, it's all I can ask for. And if I may be so bold, I would also like to ask for a favor. Harry seemed intrigued at the fact that a devil was asking for a favor. Only Sana, her peerage, and Seraphal had ever asked him for a favor. All right, if it's within my power, I'll do you a favor. Sarayorg grinned and seemed rather excited about something. Rhea sighed and facepalmed, knowing what her cousin is going to ask for. Sarayorg tightened his fist and stared into Harry's eyes. I would like to have a friendly spar with you. I want to test myself against the strongest and learn from my battle against them. You're the undisputed number one in the top 10 strongest beings in the world. I want to test my strength against you. Many of the noble devils present gasped, not believing what Sarayorg was asking for. Some others sneered and shook their heads at the wasted opportunity of having Harry agree to grant someone a favor. Harry, however, stared into Sarayorg's eyes and saw that all-familiar flame full of passion and hard work, the same flame he had seen in so many of his friends and people he considers family. Harry chuckled in amusement for a few seconds, but then stopped and cheerfully smiled. A friendly spar, hey? You would ask a dragon god for a match even though you know you would lose. Sarayorg grinned. I might lose, but I'm sure that I would also learn a lot from our fight. Harry grinned and nodded. Very well then, I'll grant you this favor, Sarayorg Bale. Do make sure not to bore me, all right? Sarayorg smiled and took Harry's challenge with a cheerful nod. It's going to be single-handedly the most amazing battle of my life. I'll give it my all and show you my worth, Harry Potter. Harry smiled and nodded. Then we'll schedule this friendly spar to occur before summer vacation ends. It will take place in Neo Kyoto. Be glad, Sarayorg. You're the first devil apart from Seraphal and the Satrai to be allowed in yokai faction territory. Every devil present in the room once again gasped in shock. No other devil has been allowed into Neo Kyoto, and now the Bale heir will do so to fight the strongest being in the world. Chapter 98. After the quite shocking declaration that Sarayorg Bale will be allowed to enter Neo Kyoto and face Harry Potter in battle, the noble devils were very excited and many wanted to approach and speak with Harry or Sarayorg. But both Dragon God and Bale heir ignored them all and continued to cheerfully speak with each other. Sarayorg even introduced Harry to his queen Kuisha Abaddon, a pure-blood devil and a member of the families of extra demons. Harry tilted his head, confused about the new term used to refer to Kuisha's family, extra demons. Seraphal happily explained to Harry what the extra demon clans are. The extra demons are the houses of top-class devils who are not a part of the 72 pillars, though most of the extra demons have secluded themselves from the current devil society, and I don't blame them though. With the way these idiots behave most of the time, it's best to just leave and let them get killed for their stupidity. Every noble devil in the room winced as if struck by Seraphal's words. The fact that Seraphal had left devil society and joined the yokai faction has been a major blow to their pride and power, so her words had that much weight on them. Harry nodded. I see, extra demons, hey? What a stupid way to separate the devil clans. You're all devils after all. Harry shook his head in disappointment. Kuisha smiled, happy that someone was also unhappy about their situation. After that both Sana and Saray took Harry and introduced him to a few friendly and kind devil families that they knew could be trusted, while Sirafal left to meet up with the other Mua and get ready for the event. This is how Harry met with another young devil named Sikvera Agars, who was also very happy to meet with Harry. It didn't take long for Harry to find out why. Turns out that Sikvera was a huge nerd and she was very interested in the technological advances of Neo Kyoto. It surprised Harry that it was well known that Neo Kyoto was highly advanced in both magical and technological prowess. Sana explained that even though a lot of information from Neo Kyoto is being kept away from all the factions, it was still clearly shown how advanced they were by just watching the guilds operate around the world. Many guilds do so, like the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Royal Guards, the Magical Research Institute, and much more. All these guilds have worked all over the world and have showcased a lot of magic not known to anyone, as well as technological advances. All of this is one of the many reasons many factions were interested in the yokai faction and Neo Kyoto as a whole. Of course, Harry sighed knowing that it was impossible for the yokai faction to keep everything hidden. But seeing as Sikvera was a very friendly if a bit too serious-looking girl, Harry decided to talk to her a bit about everything that the yokai faction was working on, which seemed to have the young Agars very excited and happy. When Harry began to speak about their healing temples and medical practices, Saray suddenly interrupted Harry. "Harry, sorry to interrupt, but can your healing temples really heal anything?" Harry turned his gaze towards Saray and noticed the hopeful look in his eyes. Yes, either the healing temple in Kyoto or the healing temple in Kyoto are capable of healing anything, and if not, they should be able to find a solution right away, but they would need to know what the problem is first. Saray looked down and thought hard about something. Koisha stared worriedly at her king, letting Harry know that whatever is going on was pretty serious. Saray after thinking for a bit, nodded to himself and began to explain. "My mother Miss Labale has gone into a coma. Apparently, she's afflicted by a common devil disease that sends the devil into a coma. The afflicted die sometime later." Harry frowned, not having heard of a disease like that. Sana suddenly spoke up. "It's a very common disease. The Satrai have been researching for a cure for a long time, but so far there haven't been any advances in that regard." Saray nodded. "If possible, now that you mentioned the medical advances made by the yokai faction, I would like to request of you to allow my mother to be treated in a healing temple." Harry looked down and frowned. This was a big decision, since it will be the yokai faction officially helping the devil, something that he really wasn't too keen on doing, but Saray was a good guy and Harry genuinely wanted to help him. Plus, if he were to ignore a mother in need, his own mother would rise from the dead to kick his ass, and that's something he didn't want to happen, so Harry decided to help Saray and his mother. "Alright, the yokai faction will help your mother. Take her to Kyoto's healing temple. There we can have both Tsunade and Asia take a look at her condition, and then I'll personally heal her. Sound good?" The cheer and happiness that lit up in Saray face told Harry that he made the right decision. He could even see his eyes tear a bit. Meanwhile, a green-haired devil's eyes widened at the mention of Asia. This devil frowned and stared at Harry from afar, and he silently pondered the situation and what to do. Never in his life would have he imagined that Asia Argento was living under Harry Potter of all people. He had been looking for her for a long while, and now that he found her, he was going to make sure he gets her no matter what. Harry smiled at Saray and gave him a pat on the back, which made the young Bale Air smile back at Harry. The dragon god noticed how relieved Saray looked now, as if a massive weight was lifted off his shoulders. Sana smiled for Saray. Many young devils were aware of the difficult life he had lived, and the fact that his mother took ill was just an insult to injury, so she was very happy that Harry was willing to help him and his mother. After Saray calmed down a bit, he and Sana continued to walk him around and talk to him about the other devil clans and which ones were trustworthy. This of course pissed off a lot of nobles, since they felt insulted when both Sana and Saray didn't introduce them to Harry, practically labeling them as untrustworthy devils. But they knew better than speak out or complain to them, especially since many devil nobles have gone missing as of late, and no one wanted to be next on the list of missing devil nobles. Eventually, it was time for the young devils to introduce themselves and proclaim their goals and dreams to the devil nobles. It was something of a tradition that Harry found silly. Why would the young care what the elder nobles think of their goals and dreams? It didn't matter what they thought, the young devils should just go ahead and work for those dreams and goals, but that was just what Harry thought, so he decided to stay quiet and watch this event out of curiosity. Each young devil was seated in front of a panel of elder noble devils and the Mo, who were all present to hear the young devils out. Many had very generic and boring goals, like being number one in the rating game rankings or just inheriting the lordship of their clans, so Harry just sighed and shook his head. How simple. I guess that this society is so suffocating that not many would want to inspire for much. That's kind of sad. Harry wanted to give all the possibilities of the universe to the people of his faction. He wanted them to reach out for anything they would want to do and give it their best to accomplish their goals. That's why he gave everything he knew to the yokai faction. He wanted everyone in the yokai faction to be able to achieve their goals if they worked hard enough. The natural dungeon was created for this purpose and its results were overwhelming. Children could kick the shit out of Great Red if they wanted just by training and grinding in the dungeon if power and self-improvement are what they wish for. The same if they wanted money, or if they wanted to follow a certain occupation they could just join a guild. If they want to be a doctor or healer they could join the Kyoto healing temples and learn from Tsunade or Offenimon. They wanted to be warriors they could join the Royal Guards, the Anbyo Corps, the Kyoto Valkyries, the Bounty Hunters, and so on. If they wanted to study magic they could join the Mages Association or the Magic Research and Development Guild where they can study, research and even create their very own magic. You want adventure and action? Then you could join the Exploration Guild where you would constantly go into the natural dungeon depths and explore to your heart's content, or the Monster Tamer Guild who go into the dungeon to catalog and tame all monsters found in the dungeon. Perhaps you like messing with technology, then join the Magi Technology Department where you can learn arts like alchemy, potion making, blacksmith, enchanting, and even advanced technological research and development with people like Tony Stark. Options were the bread and butter of the yokai faction and the reason Neo Kyoto has become the strongest and most advanced faction in the world, but the devils and the other factions have a habit of stagnating and it's something that is being passed over to the next generation, and for Harry, who worked very hard to avoid this sort of situation within his family and his faction, it all seems rather sad. Every supernatural faction seems obsessed with keeping things as they were, with no changing, no progress, no more hopes and dreams. And it was something Harry truly hated, but then again he might be biased because of his experiences in other worlds. Perhaps Harry was the weird one to have this sort of mindset. But this sort of attitude really bothers him. It's the main reason he came to loathe the wizarding world. From everything he could witness from the memories of Voldemort back when he ate the Horcrux in his scar, the wizards were still living in medieval times and refused to even attempt to get on with the times. This is a very dangerous mindset to have. In their ignorance, the wizards believe themselves to be superior to the rest of the world, which was utterly foolish. Regular humans now have many different ways to defend themselves from magic users. All of their magic, spells, and wards weren't going to protect them from a nuke or a tank, but this is something the wizard community refused to acknowledge for many years. It was only recently that many wizard families who moved to Kyoto and joined the yokai faction witness firsthand how dangerous regular humans are. These families witnessed and found out that no magical was at the top of the food chain, not even close, and it left their heads spinning for a while, but thankfully they all adapted and learned. They all now live peacefully in Kyoto and have grown from what they used to be. Harry, for the first time in a long time, held a bit of hope that the wizard community will be able to become more than they were back in Britain. But Harry kept those thoughts to himself. It wasn't his place to say anything, and he really didn't care enough to do anything about it besides having a small inner monologue within his mind. But when Sareorg stood up and claimed that he wanted to become a mole, he couldn't help but to clap and smile at his new friend. There was a young man that wanted to become a leader of his faction and to prove his worth, and it was something that Harry could get behind, though a lot of devils were shocked and surprised by Sareorg's goal. To them, it was hard to believe that someone would give up being a noble with an important clan name like the Bale just to become a faction leader. To Harry, these devils were too simple-minded for his tastes. Though many devils noticed the approval in Harry's actions and chose not to say or react in any way, though Harry noticed it as well. And then it was Sana's turn, and Harry gave her his whole attention. As her teacher and friend, he will make sure to support Sana no matter what her dreams and goals are. Sana stood up and stared up at the Mu. She gave her older sister a small smile, which Sirafal returned, and then the young Satri heiress began to speak. I wish to open a school where everyone can learn about raiding games, magic, fighting styles, etiquette, techniques, and all kinds of subjects that any young supernatural being will need to survive in this world. Many noble devils looked confused or quite disappointed, but to Harry, he seemed to think that it was a very good idea. A school for supernatural youth, it's something that is sorely missing in this world. Sure, there were schools like Hogwarts and such, but those only accepted certain types of supernatural beings or magicals. A more general institution of education is needed, and Sana wanted to do something about it, which made Harry feel rather proud of her. But then his good mood was ruined when some elder devil nobles began to chuckle in amusement. One of them even spoke to Sana as if she was a confused child. There's already a school in the underworld, Miss Satri. Surely that's enough. Sirafal glared at the devil, but either he didn't care or didn't notice, because he kept staring and smiling smugly at Sana, who just shook her head. That school is only available to devils of noble standing. My school will accept anyone that's willing to learn. And again the devils chuckled amusingly or smiled smugly at Sana, not really believing in her goal or thinking that it was a waste of time. Her peerage were beginning to get upset, but Harry's training has taught them to be patient and to control their emotions. But Harry himself was not happy with these ignorant and foolish devils' attitudes, and so he decided to once again teach this entire faction a lesson. Harry stood up and flexed his power, which made all the devils except Sirafal, Sana, and her peerage gasp and grunt in pain. Harry then stopped flexing his power and spoke it loud. Sana, I like your idea a lot. The supernatural worlds needs a place of learning where everyone who is willing and wanting can learn and grow stronger, a place where they can work towards a future and their dreams, so the yokai faction will help you with your dream and goals. Sana's eyes widened in surprise, even Sirafal stared at Harry, not expecting this from him, and the noble devils all gasped and frowned, not happy about all of this. Harry smiled at Sana and continued speaking. I'll help you with resources, money, teachers, and a location to build your school. As a member of the yokai faction you have the right to have aid in this endeavor. I know your school will further allow Kyoto to grow and support its people. Sana smiled and then happily spoke up. I accept your aid, Lord Potter. I promise that the school I wish of creating will be one that will follow the way of thinking of Kyoto. I vow to help any students of my future school to become great members of the yokai faction. Harry nodded and smiled at Sana. He then turned towards Sirafal. Lady Leviathan, as soon as Satrai graduates from college, you and I will speak and begin construction of this school in Kyoto. We will speak with Yasaka, Gabriel, Offis, Elmenhilda, and the rest of the council to make this a reality. Sirafal brightly smiled and nodded at Harry. Of course, Lord Potter. You can count on me. As Harry dropped very important names and plans, the noble devils that made fun of Sana and questioned her dreams began to sweat, knowing that they have messed up. Harry nodded at Sirafal and then began to walk away. I'm going home now. There's only so much ignorance and stupidity I can handle before I start ripping people apart, plus I have way more important things to do than to sit here and listen to fools talk. With that said, Harry waved his arm and, not caring about any rules, he opened a dark corridor. Before he walked through it, he turned his head and gazed towards Sirafal and Sana. I'll see you both at home. Harry smiled at them and then stepped through the dark corridor, which instantly closed soon after. Sarayorg chuckled. Well, he certainly has style, and I agree with him. This whole thing is a waste of time if the so-called noble blood is this foolish and ignorant. All the devils winced and frowned but couldn't really say anything in their defense. Sirafal and Sana nodded in agreement to Sarayorg's words and didn't mind that Harry left. He already supported Sana and said that he was going to help her with her dreams, so he deserved to leave. Besides, they also knew that Harry could and would kill anyone in here if they piss him off enough, so it was best he left. Plus, he did have 100 different things far more important to do than to be here and listen to old foolish devils open their mouths and speak nonsense. The next day Harry heard that Sana and her peerage would be facing Rias and her peerage in a raiding game. Harry, of course, knew that Sana would win, since the only one that could put up a fight against her and her peerage was Konako, who was trained by Yuryuki. So Harry watched the match to see what would happen. Kaiba and Akeno lost ridiculously fast once the raiding game started. Kaiba was defeated by Saji and Ruriko. The Gremory Knight tried to use his speed against both pawns, but compared to the speeds they have to deal with during their training with Harry, Kaiba to them was moving as fast as a snail. Saji immediately caught Kaiba's sword with his bare hand and then grabbed Kaiba by the neck and lifted him up off the ground, where Ruriko began to use him like a sandbag until he was retired, which didn't really take long. This made every devil watching the match gape at how strong these two pawns were, though Harry had a good chuckle watching his students do that to Kaiba. Akeno got cocky and tried to directly go after Sana, only to be bombarded by Momo and Rhea, who used quick trigger magic like Furuga and Thundaga to shoot her down. Akeno could do nothing but gape at the speed at which the spells hit her. The explosion caused by the spell collision against her body sent her flying and dropping onto the ground, where Tomo walked up to her while she was trying to get up and stabbed her in the chest to finish her off. Akeno was immediately taken out of the raiding game and Tomo just shrugged and walked away with a bored expression on her face. Many devils were now getting very nervous. Beating Kaiba was one thing, but Akeno, who not only is a queen but also well known for her magical prowess with such ease, was something very disturbing to them, and the fact that it was well known that the Satrai are part of the yokai faction made things worse for them. Konako put up a better fight. The little rook surprised everyone by actually going stealth mode on Sana's peerage, something they didn't expect from her. She was able to take down both Saji and Ruriko by sneaking behind them and then hitting them on the back of the head so hard that even Harry winced. He was sure those two had a cracked skulls after those hits. Both pawns were immediately taken out of the raiding game and Konako continued to attack this way. This allowed her to take down Tomo and seriously hurt Tsubasa, who sensed Konako and was able to dodge to at least take less damage. Poor Tomo took a kick from Konako to the side of the neck, and with a crack, she was sent out. Harry was glad he gave all of his students plenty of life bottles and gels. Tsubasa tried to fight off Konako, but her injury and the fact Konako was using Shunpo to move at high speed ensured that Sana's rook would lose soon, but at least now everyone was alerted to how Konako was taking everyone down, which forced her to fight the rest of Sana's peerage head on. Rhea, Momo, and Tsubaki ganged up on Konako, who tried her best to take them down and was even forced to reveal her new technique, which surprised Harry since it was Shunk. Hers, however, was made out of blue flames, unlike Yuryuki's lighting-based Shunk. the little Nico Xiao was able to take down Rhea, but by then her energy run out and was taken out by Momo and Tsubaki, who sighed in relief since they didn't expect Konako to be this strong. Harry wasn't surprised though, he knew how good of a teacher Yuruaki is, she did train him after all and was rather proud of how far Konako had come. He was sure Yuruaki was also very proud of her, and thinking of ways of how to help Konako improve next. Rias was then confronted by Sana, it was no match whatsoever. Sana quite easily overwhelmed Rias and shocked the entire devil faction by using holy water with her water magic, a combination of elements that Harry had to help her develop and master. Sana was the first devil ever to be able to create, manipulate, and use holy water in water magic. The new holy aspect of her magic was powerful enough to render Rias's power of destruction useless and allowed Sana to defeat her rival with ease, and thus Sana and her peerage won their first official rating game. Harry also learned what he needed to teach his students next and was already thinking of asking Konoha to give his kids a crash course on stealth fighting and techniques, so with a smile on his face Harry went to Konoha to speak to Naruto. A few days later Harry had been adding the final touches to the Dragon Sanctuary. He gave this whole new dimension a system of ley lines, making this world of dragons have an overabundance of mana. This will ensure that the dragons that will live here have plenty of mana to grow and live comfortably. Harry also created a senjutsu core for this world that will ensure that the nature of this dimension will be self-sustained and strong enough to have dragons live in it. As soon as he was done, all the dragons that had joined the yokai faction moved in right away and immediately began to choose their own territory. Of course, Harry made sure that everyone's new home was comfortable. For Tiamat he created a massive cavern surrounded by a thick forest. The female Dragon King was very happy with her new home. For Yulong Harry made a giant freshwater lake and an underwater cavern to which Yulong immediately went into and fell asleep. Harry chuckled at the lazy dragon in amusement. Sure, he enjoyed a good nap often enough, but Yulong took the concept of taking a nap and gave it a whole new meaning with how much he slept. After that he made an entire dragon village for Tannen, his family, and his other dragon followers. He calls it a village, but all that it is a whole area with multiple caves and plenty of dragon apple trees, so all of those dragons could have enough to eat. After that Harry made sure every type of other dragon had everything they need in each of their territories. Sea dragons, sky dragons, earth dragons, and even the rare fairy and light dragons found a home in the Dragon Sanctuary. Over time Offis will find more dragons and bring them here, allowing the new dragon faction to grow, and with the yokai faction providing resources and all kinds of things, the dragon faction will grow to become one of the strongest factions in the world. Especially with Offis and Harry being the leaders of the faction. Soon they will reveal themselves to the world and everyone will soon know that the dragons are now unified. But right now Harry was walking around the Dragon Sanctuary with Rei, who was looking around everywhere and watching how some of the dragons were flying around or lazily taking a nap under the sun, which made her giggle, remembering how Harry would take naps like a cat. Dragons are surprisingly very cat-like. Hey! Every dragon heard Rei and they proceeded to give her a deadpan. Even Harry did that, which didn't really help their case since they sort look like cats giving her the eye, making her giggle even more. Even Offis kinda purrs when you pat her head, you know. Harry and the rest of the dragon sweat dropped upon hearing that little detail, and Harry can't even deny it because he had seen Offis purr when Asia, Morgan, Hope, and even Airy give her head pats. Oh look! Baby dragons! Rei immediately turned towards the baby dragons, who were all curled up with each other and staring at her in curiosity, which made Rei squeal and gushed at how cute they look. Harry sighed in relief while the other dragons gave him a thumbs up for succeeding in distracting Rei, causing Harry to chuckle and smile at them. Harry watched as Rei talked and played with the baby dragons with a happy smile on her face. Rei and the Todoroki children he adopted had gotten used to living in this world quite easily, which was something Harry was very happy for. Each and every one of them found their place within the Potter household and are living their lives however they wish to do so, something they never got before. Rei then walked up to Harry while holding a green baby dragon in her arms. Harry, are all dragons this adorable when they are babies? Harry smiled. Yup, or at least until they start spitting fireballs, ha ha ha. Harry and Rei shared a laugh in amusement. Even the baby dragon was squeaking in amusement, though more than likely it didn't know why everyone was laughing right now. Rei took the baby dragon back to its siblings and patted its head before walking back to Harry so they could continue to have their walk through the Dragon Sanctuary. Rei smiled as she looked up and watched a whole group of dragons flying around while laughing and having fun. You know, it's very surprising to find out how normal most dragons behave. Harry nodded. Yet everyone has this weird image of dragons being mindless beings or savages that only care about fighting, but in reality, we're all pretty much super chill about everything. Rei smiled. I've noticed, but where do you think dragons got that reputation from? Harry hummed. Well, most of that bad reputation for dragons in this world came from Albion and Drake's actions and constant battles. They did a massive amount of damage and death, so many factions hate or are afraid of dragons because of them. I can't really blame them though, we are a very destructive bunch. We're like the Uzumaki clan now that I think about it. In Death's Domain, a bunch of red-haired men and women suddenly sneezed at the same time, and knowing that it was because someone was talking shit about them, they began to curse out at the top of their lungs to the person who dared talk shit at them. This actually amused Death quite a lot, and she learned some very long and obscure swear words that she'll be writing down for later use. In Konoha, Naruto suddenly sneezed while he was doing paperwork and ended up skidding his pen all over the document he was signing. The poor Hokage stared in disbelief at what he had done for a few seconds until he snapped and began to curse out loud, shocking everyone in the Hokage tower. In the training ground in Konoha, Boruto was trying to fuse his lightning chakra nature with the Raise Nan and trying to make the technique bigger like his father when he suddenly sneezed, which caused him to lose control of his technique. The lightning Raise Nan exploded and sent Boruto flying and cursing out until he crashed against a tree and then landed on the ground groaning in pain and still uttering curses. Sarada found him a few minutes later and sweat dropped when she heard some of the curses he was muttering while being on the floor. Himawari was humming and talking with Mothra when she suddenly sneezed. Mothra let out a soft chirp, and Himawari smiled at her friend. "Thank you, Mothra." But that sneeze came out of nowhere. "Hey." Mothra chirped again, which made Himawari hum. "Maybe you're right and someone is talking about me, maybe it's Uncle Harry? Or Morgan and Hope." Mothra shrugged and shook her head since she didn't know either, which made Himawari smile and pet the Kaijo queen. "Well, it doesn't matter." Rei giggled. "Oh. That's Naruto's clan, right? He did say they were a rowdy bunch, but I doubt they could be as destructive as dragons though." Harry smiled at Rei, knowing full well that yes, the Uzumaki were as destructive if not more than dragons. They were feared for a reason after all, and it took 3 ninja villages to take them down and only a few of those 3 villages survived. "Well, it's not only that, I think it was also envy that made dragons be hated and feared." Rei raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "I can understand the dragons being hated and feared, but envied." Harry nodded. "Dragons are beings of power, and for a long time 2 of them were the number 1 and 2 of the strongest in the world list. No one could ever hope to come close to the power that both Great Red and Off Eyes hold. This made many factions like the Devils and Fallen to be envious of dragons. Of course, they also feared as well, and that gave birth to hatred. It also doesn't help that a young dragon is usually more powerful than a high-class devil, and most adult and elder dragons are easily ultimate level in power." Rei nodded. "I see, hated and feared by everyone. That's kind of sad, don't you think?" Harry looked up at the sky and nodded. "It sure is, but we dragons are also pretty free-willed, so we tend to do what we want whenever we want, so the lack of a home wasn't a big deal, but nowadays it became something that a lot of dragons wanted." Rei nodded. "Is that why Off Eyes wanted to establish a dragon faction?" Harry looked towards Rei and gave her a smile. "Yes, since she has been a member of the family she has grown and learned a lot of things, and that awoke a desire in her to build the dragons a home. Something she learned was a very nice thing to have." Rei smiled. "I see, so she also changed after she joined the family. It seems like that's something that it's bound to happen once you join this family, even though I have changed a lot too." Harry grabbed Rei's hand and gently caressed the back of her hand with his thumb. "You've become so much stronger, not only physically of course but spiritually and emotionally as well. I'm very proud of you and how far you've come, Rei." Rei blushed a bit but gave Harry a big bright smile. "It was thanks to you and the girls that I was able to recover and grow as a person, Harry. It's because of this family that I am who I am today, and for that will be forever thankful." Harry smiled and then gave Rei a soft kiss on the lips, which she happily returned, and then both continued with their small date in the Dragon Sanctuary. Chapter 99. Today, Harry was in a sort of meeting between himself, Seraphal, and Yasaka inside Seraphal's office at the Potter household, and the topic of this meeting is Seraorg's challenge to Harry and request for help for his mother. Seraphal had explained a few more things about this weird disease that seemed to hit devils, and one of the things that stood out to Harry is the fact that the disease is a death sentence to them. Apparently, it's been a well-known devil killer among the devil faction for a long while, something that the devil elders have been trying to desperately keep under wraps from the other factions. This is why not a lot of progress has been made on finding a cure for this disease. In fact, the Satrai are the only devil clan making an effort to find a cure. Harry sighed and shook his head in disappointment upon hearing all of this. "No offense, Seraphal, but most devils are so stupid that I don't even know what to say about some of the things they do." Seraphal nodded and slumped on her chair and groaned. "I know. Devils seem to let their pride make their own lives more difficult. I had been secretly speaking with other factions about finding a cure before I joined the yokai faction, but no one could find out anything about it. Some devils even think this disease is some sort of curse given to them by God or something." Harry hummed for a little bit and then shook his head. "No, I don't think so. If it was something God did, then I would have found its function within God's system, but I haven't seen anything of that sort." Seraphal scratches her head. "There goes that theory then. I wonder what it really is though." Yasaka crossed her arms under her bust and then spoke up. Well, if it's something physical then Tsunade will find out, if it is magical in nature then Asia can take care of it, if it is anything else then Harry will deal with it, but first we must get Miss Bale here to Kyoha so we can analyze her and find out what to do. Sirafal and Harry nodded. Sirafal then sat back on her chair. Well, Sarayorg will be bringing his mother to Satrai territory and Sana will help bring her here after the summer raiding game season ends. Once she's in Kyoha I'll bring her to the healing temple and we'll see what happens afterward. Harry frowned. That seems like a lot of steps to make just to get one devil out of the underworld. Why? Sirafal turned her gaze towards Harry and gave him a small sad smile. I guess you both wouldn't know. Miss LaBale Navapula was married into the Bale clan, but because Sarayorg wasn't born with their precious power of destruction they were treated badly by the entire Bale family. It got so bad that they had to move to the countryside of the Bale territory. Many Bale members of the family would rather see her die than recover from her disease. Yasaka's eyes widened in horror as she gasped. How horrible, to treat family like that just because Sarayorg didn't get the power of destruction. I knew that the noble houses of the devil faction were harsh, but to be this cruel. Yasaka sadly shook her head, while Harry narrowed his eyes. Sirafal, don't worry about transportation, I'll send Omniman and Alphaman to pick her up and bring her directly here way before my match against Sarayorg. Sirafal smiled. I should have known you would do something about this. Harry smiled. A boy needs his mother and I'll be damned if a friend of mine has to go through losing his mother to the heartless manipulations of others. Yasaka and Sirafal smiled at Harry. He knew exactly what it feels to not have a mother, so he wouldn't want anyone else to experience the same thing. Sirafal giggled. You seem to have taken a shine to Sarayorg. Harry shrugged. I'm a sucker for the underdog and the hard-working types. He reminds me of Lee and Naruto a lot, so I'm thinking of introducing him to them after we have our match. Perhaps they might even teach him a thing or two. Sirafal laughed in amusement. Boy, is Sarayorg going to jump into that. Yasaka then hummed. So about this friendly spar you'll be having with the Bale heir, how are we going to go about it? Harry grinned. Well, I've been thinking that we can have it in Kyoto. I'll even build a pocket dimension where we can fight to our heart's content and we can televise the entire match. This way the entire world can see. Sirafal nodded. I like that idea a lot. We can show off a little of Neo Kyoto since no other supernatural being can enter here that isn't an ally or registered, so a lot of people are curious about how much Kyoto has changed. Yasaka giggled in amusement. They'll be for a shock, that's for sure. Neo Kyoto has advanced not only magically but technologically as well. Kyoto and the yokai faction are the most advanced and powerful faction in the world. Harry hummed. I see, so showing off a bit will make the other factions aware of how far we've come and make them weary. Not a bad idea. Yasaka and Sirafal nodded. Harry then stood up and stretched. Well, I think that's a good enough plan. To begin with, Sirafal, make sure the match is advertised so it can catch the interest of everyone, and Yasaka, can you find me a suitable location to make the pocket dimension on? Both Yasaka and Sirafal nodded and got up. Sirafal jumped on Harry's back, which made him chuckle, while Yasaka grabbed his hand, and together they began to leave Sirafal's office. Come on. Harry, I'm hungry and I know we have some ice cream in the fridge. I have to get to it before Morgan, Hope or Eri get to it. Yasaka giggled and shook her head in amusement. Well, I can also go for a bit of ice cream, it's been a while. Harry nodded and then left Sirafal's office with two of his girlfriends to get some ice cream. A few days later, Harry, Sirius, and Remus were walking through the streets of Kyohan going back home after going to an arcade to hang out and play some video games. Sirius called it male bonding or something like that, but to Harry, it was just spending time with his family, though they must have looked weird because all the kids in the arcade stared at them as they destroy every high score in the place. Sirius was cheerfully speaking to Harry about how Ui was now pregnant and expecting a pup, which made Harry very happy. You certainly took a while, Sirius. I'm surprised Ui didn't tie you to the bed and not let you escape until the deed was done. Sirius' sweat dropped because his wife came very close to doing that to him. Shhh. Don't say such scary things out loud, Harry. She has spies everywhere. Harry chuckled. He didn't doubt Ui really had spies everywhere, but he knew she wouldn't use them for this. Sirius was just being his usual dramatic self. Remus grinned. Another black hey? I hope that baby comes out more like the mother than the father. One Sirius black is enough for everyone's sanity. Sirius gasped and grabbed his chest as if struck. Moony. How could you? There's never too much of Sirius black. Remus rolled his eyes but still smiled at his friends. Say that to the yokai of Kyoto, I'm sure they had enough of you. Sirius chuckled and shook his head. Nat. The yokai love me. And whoever told you otherwise is a filthy liar. All three shared a good laugh while they continued to walk home, but once they got close to the Potter household they immediately noticed Morgan, Hope, and Eri standing outside. Morgan was poking something on the ground with a stick while Ari and Hope stared at whatever Morgan was poking with curiosity evident in their eyes. However, the girls sensed Harry, Sirius, and Remus approaching and immediately turned toward them. Morgan and Ari brightly smiled and waved at them while Hope gave them a big wide smile. Harry, Sirius, and Remus grinned at the girls while they walked up to them, and once they arrived at where they were finally able to see what had the girls' attention. A devil that was so charred that they couldn't recognize it was laying on the floor groaning in pain. Harry raised an eyebrow. Morgan, why are you poking a semi-dead devil with a stick? Morgan smiled. I didn't want to touch it, Uncle Harry. Something about this devil just feels disgusting and Daddy told me not to touch disgusting things. Harry, Sirius, and Remus' sweat dropped at the harsh words delivered by such a small and cute girl. Those words sounded even worse since she delivered them with a sweet and caring smile on her face. Hope, however, sighed. This is coming from the girl that was crushing zombies' heads with her bared hands not that long ago. Morgan grinned and shrugged. And this devil feels far more disgusting than a zombie. Hope. Harry just smiled at the two girls. Okay, so can anyone tell me why is there a charred devil outside of our house? Ari was the one who answered Harry's question. Oh. Well, Mr. Devil tried to teleport into our house and he was then repelled and blasted off the property by the wards. I'm actually surprised he's alive, extra crispy like fried chicken but alive. Morgan smiled. Ooh. Fried chicken sounds good. Let's go ask Auntie Susan to make us some, guys. With that said, Morgan ran into the house while Hope's sweat dropped. Ah. And there she goes. Well, let's go, Ari. Fried chicken actually sounds pretty good right now. Ari nodded. But you're a bird too, Hope, isn't that cannibalism? Yeah, that's the word. Hope's sweat dropped at her little sister's question. Ari, who taught you that word? And no, birds eating other birds isn't cannibalism. Is survival of the fittest. Ari nodded and both of them walked back to the house to catch up to Morgan. Sirius and Remus were laughing at the whole silly conversation they just heard while Harry just sighed but smiled at them. Those girls and the things they say and do. Sirius barked out a laugh. Those girls are the best. I hope my kid is as fun as those three. Remus chuckled. I bet he or she will. There's no chance your kid is going to be normal with a family like ours. All three men laughed, knowing that to be really true, but a groan of pain caught their attention, causing them to turn towards the charred devil. Harry frowned at the devil and tiredly sighed. Now what to do with you? After a bit of thinking, Harry decided to call Sirafal to come outside. He certainly didn't want to bring this unknown devil inside his home, and Sirafal would be able to recognize it. So a few minutes later, Sirafal came out of the Potter household and immediately walked over to Harry, Sirius, and Remus, who were standing around the charred devil and staring at it. Sirafal walked over to Harry and gave him a kiss, which he returned with a smile on his face. She then looked down and stared at the charred devil on the floor. Why is there an extra crispy devil in front of our house? Harry chuckled at the very confused tone of Seraphal's voice. According to Morgan, Hope, and Ari, this idiot thought it was a good idea to try and teleport directly into our house, and our wards blasted him off in an instant. Sirafal frowned. Who the hell is so arrogant and stupid to do this? How is this guy even alive right now? The wards around our home are very dangerous. Everyone looked down towards the charred devil, but a voice suddenly called out from behind them. He has one of my snakes. Sirius and Remus jumped and screamed like little girls, while Harry and Sirafal turned towards the origin of the voice and smiled when they saw who it was. Sirafal instantly grabbed the one who just spoke in a tight hug. Off-Eyes. Off-Eyes looked up to Sirafal and gave her a small smile. Sira. Harry smiled at Off-Eyes and gave her a pat on the head. He then turned towards Sirius and Remus and grinned at them. So who screamed like a little girl right now? Sirius huffed. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry. Remus awkwardly chuckled. I plead the fifth. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. He then turned his head towards Off-Eyes. So this guy survived because he had one of your snakes? Off-Eyes nodded. Yes, otherwise the wards would have incinerated him within seconds, and nothing would be left of him. Harry nodded while Sirafal hummed. Do you remember who he is? Off-Eyes shook her head. Not really. I wasn't really paying attention to who I gave my snakes to at the time, and there were quite a few devils who joined the Cows Brigade too. Sirafal sighed. Then who is this fool then? Harry, can you heal him enough to find out? Harry nodded. I would have liked to have this devil continue to suffer in pain, but we do need to find out who he is. First aid. The charred devil's severe burns healed as his body was engulfed in a soft green light. Harry used a beginner-ranked healing spell just to heal the devil, enough so they can see who it is, but not enough for the devil to be able to move. Sirafal narrowed her eyes as she stared at the male devil on the floor. That's Diodora Astaroth. Harry frowned. That's Ajilka's devil clan, well before he became a Mu, that is. Sirafal nodded. Yes, in fact this guy is Ajilka's little brother. The question is, what is he doing here in Kua without a permit, and why the hell would he try to teleport to our home knowing full well that no devil is welcome here? Sirius frowned. Being a member of the Anbyo Corps and an assassin of the yokai faction, he didn't like the fact that a devil had the gall to try and come to their home unannounced. Let's find out, shall we? Sirius took out his wand and pointed at the devil enervate. Diodora's eyes snapped open, and as he sat up with a gasp for air he screamed in pain as his wounds weren't fully healed, but Remus immediately stomped on his leg, preventing him from further moving away. Diodora screamed in pain again, but the moment he noticed he was surrounded by Harry Potter, Seraphal Leviathan, and 2 members of New Kyoto, he instantly shut up and glared at them. Harry glared back at Diodora. I'm just going to ask you once, devil, why are you here and why did you try to teleport into my home? Diodora frowned. He seemed like he didn't want to answer Harry's questions, but in the end, he thought it better to just come clean, especially since he was being glared at by both Seraphal and Harry. Asia Argento lives with you, right? I came to see her. Now that made Harry, Sirius, Remus, Offeyes, and Seraphal tense up. Asia is a well-beloved member of the Potter family, she's a little sister to Harry, and being a dragon tamer has made her very popular among the dragon faction. In fact, that's where she is right now, spending time with all the dragons. Harry then glared at the devil. Asia doesn't know any other devil other than Sana, her peerage, and Seraphal. If she knew you, then she would have said something or mentioned you, so why is a high-class devil heir looking for her? Diodora glared and refused to say anything else. In his mind he thought that he didn't need to explain himself to a lizard of all people, he was a devil from the Astaroth clan and he shouldn't have to say anything. But his silence only made Harry angry. Morgan was right about this devil in that he reeks of darkness and evil. This explains why she didn't like him to begin with. So Harry, not wanting to waste any more time with this fool, called the Elder Wand into his hand and snarled out a spell, Crucio. Diodora instantly began to scream and howl in pain as Harry held the spell on him for a few seconds until he suddenly stopped it and Diodora slumped onto the ground. Why are you looking for Asia? Diodora glared up at Harry. You can't do this to me. Do you know who I am? My brother is Mu. And my clan is one of the most powerful and richest in the underworld UFO org. But Harry did not care and hit Diodora with another Crucio. Now normally a devil would have a high magical resistance that would let them be unaffected by wand magic, but a spell used by Harry, a dragon god using the Elder Wand while also having a whole set of different perks and skills that help him bypass defenses, and the result was Diodora once again screaming in agonizing pain. Harry let up the spell a few seconds later and watched as Diodora slumped on the floor gasping for air. I don't give a shit who you or who your family is. No devil is allowed on Japan soil without a permit, and you definitely don't have one. Now why are you looking for Asia? Diodora growled and tried to use the snake within him to fight back, but he then felt its power and energy dissipate and leave his body. It was here when he noticed a 5th person close by, someone he hadn't seen yet because he was too focused on his pain and the fact that he was surrounded. Offeyes was right there and she had taken away her snake from Diodora, leaving him stunned and speechless, which only served to make Harry hit him once again with a Crucio, causing him to scream in pain once again. Offeyes collected her snake and power from Diodora with a frown on her face. He just tried to use my snake to attack. Seraphal shook her head. I never knew Diodora was this stupid, he was such a polite and soft-spoken young man. Harry let up his spell and Diodora slumped on the ground while sobbing. Harry then put away the Elder Wand and summoned Oathkeeper into his hand. This guy has a disgusting amount of darkness in his heart. It was well hidden and controlled, but now that he's in pain and scared, his true self is showing. Oathkeeper lit up in white light which began to shine brightly. The light was so intense that Diodora's skin began to boil, which made him grunt and growl in pain. This is your last warning. Tell me why you're looking for Asia. Harry pointed Oathkeeper right at Diodora's face, which made him panic. All right, you damn lizard. Asia Argento is mine. I got her kicked out of the church by pretending to be injured, but I lost her when she arrived in Japan. I've been looking for her ever since. Seraphal's eyes widened in surprise at the fact that a devil was bold enough to get close to church territory and approach a saint like this. Harry raised an eyebrow. That sounds fammy, you bastard. You're the one who's been kidnapping holy maidens from the church. Seraphal gasped, remembering when Gabriel had told both Harry and Seraphal about how holy maidens had been disappearing from churches for a while now and no one knew what had happened to them. Seraphal then came to a grim realization, one that had her feeling rather disturbed. Your peerage. Your entire peerage is made of holy maidens of the church. I heard rumors about how you treated your peerage and how they were all able to use holy light in some way, but this. What have you done, you stupid boy? Diodora snapped and began to maniacally laugh. I broke them. I took them from the church and made them mine. Oh! How I enjoyed listening to them plead and pray for their dead god to save them. And the look on their face when they realized he was never coming to their rescue. Ha 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 ha. And no one can do anything about it. Who would do something against the brother of Ajilka Amua and Super Devil? And Asia is next. Once I get out here and go back home, I'll have my brother come here and deal with you, stupid Lizar Ag. But Harry had enough and unleashed a holy light spell right into Diodora's face. Holy! Diodora was engulfed in a pillar of white light, and as he screamed in pain his body began to break down until the last thing he saw was the hateful glare of a dragon god before darkness engulfed his sight, and then he knew no more. Harry snarled in anger, son of a bitch. Fuck. Why does this sort of stupidity follows me everywhere I go? Sirius, Remus, and Seraphal looked down and didn't say anything. It was true that trouble always has a way of finding Harry. He was just too unlucky to always have to deal with horrible things like this. Harry sighed and let go of Oathkeeper, which disappeared in a flash of white light. Sira, contact Ajilka and tell him what happened here. Let him know that I want those girls in my home by tomorrow, or I'm going to the underworld and kill every single member of the Astaroth Devil clan in him. Seraphal nodded okay, and Harry. I'm sorry about this. I didn't know, and I certainly never imagined that something like this had happened. What I am going to say to Gabby or Asia now. Harry shook his head and patted Seraphal on her head. Don't apologize for the bad deeds of others, Seraphal. You aren't at fault here, and leave Asia and Gabby to me. I'll explain everything to them, but we need to get those girls back as soon as possible. Seraphal nodded and then gave Harry a small smile and quickly left to deal with this. Those girls needed help and she was going to make sure they get it. Off-Eyes, feeling that Harry was angry, decided to hug Harry from his back and hung there like a koala, which made Harry smile at her. Sirius shook his head and frowned at this entire situation. How horrible! What sort of person would do this to a holy woman? Remus sighed, a very deranged and sick one. Harry frowned and looked down. Well, he won't hurt anyone ever again, and he was never going to get his disgusting hands on Asia, that's for sure. Everyone nodded. Diodora was not only sick and deranged, but he was also stupid if he believed that he was ever going to get to Asia. She is a member of the Potter household and they would protect her from anything. Not that she needed protection though, since she is powerful enough to kill anything in this world not from the yokai faction and allies. Harry shook his head. Let's go. I'm going to have to speak with Asia and Gabby later, but for now I think I may want some of that fried chicken Morgan mentioned. Let's see how long it will take Susan to make it. Sirius and Remus nodded, and together with Harry and Off-Eyes, who was hanging from his back, they went back into the house and went straight to the kitchen. Sometime later Harry went to Kuaha's healing temple to speak with both Gabriel and Asia. Both girls were happy to see Harry, but once they saw his face they knew something had happened, and more than likely it involved them. Harry gave them a small smile when he saw both Asia and Gabriel tense, but soon enough they all went to the break room in the healing temple and Harry began to explain what had happened a few hours ago in front of the house. Gabriel was visually upset. She's not one to anger easily, but this time Harry can see she was struggling to keep her anger in check, but behind all that anger there was sadness for what had happened to those poor girls and guilt because it was the church's and heaven's job to protect them. Unfortunately, they were victims of the time that Michael was being a negligent leader, and no one even noticed those girls were gone until it was too late. Asia was shocked and quite disturbed hearing about what Diodora wanted to do to her and that he was the reason for her excommunication from the church. Of course, there was also a concern for her sisters of the cloth, and she wanted to make sure they were all right and safe. Harry, what's going to happen to those poor women? Harry smiled at Asia. Ajilka has until tomorrow to bring them here. If he doesn't, I will destroy the Astaroth Devil clan and bring them back with me. I'll heal them and deal with any trauma they might have. I'll make sure that nothing that had happened to them hurt them any longer. Asia smiled and happily nodded. Gabriel looked down. What about the Astaroth clan? Harry sighed. Diodora died by my hands. I used one of my most powerful holy light spells and made sure he suffered before he died. The yokai faction will also fine the Astaroth clan for transpassing into Japan without a permit and for invasion of the home of a bunch of faction leaders. Honestly, I can't believe this devil thought he could do all of this and get away with it. Just what goes inside a devil's mind sometimes. Gabriel nodded. That's something no one in heaven has been able to figure out, but I'm glad the Astaroth clan will be punished for allowing this to happen. What about heaven? What about my brother? Harry smiled. I already sent a report to Michael after I had some fried chicken with Hope, Morgan, and Ari. He will be speaking with Surtsks and getting monetary retribution from the devil faction as a whole. They do have a peace treaty after all, and the devils will need to make reparations to heaven to save face. Gabriel nodded. Are you going to speak with Ajilka when he arrives with the woman? Harry nodded. Yes, it's about time I give that nerd a piece of my mind. Gabriel sighed and then nodded to herself. Can I be there? Harry tilted his head in concern. Gabriel doesn't really like to get too involved with faction dealings. It is one of the reasons she left heaven and joined the yokai faction and became the one in charge of Kuaha's healing temple. Sure, I have no problems with you being there, Gabby, but are you sure? Gabriel smiled at Harry and nodded. Yes, I think I need to be there. Harry nodded and then decided to take both Gabriel and Asia out for some ice cream to cheer them up a bit. Gabriel of course took this as a small date and enjoy walking around Kua while holding hands with Harry. Asia just loved spending time with who had become her older brother in all but blood and enjoyed being spoiled for a little bit. The next day Ajulka showed up and Sirafal let him into the Potter household's ward temporarily. With him there were 15 girls who looked downtrodden and nervous. Sirafal took them directly into her office and called for Harry and Gabriel. Ajulka looked down and frowned. How bad is it, Sirafal? Sirafal frowned. Pretty fucking bad, Ajulka. Your brother not only pissed off Heaven but the yokai faction and Harry in one single day. Just what was wrong with that little jerk? Ajulka sighed honestly. I don't know. After I became a Mua I didn't pay any attention to my little brother. I know that my mother and father put a lot of pressure on him because of me, but I really didn't care much about it. Sirafal shook her head in disappointment. Well, now you have the consequences of that attitude of yours, Ajulka. Your brother is dead, the Astaroth clan is going to be heavily fined by the yokai faction and the devil faction will be kicked in the nuts by Heaven. I hope you're proud of yourself, Ajulka. Ajulka couldn't retort anything because a pillar of darkness erupted from the floor in the middle of Seraphal's office and both Gabriel and Harry stepped out of it. The 15 girls gasped upon seeing Gabriel and looked down in shame as tears began to fall down from their eyes. Gabriel saw this and immediately rushed over to them and hugged them all with her wings while telling them that everything will be fine. Harry however just stood there while glaring at Ajulka in silence, which made Ajulka begin to sweat nervously. The Mua Beelzebub was well aware that Harry didn't like him much, so he was hoping he didn't decide to just off him right now. Harry turned his gaze towards the girls who tensed up, but Harry gave them a soft and warm smile that helped them relax a bit. He then turned his gaze back towards Ajulka. Are you still so proud of your creation now? Or are you too stupid to see how irresponsible you've been with it? Ajulka winced as if physically struck by Harry's words. He knew of course that the evil pieces were too dangerous to be given to just anyone, but they didn't have much of a choice at the time, and if he wanted the devils to use them he couldn't put too many restrictions into them. But things were getting out of control. They have been for years really. Things like devils killing and then reincarnating humans and other races, forcing humans and other races into their peerages with threats. And what had happened to these 15 girls? He wasn't stupid, he knew that something must be done before someone does something stupid again and pisses off the wrong person. So Ajulka nodded. Yes, I can see that changes must be made. Harry stared at Ajulka. I understand why you created the evil pieces, you made them out of desperation, but this? All of that has been caused by them is very serious, Ajulka. Do you know that we have been investigating the crimes committed by Kurika? Ajulka nodded yes. Sirafal gave me and Surtsk the report informing us of what had happened during the youth gathering event. Harry nodded and smiled at Sirafal. Her king Nabrius something was going to reincarnate Konako to experiment on her. According to what we found, he was trying to create a super devil to kill you and Surtsk. He believed that Senjutsu was the key, so he experimented on Kurika and was going to do the same to her sister. That's why she killed her king. Ajulka just stared in silence at Harry. Everything Harry just told him was pretty serious and he knew that it will bring nothing but trouble. Later on, Sirafal then spoke up. The yokai faction will be fining the Nabrius clan, but the devil faction will be required to act, otherwise the Harry will deal with all of this too, and you and Surtsk don't want that, right? Ajulka nodded. He and Surtsk have to do something about the Nabrius clan and investigate this further. We'll investigate and deal with the Nabrius clan, and I'll be also putting some restrictions on the evil pieces. We can't keep having these issues now that we have a peace treaty. Sirafal nodded and Harry sighed. See that you do, otherwise, I will have to deal with this myself and the devil faction will find itself even shorter on faction members. Now get out of my house. Ajulka frowned but nodded. He quickly stood up and Sirafal walked him outside where he could teleport back home and begin dealing with this whole mess and all the revelations he just got. Harry turned toward the 15 girls and Gabriel, who was consoling them. He sighed and walked up to them. The girls looked up and tensed up a bit. They knew who this was and of the fact that he wasn't a fan of devils, so that made them really nervous, but Harry just smiled at them. Don't worry, I'm just going to extract those evil's pieces from all of you and turn you back into humans. And Harry did so. One by one he reached into the chest of each girl and carefully took every evil piece from them and destroyed them. The poor girls sobbed and cried, feeling that they were free from their torture. Gabriel hugged them tightly with her wings again. Sirafal came back and sadly smiled at the girls and Gabriel. I know that your opinions on devils might be down, but I promise you, we'll help you girls get your lives back. Even though the girls didn't want to trust a devil so soon, they also knew that Sirafal wasn't a part of the devil faction anymore and was instead a member of the yokai faction, so they were willing to give her a chance. For the first time in a very long time, these 15 girls had hope blossom in their hearts and they couldn't wait to start their new lives. Chapter 100. It took a week for Harry, Gabriel, and Sira Fall to help the 15 girls that were rescued from the Astaroth clan. These poor girls were not only mentally broken but spiritually and physically as well. It took Harry taking them in a time dilation room with Luna and Gabriel to even begin to help them. First Harry restored their bodies to a perfect condition, erasing everything Diodora ever did to them physically, something that the girls were really grateful for. Harry was very upset with how many scars and the amount of damage he found on the girls' bodies, so he took it upon himself to make sure he healed the girls completely. No longer feeling that they were soiled and corrupted helped the girls along the way to recovery, but then came the hard part, erasing years of torture, abuse, and brainwashing. Harry and Luna used legilimency and slowly helped each and every girl overcome their trauma and forgive themselves, but most of all convinced them that they didn't do anything wrong to deserve what happened to them. Harry and Luna knew that they might never truly recover from their emotional and mental scars, but at least they will help them get a head start at a new life, and perhaps the girls will be able to finally live in peace. That week inside the time dilation room became 7 months for Harry, Luna, Gabriel, and the girls, but it turned out that it was exactly what these girls needed, and they slowly but surely were able to recover enough to be able to survive in society on their own. This, however, was a very big concern for Harry and Gabriel. They were afraid that if the girls were left on their own they might just give up, emotionally shut down, or worse, so that's why they decided to help them until they were ready, and so it took 7 months for the girls to feel confident and okay enough to try living. Once they came out of the time dilation room they all took a big breath and all of them were ready to start their new lives. None of them wanted anything to do with the Heaven faction since they felt betrayed by them, and there was no way they would ever even contemplate going back to the Devil faction. So instead they choose to join the Yokai faction as priestesses for Harry. Gabriel had jokingly called them the Dragon Priestesses, and the girls took that title with pride. Of course, Harry was embarrassed since he was not used to being worshipped or prayed to. Sure, he was a dragon god, but he wasn't one to care about things like these. But these girls felt abandoned and betrayed by the church and God, especially since they found out that God was dead and they desperately needed an anchor, something to believe and pray to. So Harry begrudgingly accepted them as his priestesses, and Yasaka even built them a temple in Kyoto for them to tend to and decorate into a place of worship for the Twilight Dread dragon god of chaos and creation. Harry thought that Yasaka was having way too much fun with this, but in the end, Harry allowed it to happen. The fact that the girls were now happy and busy with their new duties was something Harry wouldn't ever regret. So now Neo Kyoto had a place of worship for its very own dragon god, and to Harry's surprise, many people from the Yokai faction and its allies began to visit the temple. Especially since the girls started to make handcrafted charms which he personally blessed to grant small miracles, simple things like good health or protection, but they were very popular. The girls themselves were also popular in Neo Kyoto with their green and white Japanese priestess outfits. Though Harry's sweat dropped when he saw them inside, knowing that it was more than likely Yasaka and Sira Fall who had designed them, since they seemed rather anime-ish in design. In any case, Harry was happy that the girls now had something to believe in again, and a home they can make their own. They might still have a lot of insecurities and traumas, but they were also giving it their all to move forward, and Harry was more than willing to help them with this. Heaven was completely enraged when they heard what had happened, and Ajulka and Surtsks had to haul ass to try and calm everyone down. Sira Fall refused to help them calm things down, so the two Super Devil Mo had to deal with this disaster on their own. In the end, the Devil faction was heavily fined by Heaven. It was a heavy blow to the Devil faction's finances, and everyone knew that the Astaroth clan was the cause of this. The Astaroth clan lost a lot of its reputation and influence, but the worst part was the fine they got from the Yokai faction for the actions of Diodora Astaroth, causing the once prestigious clan to lose a lot of their riches and even more power and prestige. It certainly was a bad situation for the Devil faction as a whole, but most factions just shrugged. They were certainly happy that the Devils were once again put in their place. But Neo Kyoto was far too busy to care what the Devil faction was going through. The entire faction was preparing for the match between Harry Potter and Saray Orgbale. For Neo Kyoto, this was a big event since the match is going to be televised, allowing for the first time in many years for Kyoto to be shown, something that many factions were very interested in, and many couldn't wait to see the match and whatever they could see of Kyoto thanks to the event. But that event was still 2 weeks away, and even though the Yokai faction was preparing everything with plenty of time, Harry himself was taking a nap in his dragon form right in his backyard. It's been a while since he had a chance to nap like this, and he was taking full advantage of this chance. Everyone knew that Harry had been so busy as of late, so they all decided to let him enjoy his nap. But life is sometimes unkind to Harry, and Sira Fall found herself forced to go wake up her poor boyfriend, so with a sad smile, Sira Fall walked out to the backyard and walked up towards Harry. Once she was in front of the massive sleeping dragon form of Harry, she softly caressed Harry's snout. Harry immediately opened one eye and tilted his head a bit when he saw that it was Sira Fall who had awakened him. Sira. What is it? Is something wrong? Seraphal smiled at Harry. She knew he wouldn't mind or care to be awakened by anyone in the Potter household, but that just made her feel worse when they had to wake him from his nap. I'm sorry, Harry, but a member of the Astaroth family wants to speak with you. Harry closed his eye and huffed a bit. The Astaroth? What do those devils want now? Seraphal giggled, and how sleepy and tired Harry looked in his dragon form. He looked so done with everyone and everything right now, but in her eyes that just made Harry look adorable, so she gave Harry a kiss on the snout. Apparently the new Astaroth heir wants to apologize to you in person. She's actually a sweet and kind girl, so could you hear her out? Harry opened his eyes and stared at Seraphal for a second. All right, but I'm staying right here. I'm very comfortable and the sun feels nice. Seraphal giggled and nodded to Harry. She then snapped her fingers and added the visiting Astaroth heir into the wards, which the devil must have noticed because he or she chose to teleport right in front of Harry right away. Harry watched as a tall, blonde with almond-colored eyes, devil girl appeared from the Astaroth clan magic circle with a smile and closed eyes. The girl immediately bowed. Hello, I'm Latia Astaroth, the new heir of the Astaroth clan. It's nice to meet you. Harry and Seraphal sweat dropped when Latia stopped her speech mid-sentence and let out a scream when she opened her eyes and saw Harry in his dragon form. Latia got on her knees and covered her head in fright. Please, Mr. Monster, don't eat me. I'm sure I don't taste any good. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked behind himself to look for this monster Latia was talking about. Seraphal couldn't help it and burst out laughing at the silliness of the whole situation. Harry dear, I think she means you. Harry's eyebrows went up and he pointed at himself. Me? Hey. I'm a very handsome dragon, thank you very much. Seraphal smiled and patted Harry on the snout. Of course you are, Harry, but you must have caught her by surprise. Latia looked up and stared in disbelief as she watched Seraphal Leviathan pat the massive dragon in front of her, but then something clicked in her mind. Wait. Lady Seraphal, you just said Harry, you mean to tell me that this massive dragon is Harry Potter? Seraphal nodded while Harry puffed out his chest in pride. Latia began to panic and immediately stood and bowed to Harry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was Harry Potter who was standing before me. I can't believe I called you a monster. Harry looked down at the young devil and noticed how her legs were still trembling in fear, as she sincerely apologized to him. This girl is quite the honest one. It's fine, Miss Latia, I accept your apology. I am sorry that I startled you. I was taking a nap when I was informed that a devil wanted to speak with me, so I decided to see them in this form. Latia stood up straight and nodded. I see. Then I'm sorry for interrupting your resting time, Lord Potter. Harry just shook his head. It's fine, I don't mind that, but I am intrigued as to why a member of the Astaroth clan would want to apologize to me, much less even talk to me after what has happened to the clan. Latia nodded and looked down. I see. Well, after the scandal Diodora brought to our clan, the Astaroth decided that they needed something different for the clan if it's meant to survive everything is going through, so I was chosen as the next Astaroth heir. Harry tilted his head in confusion since he didn't understand what Latia becoming the heir to the Astaroth clan meant. Seraphal, however, noticed his confusion and decided to elaborate. Harry, Latia here is a member of the branch family of the Astaroth. She's well known to be kind and understanding to low-class and reincarnated devils and has spoken on their behalf before. Harry blinked. Hey? That's interesting. So the Astaroth clan is shifting to a more liberal agenda to save face towards the other factions and the devil faction as a whole, after all the consequences Diodora's actions brought on the clan. Latia nodded. Yes, the Astaroth clan has been dragged through the mud by Diodora. We took a hit not only financially but in social standing, so the clan decided that we needed a new perspective, and here I am. Harry sighed. I do not envy you. What Diodora did was not only horrendous but also brought the hate of the church, heaven, and the yokai faction towards the Astaroth clan. I myself was ready to pop Ajilka's head like a pimple because he should have been more attentive with what was going on with his brother. Latia's sweat dropped. Please don't pop Uncle Ajilka's head like a pimple. He might be a big nerd and might lose sight of what's important when he's doing his research, but he has tried to help the devil faction non-stop. Harry looked down at Latia, who flinched, hoping that Harry wouldn't kill her for speaking in the defense of her uncle, but Harry moved his gaze towards Seraphal, who nodded and smiled at him. Harry huffed and shook his head. Don't worry, as long as Ajilka is still useful to Seraphal I won't kill him. Still, it takes a lot of guts to speak out to me in defense of someone I hate. Latia eeped loudly as Harry narrowed his eyes at her. Ever since I met Zeraorg I've been meeting more and more kind and caring devils I wish I would have met before. You're a good girl, Latia. You said you came to apologize, right? Latia smiled at Harry, happy to be getting praised by someone of such importance as Harry Potter. Yes. I believe that the Astaroth clan has to make amends after everything that has happened. I think it's the right first step to take in order to begin to change. So I, Latia Astaroth, would like to apologize to you, Dragon God Harry Potter, Seraph Asia Argento. and the 15 girls for everything Diodora Astaroth had done to all of you. Harry stared at Latia and confirmed by looking into her eyes that she was sincere with her apology. I Harry Potter accept your apology. You're going to have to speak with Asia personally, but that's not a problem since she works nearby, but you're going to have to wait a while to apologize to the 15 girls, they're not ready to see any other devil that isn't Seraphal yet. Latia nodded. She was glad that she will get the chance to apologize to Asia for what Diodora did to her, but was saddened about the fact that she couldn't apologize to the poor 15 girls that Diodora hurt so much, but she understood the reason. Do you think I could apologize to Asia right now? Harry hummed and then nodded sure. Just hop on my back and I'll take you there. Latia jumped in surprise at. I can't do that. I could never dare to hop on the back of a faction leader to get a ride. Latia turned towards Seraphal to get some support, but sweat dropped when she saw that she was already on top of Harry's back and waving at her. Come on Latia. It's fun to ride a dragon's back. Latia gaped, which made Harry chuckle a bit. Here in the Potter household we don't care much for formalities and things like that, we're a family of chaos, so this is nothing compared to how we usually act. Latia just nodded and gave up. With a sigh she spread her wings and took off flying until she gently and carefully landed on Harry's back. She nervously took a seat beside Seraphal, who hugged her with "Don't be so stiff, Latia. Harry wouldn't have let you take a ride on him if he didn't like you, so just relax and enjoy the ride." Latia nodded and then took a big breath. "All right, thank you for the opportunity, Lord Potter." Harry looked back and grinned at Latia. "No problem, and call me Harry. Lord Potter was my dad and he would tell you that it was Grandpa who was Lord Potter, and so on and on. We Potters really don't like formalities." Seraphal giggled while Latia smiled and nodded to Harry, who gave her a grin and took off flying with one big flap of his wings towards Kuaha's healing temple, while poor Latia screamed her lungs out because of how fast Harry was moving. Asia was happily humming as she prepared a few gels to restock their supplies. Since Harry's students train almost every day, they often need a lot of healing supplies because they get hurt a lot. Today she had Off-Eyes hanging out with her, quite literally too, since she was hanging from her back and watching what she was doing. Asia always found it adorable how Off-Eyes would cling to people to spend time with them. Thankfully she didn't weigh anything, though that made her wonder if Off-Eyes is manipulating her weight somehow, and if she is, could she learn how? She was certain many women in Neo-Kyoto would kill to learn such a skill. But her train of thought was derailed when both she and Off-Eyes sensed Harry approaching. Off-Eyes smiled and rubbed her cheek against Asia. "Harry is coming." Asia nodded and smiled. She quickly put what she was working on in stasis and immediately went outside to meet with her older brother in all but blood. She stepped out of the healing temple. Once outside she looked up and watched as Harry was already flying down. A few seconds later the dragon god landed on all four and lay down on his belly in the backyard of the healing temple. Asia immediately approached Harry and hugged his snout, while Off-Eyes floated up and sat on Harry's snout and gave him a soft pat, which made Harry smile. Off-Eyes then looked up at Harry with a soft smile on her face. "Harry, I thought you would be napping all day. Did something happen?" Harry slightly nodded. "Well, we received a surprise visit that wanted to speak with me and Asia, and after talking with her we came here for her to talk to Asia." Asia looked up while still hugging Harry's snout. "Someone is looking for me." Harry smiled at Asia and slightly nodded while being careful not to send either Off-Eyes or Asia flying. "Yup, in fact she's on my back right now with Seraphal." Both Asia and Off-Eyes tilted their heads in curiosity and then took off flying. Off-Eyes just floated with her power while Asia spread her ethereal angel wings. Once they reached high enough they looked down, only to sweat dropped when they saw Seraphal bent down over a devil and poking her belly, to which the devil only responded with groans and moans. Seraphal looked up and waved at both of them. Both Asia and Off-Eyes turned their eyes toward each other and decided to go down to meet with Seraphal and this unknown devil who looked like she went on the world's fastest roller coaster. Latia was very dizzy and stressed from Harry's sudden takeoff and fast flying that she couldn't help but feel a bit sick, and Seraphal's poking wasn't helping either, but suddenly she began to feel better and better. She slowly opened her eyes and stared at a pair of green eyes looking down at her. She then noticed that it was a blonde girl who was gently holding her head while her hands were glowing with a soft blue light. The blonde girl smiled at her. "Do you feel better? I'm sure that riding Harry's back for the first time was a little too much, but he does enjoy giving rides to the people he takes a liking to, so I hope you can forgive him." Latia took a look to her left and saw Harry's enormous dragon head. She slowly sat up while the blonde girl helped her. "Harry, no offense, but next time can we just teleport?" Harry chuckled and nodded sure. "Though that seems like a waste when the day is so nice." Latia groaned while Asia giggled. "Be nice, Harry, not everyone can handle the way you fly." Latia turned towards Asia and finally recognized her. "You're Asia Argento." Asia turned her head towards Latia. "Oh yeah. Harry said you were looking for me, right? Then how can I help you?" Latia slowly stood up and bowed to Asia, whose eyes widened in surprise, not expecting that from Latia. My name is Latia Astaroth, the new heir of the Astaroth clan, and I want to officially apologize for what Diodora Astaroth did to you, Asia Argento. I and the Astaroth clan apologize to you. Asia tilted her head and turned her head towards Sirafal and Offis, who were watching all of this go down. Offis shrugged, not really caring if Asia accepted this devil's apology or not. The main culprit was dead, and that was enough to make her happy. She and Tsunade were livid when they found out what Diodora Astaroth had done to Asia and what else he was planning of doing to her. It took Harry to put his foot down to prevent both of them from going to the underworld and killing the entire Astaroth clan. The only reason they didn't was that Harry had told them that Sirafal was dealing with it and they trusted her to make them hurt. Which did happen. Tsunade was extremely happy that the Astaroth clan took a severe beating, not only financially but in standing as well. Sirafal knew that Latia was being sincere, so she wanted Asia to consider accepting her apology, though she also knew that she didn't have to convince Asia of anything. She really is too kind as to not accept Latia's apology. Asia tilted her. You don't need to apologize to me, nor does your clan either. Sure, I was sad and quite upset that Diodora had me excommunicated from the church. In fact, if Harry hadn't killed him, I would have bathed him in so much holy light that there would be nothing left of him. Latia's sweat dropped at the harshness in Asia's words. She had heard that she was a kind and caring girl, so it came as a surprise to hear her say that. Asia must have noticed because she smiled. I'm not the same naive little girl that Diodora tricked into healing him by taking advantage of my kindness. Being a potter and a member of the yokai faction taught me a lot, and among the many things I learned, the number one lesson in my family is no one messes with a potter. We always retaliate full force when provoked. Harry smiled proudly at Asia and gently rubbed his snout on her face, which made her giggle, while Offis once again hung onto her back again. Sirafal nodded in agreement to Asia's statement. Asia, after laughing for a bit and patting the overly affectionate dragon gods, she continued to speak. Besides, what Diodora did actually allowed me to find my family, so in a way I am thankful he did all of that, because I wouldn't have met Harry and everyone else and be this happy. Latia looked down and nodded. I see. Still, what Diodora did was horrible, and the clan should have noticed earlier what he was doing. At the very least, accept my apologies for our incompetence. Asia softly smiled and nodded. She didn't feel like she needed an apology but accepted it because Latia seemed to need it. Latia sighed and nodded to her. Thank you, Asia. I will make sure the Astaroth clan keeps in line from now on. Asia just nodded. I will trust you to keep your word. I might be okay, but those other 15 girls are still on the long way to recovery. Latia nodded. She then spread her wings and floated up. I have to go, but I thank you all for allowing me entry into Kyohan, Japan. I hope we will continue to have a friendly relationship from now on. Everyone nodded and waved to Latia, who waved back with a smile and then disappeared into her family magic circle. Asia smiled. She's really nice. Sirafal nodded. She is. It's because she grew up in the branch side of the Astaroth family, so she grew up with better values than most noble devils, honestly. The Astaroth couldn't have chosen a better heir. She's actually a good friend of Seek-chan. Harry smiled. Oh. If she's friends with someone like Seek-Vera, then she must be a good person. Offis hummed. She doesn't feel as dark as other devils. She sort of feels like Sira, just less glittery. Sirafal giggled. I do wear a lot of glitter sometimes. Hey. Asia smiled. I don't think that's what Offis meant, Sira. Everyone shared a laugh. Harry then looked around. Where's Tsunade? Asia turned her head towards Harry and smiled. Oh. She's in the basement back home. Hope and Morgan brought these very curious herbs with them not too long ago, and Tsunade deemed them very powerful and useful for healing, so she's planting a whole bunch in the basement. Harry nodded. Oh. I think I have seen a few pots with those herbs all over the house. I did ask Morgan and Hope why they were leaving herbs and ammo all over the place, and they told me that it was a precaution in case of a zombie apocalypse. Sirafal and Asia giggled in amusement while Offis smiled. Those two little girls were always doing something weird in the house, though all of the family found everything they do amusing and just let them have their fun. Sure, that usually meant finding a box of 9mm handgun ammo on the floor, or a case of shotgun shells, or even a whole pack of grenade launcher shells in the bathroom, but everyone found it fun, especially Valerie, who was the firearms expert of the house. Those girls, I swear, sometimes I wonder what they get up to in their little adventures. Sirafal giggled. I think it's fun finding all sorts of stuff around the house like that. I once found this big green turtle shell and out of instinct I kicked it. It went skating along the floor until it hit a wall and bounced off and accidentally hit Sirius, who was stepping into the living room. He was sent flipping through the air, cursing something fierce. Harry laughed, already having that image running through his mind. Asia giggled. Oh. That was a Koopa shell. You can actually jump on them and skate around on top of it. It's very fun. Offis and Sirafal looked like they were already planning of trying out that the next time they find another one of those Koopa shells. Harry just smiled, enjoying the fact that everyone is having a lot of fun and smiling all the time. The next few days were once again busy for Harry. First, they brought Miss LaBelle to Kuaha, or rather Harry sent Omegaman and Alphaman to pick her up and took her to Kuaha, which meant no one dared to even try to stop him. Though it did cause a mild panic when a few devils noticed the mega-level Digimon and spread the word, but since they were just walking around for a bit and then disappeared, they just took it as them walking around. Once in Kuaha, Sirafal let Sarayorg know that his mother was already in Kuaha's healing temple and that by orders of Harry he was granted a special permit to come and go to Kuaha anytime he wanted. Sarayorg of course took advantage of the permit and immediately went to see his mother, who was being tended to by both Asia and Tsunade. Tsunade was perplexed in that whatever was wrong with Miss La, it wasn't biological in nature, which meant that it was out of her expertise. Luckily Asia was there and was able to diagnose her. It turns out that the devil sleeping syndrome was a curse, an old and very powerful one, which shocked Sirafal, Sana, and Sarayorg, who were there. Sirafal frowned. A curse? But from whom? And why? Asia looked down. It's demonic in nature, Sira. Sana gasped in shock while Sarayorg frowned. Sirafal narrowed her eyes. Is the Great King faction doing this? But Asia shook her head. No, this curse is very old and dark as well. Whatever had created it, didn't set a particular parameter to choose who it targets. It sort of makes it so that the curse itself is an accident of sorts, or at least it wasn't meant to kill devils. The three devils present seemed very confused at this. They just didn't know what to think about all of this. Tsunade then spoke up. The curse is magical in nature, so I don't know much about it, but I can tell you the effects it has on the body. Everyone turned towards Tsunade, who was holding a notepad in her hands while Tsunade continued on. This curse is draining the mana off Misla at a slow pace, but the rate that it does increases over time and eventually the organs begin to fail. Devils are a highly magical race and without mana, their bodies can't function properly. This is quite the slow and agonizing way to kill someone. The only good news about all of this is that since the afflicted are in a coma, they can't feel any pain. Everyone frowned, not liking this news. Harry then looked at Misla. And what's Miss Misla's physical condition? Tsunade smiled and put a hand on her hip as she began to give everyone some very needed good news. Luckily she hasn't been in a coma for too long, so the curse hasn't progressed much, so she'll make a full recovery, but if Harry does the healing then her recovery will be instantaneous. Harry smiled and immediately walked up towards where Miss LaBelle was sleeping. He then waved a hand towards her. Dispel. An inky and pitch-black aura spread out from Misla's body and then shattered like glass. Harry then pointed an open palm at Misla. And now let's fix all the damage the curse did to her body. Kuraja. Misla's body was engulfed in a bright green light and everyone watched as her pale face and skinny body began to recover almost instantly. Sarayorg actually teared up seeing his mother so healthy now. Sana and Sirafal smiled as they watched Harry's healing spell do its job, while Tsunade and Asia were keeping a close eye on Misla's condition through the many monitors connected to her. The green light subsided and Misla now looked very healthy. Harry nodded and then took out the Elder Wand and pointed it at Misla. And finally it's time to wake up, enervate. A bright blue light shot off from the Elder Wand and hit Misla on her chest. A few seconds later she opened her eyes and blinked a couple of times. Harry put the Elder Wand away and stepped aside. Sarayorg immediately walked forward and hugged his mother, who looked a bit surprised at first, but then she softly smiled and sighed. Sarayorg? My sweet child, how much have you grown? Everyone smiled and decided to give both son and mother some privacy. They were sure that they had a lot to talk about after many years of being unable to do so. Though that still left the question of who and why did someone curse the devil race with a thing as a sleeping curse that slowly kills its victims. Harry would investigate this later and see what he can find, but for now, there's quite a lot for Harry to do. In the meantime, he was sure that both Tsunade and Asia will be making a cure for this curse soon enough. After a few minutes both Misla and Sarayorg walked out of the healing temple. Sarayorg then asked Harry permission to allow his mother to live in Neo-Kyoto but under her true clan name, as she didn't want anything to do with Bale anymore. Harry blinked in surprise at Sarayorg's request and turned towards Sirafal, who nodded and told him that Misla was a good and kind devil and that she could be trusted and that her true clan was actually very important to the devil faction, and having it live in Kyoto and join the yokai faction will be a major blow to the devils. This is how Harry learned about the Vapula devil clan and their ability to tame lions, so the dragon god hummed and then made the decision to allow Misla to move to Neo-Kyoto and have the Vapula clan officially join the yokai faction. A few days later Misla found acceptance and a place to belong. She even joined the monster taming guild and began adventuring inside the natural dungeon with her lion familiars. Sarayorg was actually very surprised about his mother's adventuring when he heard about it, but he was glad that she found something to do and even said that now he knows where he got that adventurous side of his. The devil faction wasn't happy to lose another devil noble clan, and even less so the Bale clan, who was livid and had the gall to question Sarayorg about it, but all he did is grin and say that if they had any complaints he was sure that Harry was more than willing to answer them. The threat was clear as crystal. The Vapula clan and Sarayorg along with his peerage were under the protection of Harry Potter the Dragon God, and no one had the courage to go ask him about it. So the devil faction had no choice but to accept the fact that another important noble devil clan had been lost to the yokai faction, and there was nothing they could do about it. Time went on and the yokai faction was busy setting up for the friendly battle between Harry Potter and Sarayorg Bale. Preparations were almost complete and everyone was very excited to watch Harry battle Sarayorg. However, there were some very disturbing events happening over in the USA, events that were starting to worry the Shinto gods, and deciding that something must be done, they decided to call upon the one being who could go there and intervene. So Amaterasu arrived at the Potter household and immediately sweat dropped when she found herself staring at 3 little sets of eyes who were staring back at her. Eri watched the very pretty black-haired lady look at her confused while her Yukamai bottomen were silently blowing bubbles at the lady as a way to say hi. Eri tilted her head. "You're very pretty, miss." Amaterasu blushed and smiled at the little girl in front of her. "Thank you, sweetie, I'm looking for Harry. Do you know where he is?" Eri brightly smiled and nodded. "Oh. You're looking for Daddy? He's in the backyard being a lazy bones. Come on, I'll take you to him." Eri suddenly grabbed Amaterasu's hand and began to pull her towards where Harry is. Amaterasu, amused by Eri's adorable behavior, allowed her to drag her. "So you're Harry's daughter? I've only met Hope, but I didn't know he had another." Eri smiled and cheerfully nodded. "Big sister Hope is Daddy's first daughter, I'm his second. Though he adopted me." Amaterasu nodded and smiled. It seems like Harry continues to just adopt more family members wherever he goes. It didn't take long for Amaterasu to find Harry with Eri's help. She couldn't help but giggle when she found him laying on his back in his dragon form with his limbs sticking up and snoring. While Amaterasu was giggling herself silly, Eri walked up to Harry and patted his snout. "Daddy. A very pretty lady is here to see you. Wake up." Harry grumbled and rolled over. He then opened his eyes. He noticed Eri, and gave her a smile. "Oh. Eri, what's wrong? Do you need something?" Eri shook her head and then hugged Harry's snout with a big smile on her face. "No, Daddy. A pretty lady is looking for you." Harry raised an eyebrow. "A pretty lady?" He looked around and then noticed Amaterasu, who was standing not that far away from him and smiling at him, and Eri, the Yukamai bottomen, were somehow now on her head watching everything happening. "Oh. Ama-chan. It's nice to see you. But what brings you here?" Amaterasu looked down and then approached Harry, who noticed how tense Amaterasu seemed to be. Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, sadly smiled at Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry, I've come bearing bad and worrisome news." Harry frowned and immediately turned into his human form and stood up straight with Eri in his arms. "All right, what's the situation?" Amaterasu nodded. "We found where the Greek pantheon moved. They're in the United States, but something seems to be happening there right now. It seems like they're going to go to war, and if they do, it could cause massive damage to the planet." Harry sighed. Eri, not liking that her daddy seemed to be in a mad mood now, decided to pat his cheek to cheer him up, which worked because her daddy gave her a big smile. Harry then turned towards Amaterasu. "They just had to start trouble a week away from my friendly fight with Sarayorg. Looks like I no longer ignore the Greek gods. Very well then, they have been asking for my attention. Well then. They have it. Come on, Eri. Let's go and show these gods why it is a bad idea to annoy a dragon." Eri nodded and cheered. "Yay! We're going on an adventure with Daddy. Let's go, Yukamai bottomen." The twin Digimon excitedly squeaked and jumped towards Eri and Harry, and both of them landed on Eri's arms. Amaterasu nodded and smiled at Harry. "Thank you, Harry. I'm sorry to have to ask you to do something about this, but if we let the Greek pantheon go to war with each other, it would only bring destruction to the world." Harry nodded and smiled. "No problem, Amaterasu, besides I have a couple of things to say to Ares. Now where exactly should we go?" Amaterasu hummed. "The origin of the disturbances was pinpointed on New York City." Harry nodded and waved his free hand. A dark corridor opened up and Harry immediately stepped through with Eri in his arms and the Yukamai bottomen in hers. Amaterasu nodded to herself and then turned around to walk inside the house to look for Yasaka and the rest of the girls to let them know what was going on. Harry Potter is on his way to New York to deal with the Greek pantheon, but as always his presence and actions will change the fates of many. Just what sort of adventure awaits Harry in New York City a week away from his friendly match with Sarayorg? Chapter 101. A dark corridor opened up in the middle of the streets of New York City. Thanks to some very powerful illusions, no one noticed the big spiral of darkness that erupted from the ground. In fact, every person walking by actively avoided the dark corridor as if something was making them instinctively avoid it. From the dark corridor stepped out none other than Harry Potter holding his daughter Harry Potter in his arms. In her arms sat two small, round, and white creatures known as Yokomai Botaman, two baby-level Digimon. Harry excitedly looked around and watched in awe the busy streets of the city. The little girl was certainly surprised at how busy and big the city of New York is. She had heard from her cousin Morgan and big sister Hope that New York was a big city, and now that she can see it herself she had to agree. The buildings were huge and Harry had to strain her neck to look up. The Yokomai Botaman squeaked in awe as they too looked up. Luckily for the little Digimon they didn't have a neck, otherwise it would have been very sore right now. Harry smiled watching his daughter look around so excitedly. Harry spent most of her life locked up, so Harry always makes an effort to take her with him so she could see more of the world, and he was glad to see that she was enjoying it. He himself looked around for a bit. The city wasn't that different from the one he had lived for a long while during his time as an Avenger, so he sort of felt a bit nostalgic. It was nighttime in this part of the world as opposed to the daytime it was in Japan. But since both Harry and he are supernatural beings, dragons to be specific, they weren't affected by the change in time zone. However, Harry suddenly felt a divinity fluctuating as if it was under constant stress. It was a strong divinity, but it felt sort of off to him, almost like it wasn't complete, to begin with. Sure, it was strong, to say the least, and Harry could only describe it as if the divinity was watered down for some reason. But it was a lead, the only one he had, and a chance to find out where the Greek pantheon operated from. Amaterasu had only told him that the Greek gods seemed to be moving about New York City but not their exact location. More than likely that was all the Shinto gods could find out, and he was sure they were cloaking themselves somehow too. So he turned to Eri and with a smile on his face he spoke to her. Eri, I sensed something nearby, so we're flying there, okay? Eri smiled at her father and nodded. She then jumped off his arms and summoned her big witch's hat, and immediately stuck her hand in it. A few seconds later she pulled out her broom, and with a big smile on her face, she looked at it. She then mounted her broom and the Yokomai Botaman jumped onto her shoulders to ride with her. She then took off flying, waiting for her daddy a fair distance away high in the sky. Harry chuckled and then took off flying after his daughter, and after reaching her he then took off flying towards where he was sensing that overstressed divinity with Harry following close behind in her broom. It seems like his Potter luck was acting up again, and he just knew that whatever they were going to find out next was going to lead them to some crazy adventure. Percy Jackson was running in the middle of a dark forest for dear life from a monster of Greek mythology known as the Minotaur. Yeah, sounds crazy, and Percy was starting to think that perhaps he was having a mental breakdown with everything that had happened to him today. First, his math teacher turned out to be a monster and tried to kill him. Sure, many of her students thought she was a monster for the insane amount of homework she would give them, but not a literal one. Then Mr. Brunner shows up, and hands him a pen which somehow turned into a sword, and Percy found himself able to somehow fight and kill his math teacher. Okay, many kids would have applauded Percy for this, but the fact of the matter was that Percy had just killed something. But he wasn't even allowed to digest that. Instead, Mr. Brunner told his best friend Grover to take him to his mom and tell her that he has to go to the camp now. Percy had zero ideas of what was going, but again he wasn't even allowed to think more about all of this or even ask questions before he was dragged by Grover back home to get their mom. To his surprise, it seemed like his mom knew what was going on, but she couldn't answer his questions because they had to move fast, though his stepfather decided to be an ass as usual and open his mouth. Lucky Grover kicked Gabe's ass, something Percy was very happy to see, and then his mother, Grover, and he took off in Gabe's car to the so-called camp. Along the way, Percy got even more revelations, and boy was his head spinning from all of them. It turns out that he's a demigod, the child of a god and mortal, which actually explains all the crazy stuff he can do. She also explained the reason she stayed with Gabe was that his stench hid his smell from the many monsters that would love to use him as a chew toy. But that revelation just served to make Percy feel horrible. His mother sacrificed her happiness choosing to stay with someone like Gabe just to keep him safe. Percy already thought the world of his mom, but now he knew he owed her a lot. However, as she was beginning to explain where they were going, something rammed against the car and sent it flying and spinning for a bit before it crash landed by the trees on the side of the road they were driving on. Thankfully, Grover revealed he had goat legs. Helped everyone get out of the car quickly, and here's where Percy Jackson currently found himself. This whole crazy situation with him running through the forest with his mom and best friends from a Minotaur. But eventually, Percy reached some sort of barrier and immediately ran through it. However, his mother was unable to walk in. She sadly looked at him and gave him a smile. I can't go on, Percy. Percy immediately turned around and grabbed his mom's hand and tried to pull her inside. Come on, Mom. Keep trying. But Sally Jackson sadly shook her head. I can't, Percy, I'm a mortal and I'm not allowed in. Percy angrily shook his head, not liking this situation at all, and kept trying to pull his mom inside the barrier and into the camp, but then the Minotaur burst out from the trees in the forest and with a loud roar launched himself towards Sally and stretched his arm to grab her. Percy's eyes widen in both surprise and worry. No. But before the Minotaur could even touch Sally, a small feminine voice called out from somewhere in the darkness of the night, "O Mother, praised for her indigo life, break apart and raise thy clear new voice." Aqualaser. A thin stream of water shot out from somewhere in the sky and went through the Minotaur's outstretched arm. Suddenly a wall of water rose out from where the thin stream of water went through the ground, not only separating the Minotaur's arm from his body but also sent it away howling in pain. To the surprise of Sally and Percy, a small little girl wearing a big witch's hat flew down from the sky on a broom and immediately jumped off the broom in front of them. The Minotaur stood and roared in anger while the little girl just smiled. "Yukamai Botaman. Get him." Percy and Sally then noticed the small white creatures on the girl's shoulders for the first time and gaped when they saw them jump up and open their mouths big and wide. In a small and squeaky voice, both of them at the same time called their attacks aloud. Diamond Dust. Both baby Digimon fired their ice elemental attacks, which hit the Minotaur, who was frozen from the neck down. The monster tried to shake and flail to escape its icy prison, but it couldn't even move an inch. Meanwhile, Eri took out her staff and pointed it at the Minotaur while her body began to glow with mana earth bite. An orb of lightning materialized right where the Minotaur stood and began to electrocute it, which caused it to roar in pain, only to be silenced when two massive jaws made of dirt and stone suddenly clamped down on the Minotaur. There was a burst of golden light from within little girl's spell, signaling the monster's death, which made her smile and fist pump in victory. Sally and Percy, however, did not know how to react to the fact that they just saw a little girl kill a big monster so brutally and with some sort of magic, but a new voice snapped them out at "Good job, Eri." The little girl, now revealed to be Eri, turned around and looked up, which made Sally and Percy look up as well, only to gape as they caught sight of a young man floating up in the air not too far away from them. The young man floated down and Eri immediately ran up to him and jumped into his arms for a hug. "Daddy. Did you see how both Yukamai Botaman helped me? We've been practicing that for a while." The young man chuckled and nodded. "I saw, and I think something special is about to happen to your Digimon partners, Eri. Look at them." Eri immediately turned towards her Yukamai Botaman, who were now glowing with a soft blue light engulfing their bodies. Both baby-level Digimon suddenly spoke out, "Yukamai Botaman Digivolve 2." The blue light coming out of the Yukamai Botaman's body suddenly formed an egg of energy which pulsed once and then cracked. It then bursts open after another pulse, revealing Eri's Digimon partner's new form, Niarman. Both Digimon were now bigger and cat-like. They were bright yellow in color and had cat ears, red eyes, and a long tail with purple stripes. Eri brightly smiled and immediately ran to hug both of her Digimon friends. The Niarman giggled and smiled, and one of them cheerfully spoke, "Eri. Look, look. We're stronger and bigger." The other one groaned a bit. "Eri. You're hugging us too tight." Eri let go of her Digimon and giggled, "You can talk." The cheerful Niarman grinned, "Of course we can, silly. All Digimon can talk. Or squeak." The mature Niarman sighed at her sister. "What my sister is trying to say is that now that we have digivolved, we're not only got stronger but smarter as well." Eri laughed a bit. "You both remind me of big sister Hope and cousin Morgan." Both Niarman smiled at Eri. Harry walked up to the trio and got on one knee. He then gently scratched one of the cheerful Niarman's ears. "Oh yeah, that's the spot." The mature Niarman shook her whole body, which for her was the same as shaking her head. "Sister, be more polite to Lord Harry." Harry chuckled and patted the mature Niarman's head, which made her purr. "Just Harry, both of you should know I'm not one for formalities, and congratulations on digivolving." Both Niarman nodded and smiled at Harry. Eri took out her smartphone and used the Digivice app. Let's see Niarman. In training level Digimon, Niarman is a lesser Digimon. It is a tiny Digimon which has cat-like characteristics. It is always capricious, and that behavior seems to have been attached to Niarman as a result of it being like a cat. Although it is sometimes frivolous due to its overflowing curiosity, it also has a lonely side. The mature Niarman shook a bit. "Ah. The Digivice is airing our dirty laundry." "Stoob." The cheerful Niarman just giggled, finding her sister's reactions funny, while Eri continued reading. "Looks like you have 3 new tail base attacks and can still use Diamond Dust, so now we have more options." Both Niarman nodded, and while Eri continued to read the information she got on the Digivice app on her smartphone, Harry then stood up and turned to look at the woman and boy who were gaping at them. Harry grinned. "Sorry about that, but a Digimon digivolving for the first time is a very important event, but in any case, I'm Harry Potter, this little one here." Harry put his hand on top of Eri's head, who looked up from her smartphone and smiled at them. "Is Harry Potter, and the 2 fluff balls, as you heard, are called Niarman. It's nice to meet you." Both Sally and Percy nodded. Sally then snapped out of their surprised and awed state and smiled. "Ah. Thank you for saving us." Harry nodded. "I didn't do anything, it was Eri." Eri smiled and waved at Sally, who giggled at how adorable she is. Percy sighed and slumped a bit. "Boy, I am tired, it's been one surprised after the other today." Percy sighed. Harry put away her smartphone and walked up to Percy, and patted his leg. Percy turned his head towards Harry only to receive a worried smile. He smiled at Harry. I'm okay, don't worry. Sally sighed too. It certainly has been a long day. Harry, however, looked over the barrier with a frown. He could feel divinity from it, a very powerful one. He walked to the barrier and then spoke up. This barrier isn't allowing you to go into the camp, right? Sally nodded and was about to explain why but stopped when she saw Harry grab hold of the barrier and twist his arm, creating a doorway. There you go, it's temporary, so quickly go in. Sally didn't have to be told twice and immediately went inside the barrier where she was hugged by Percy. The doorway closed and Harry then stepped inside. All right, now that everyone is safe, can someone explain what's going on here? But a voice suddenly called out which made everyone turn their heads towards where they heard the voice come from. I would also like an explanation, especially since Harry Potter is inside Greek territory. Harry turned his head towards the man who just spoke and he immediately recognized him. His Renegan and observe skill instantly told him who he is. Dionysus, Greek god of wine and madness. I finally found the Greek pantheon. It seems there's a lot I want to say to Zeus and Ares. Dionysus sighed and said the only thing he could say that would surmise what he was feeling about this whole situation. Well, fuck. On the outside, Dionysus was calm as always as he led Harry Potter, his daughter, and the Jacksons to his office, but on the inside he was terrified. Everyone knew how ruthless and damn powerful the dragon god before him is. Plus he's one of the leaders of Neo Kyoto, the most advanced and powerful supernatural faction in the world, where even children are beyond the power of the gods. As ridiculous as it sounds, the yokai faction was feared, and for a good reason. Many gods were utterly shocked and angry at Ares for going to Kyoto and causing trouble. The muscle-bound idiot just had to go there and start a fight, thinking that going to war with them would be fun. Only to come back without an arm and extra crispy when Neo Kyoto turned on their wartime wards, and boy did it cause panic around the supernatural world. The sheer amount of power and effects of the wards could even be felt here, and they were overwhelming. Many gods thought that Harry Potter would show up at their home and destroy them after Ares pissed them off, but no, it seems like the dragon god was too busy with other things at the time. But Zeus also felt the need to be his usual asshole self and ask for retribution for Ares's arm loss, and here many of the gods of Olympus were preparing themselves to be destroyed, but again Harry Potter didn't show up again, and the yokai faction just sent a note saying that they aren't giving them shit. It seems that both Neo Kyoto and Harry Potter had deemed them too unimportant to deal with. Zeus was insulted and ranted for hours about him and how the whole pantheon wasn't being taken seriously by Harry and the yokai faction. He and quite a few others were actually relieved though. No one wanted Harry Potter to come here and deal with them, they just hoped that things would calm down and stay like that. But then someone had to go and steal Zeus's lightning bolt, who then went around and accused his brothers of stealing it. Everyone knew they didn't do it, of course, but Zeus was always one to never listen to anyone and began to declare war on Poseidon. This battle of will then began to have effects on the mortal world, and that had attracted the attention of the one being no one wanted to attract, and now Harry Potter was in his camp looking around everywhere while he was guiding him to his office. Dionysus really wanted a drink right now. No, he needed to drink, but alas, the old Greek god knew it wasn't going to happen, so with a worried frown on his face he continued on. Harry had been looking around for quite some time. This camp was full of demigods and he couldn't help to ask why there were just too many, and having caught sight of the cabins and the gods they represent, he was utterly surprised that these gods slept around this much. There was something he didn't like about all of this. First of all, the barrier surrounding this entire camp. Why would they need it for? Why would a bunch of young demigods need a barrier of divine power for this camp? Second, the sheer amount of kids here. Do the Greek gods not know how to practice safe sex? Just what are they thinking having these many kids? Are they perhaps preparing for war or something? Sure, demigods were strong, but most of them only reach high-class rank and only a few have ever reached beyond that to the ultimate rank, so Harry couldn't really see them being used for war even though there were a lot of them. He turned his gaze at Aerie and smiled as she excitedly spoke to Percy about her magic. The young demigod seemed rather impressed with her and he couldn't blame him. Aerie has a talent for battle magic and summoning, though she tends not to want to bother the summoned spirits very much, though all of them would be more than happy to help her in any way. Aerie's Niarman were excitedly looking around everywhere and he couldn't help but smile fondly. These little cat-like Digimon reminded him a lot of Carrie's. But a nervous voice snapped Harry out of his reminiscing. Are you perhaps a god, Harry? Harry moved his gaze towards Sally, who had just spoken to him. Harry grinned at her. You could say that I'm something like that, but you're human, right? How did you get involved in the supernatural world? Sally looked towards Percy. His father is a god and through him, I became aware of the supernatural world, though I'm only familiar with the Greek side of it since that's what I've been taught. Harry frowned a bit and looked down. It certainly is very irresponsible to reveal the supernatural world to a human since it's very dangerous for them, but since she's a mother of a demigod there's not much that could have been done. I see, there are different kinds of supernatural factions around the world, pretty much everything in myths and stories actually exist in some shape and form. Sally sighed, she had come to expect this since she knew of monsters and gods, but to actually hear it be confirmed was something else. I guess I should have known, but it is a rather hard thing to accept even though I met a god before. Harry nodded. I understand, the supernatural world tries very hard to keep itself hidden and away from humans for that reason. It really is a lot for them to understand, plus it's very dangerous for them to be aware of what lurks within the moonlit world. Sally nodded and looked up. It seems like this world is way bigger than we mere mortals are aware of. Harry smiled and nodded. You don't know the half of it, Sally. The group finally reached Dionysus's offices, where Dionysus sat behind his desk while Harry immediately conjured a couch to the awe and surprise of Sally and Percy. Harry and the Niarman immediately sat down on it, followed by Percy, who bounced on it a couple of times to make sure it was solid enough. Harry giggled at him a bit, which made him feel a bit embarrassed at his silliness, but you really can't blame him though. This was the first time he had seen someone create something out of thin air. His mom then sat down beside him and gave him an amused smile, which didn't help his embarrassment one bit. Percy looked around and noticed that his best friend wasn't there. Where's Grover? He was with us a few minutes ago. Dionysus huffed. I sent him to get Chiron so he could attend this meeting, Mr. Peggy. Harry frowned while Percy looked confused. It's Percy Jackson. Dionysus scoffed. Whatever. Sally frowned. She had heard from Percy's father that the gods were arrogant and selfish at times, but this one seemed rather rude as well, but she knew she couldn't say anything. She was just a mortal after all, and she was nothing to this god. Harry frowned, not liking the attitude and the way Dionysus spoke to Percy, who she already considered a friend. He might be twice her age, but he was pretty cool. It's not nice to respond like that. Dionysus frowned a bit, but then Harry summoned Oblivion into his hand and glared at Dionysus, who flinched back in his seat. Say his name correctly, Dionysus. I won't tell you a second time. Dionysus gulped and nodded. Percy Jackson. Percy seemed a bit nervous with how tense the situation got. Harry nodded and smiled while Harry continued to glare at Dionysus, who was sweating quite a bit, until a voice caught everyone's attention. It's been a while since I've seen Dionysus being put in his place. It's amazing how easy the Olympians forget that there are far more powerful beings in the world than them. Harry turned around and watched as a centaur walked in, followed by Grover, who smiled at Percy. Harry had seen some centaurs before, but this was very different. He definitely had some sort of primal divinity in him. Dionysus frowned. Chiron, you're late. Percy, however, was gaping at the centaur. Mr. Brunner. You're. Chiron grinned and nodded. A real horse's ass. Harry chuckled in amusement at the pun, while Harry and the Niarman giggled. Percy grinned. You're not human either, hey? I should have known by now. Chiron nodded and smiled at Percy. He then turned towards Harry. He then placed a hand on his chest, about welcome to Camp Half-Blood, dragon god and leader of the yokai faction, Harry Potter. Introductions were made and Harry was surprised that the centaur before me was the real Chiron, not a descendant or a reincarnation, but the same Chiron that had trained heroes in the past. No wonder I felt primal divinity in him. He's the real deal. I don't think anyone is even aware that he's still around, alive and kicking. Chiron stood in the middle of the room with his arms crossed over his chest, and he thought of the situation beforehand. On his back, sitting and enjoying riding him, was Eri and her Niarman. The small and adorable child had asked Chiron for a ride, and the old centaur found himself unable to say no, so now he was a loyal steed to the adorable bundle of smiles on his back. I'm glad both you and your mother got here safe, Percy, but how was Sally able to get in? The barrier prevents anyone without divine blood from stepping inside the perimeter of the camp. Percy pointed at Harry, who grinned. He did it. He just grabbed the barrier thingy and gave it a purple nipple. That somehow opened an entrance and Mom walked inside. Harry laughed a bit at the way Percy described how he had manipulated the barrier, while Grover, Chiron, and Dionysus' sweat dropped. Chiron didn't know how to respond to that. I see. And Lord Potter, what is the strongest dragon god doing here? So far from his territory, if you don't mind me asking. The fact that Chiron had called Harry a dragon god twice now caught Percy's attention. Wait. What do you mean, a dragon god? I don't think I've heard of a dragon god in Greek mythology. Sally gummed. I think that's because he doesn't belong to the Greek pantheon, Percy. Harry smiled. Daddy might look like a normal human now, but his real form is a massive golden and silver dragon. He's really big too. Bigger than the buildings here in New York. Harry smiled at his daughter. Your mom is right, Percy. I'm not part of the Greek pantheon. In fact, dragon gods don't belong to any pantheon at all. We are beings far beyond the understanding and level of power of the rest. Only one of us has been mentioned before, and that's Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, who is mentioned in the Bible as the apocalypse dragon or the dragon of the end. Sally and Percy's eyes widen in shock. Sally actually trembles a bit. Oh dear, that's kinda scary. How many dragon gods are there? Harry smiled. There's only 3 of us. Great Red the dragon god of dreams, Ophis Ouroboros the dragon god of infinity, and me the Twilight Dread dragon god of chaos and creation. Sally trembled a bit. Something about all of those names and titles made her feel rather small and insignificant. Percy however looked very excited about this information. Whoa! Such cool titles! It's like you guys are endgame bosses. Harry smiled at the irony in Percy's words and turned towards Chiron. I'm here because Amaterasu informed me that something big is going on here and it involves gods. Since she doesn't have jurisdiction on United States soil, she asked me to come and investigate, and here I am. Dionysus gulped, at how Harry just casually dropped his title and 2 big names. Chiron nodded. I see, so the gods' anger has been noticed by other factions, and to make things worse it drew the attention of the one faction we didn't want to alert at all. Percy tilted his head in confusion. Factions? Harry nodded. The supernatural world is big, Percy, and despite what some of the gods think, they're not as unique as they want to believe. There's a faction for pretty much all pantheons. You belong to the Greek pantheon, or the Olympians as they're called by many. Eri and I belong to the yokai faction, where Japan is our territory, and thus the Shinto pantheon are the deities that reside there. Percy nodded in understanding. And the Olympians didn't want to bring your attention to them? Why? Chiron sighed. The yokai faction has been recognized as the strongest faction in the world. Not only are they more advanced in their magical ways, but their technological advances are well known as well. Take that and add the fact that everyone in that faction could kill a god with ease, and they make for a very dangerous faction to upset. Percy frowned. They can kill a god? Harry grinned. Yup, even the kindergarten children can come here and kill Zeus before nap time, though even if they do, the god would regenerate a few weeks later. But I and the rest of Neo Kyoto's elite squad can permanently kill a god. We all have god killer abilities. Dionysus paled and Chiron nodded. I see. I take it that you were the one who created those wards around Kyoto and imbued it with a god-killing aura. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's right, though I am surprised you were able to come to that conclusion with such little information. But then again, you are Chiron. I won't tell you the details about the wards around Kyoto, but I can tell you that it was indeed me and one other person who created them. Chiron nodded. That explains why Ares's arm hasn't regenerated after all this time. Those wards have a god-killing aura in them. It seems Ares's foolishness finally caught up to him and us, it seems. Sally frowned. Ares? Isn't that the god of war? What did he do? Dionysus scoffed and was the one who answered Sally's questions. The muscle-bound idiot thought it was a good idea to go and bother the yokai faction and kept annoying them by punching the wards until they got tired of him and activated something that not only blasted his arm off in a shower of blood but also knocked him unconscious and out into the sea for weeks. Harry grinned at Dionysus. Yasaka got pissed at the noise he was making and activated the wartime wards, which are at least 100 times more powerful than the ones we have protecting Kyoto, and they cover Japan entirely. Dionysus frowned, not liking all this at all. Ares was heavily criticized for his actions by everyone except Zeus, who was only mad at what had happened to his son. Chiron sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. What a mess. I suppose that you want to be informed of what's going on, right? Harry nodded while Percy frowned. Should we be here? I feel like what you're about to tell Harry isn't something normal people should be listening to. Chiron smiled at Percy but then shook his head. No, this also involves you, Percy, so you might as well stay here and listen. Percy pointed at himself in surprise. Me? But how? I've never even knew all of this existed before today. Harry was also curious about how Percy is supposed to be involved with all of this craziness going on. Chiron nodded and then went on to explain. Well, to make things simple, someone stole Zeus's lightning bolt and he thinks you did it, Percy. Harry frowned while Percy gasped and shook his head. But I didn't do it. Like I said before, I didn't even know the gods and all of this even existed. Sally patted her son's shoulder. We know you didn't do it, Percy. Calm down, okay? Percy nodded while Dionysus sighed. It doesn't matter if you didn't do it. Zeus thinks you did and he's not known to think things through. Chiron nodded. Unfortunately, as Lord Dionysus says, once something gets inside Zeus's head, nothing nor no one can convince him otherwise. Harry crossed his arms and stared at both Chiron and Dionysus. There's something you're not telling him, and it has to do with why Zeus thinks Percy stole his lightning bolt. What is it? Sally was the one to answer the question. It's because of his father, isn't it? It's because he's the son of Poseidon. Percy gaped at his mom in shock. My father is Poseidon, the god of the seas. Sally smiled at Percy and nodded. Harry, however, hummed for a bit. I see. So he thinks that Poseidon used Percy to steal his lightning bolt and take over Olympus, isn't it? Chiron and Dionysus nodded. In response, Harry scoffed and shook his head. That god king of yours seems rather paranoid, doesn't he? How pathetic, to blame a child that had no idea of the supernatural of stealing a godly weapon. Chiron and Dionysus just stared at Harry. Of course, wholeheartedly agree with him, but they weren't brave enough to voice their real thoughts. Harry noticed this and grinned at them. You don't have to worry about anyone on Olympus listening in. My power is blanketing this entire area, so I'm afraid they won't be able to hear, see, or even sense us. Harry then grinned at Dionysus. They won't be able to even hear you scream. Dionysus began to nervously sweat. He understood the threat, and even though Harry had said that with a smile on his face, Dionysus knew that it was a threat as well. He really wanted a drink now. All of this is too much to take while not being drunk. Chapter 102. Harry continued to grin at Dionysus, enjoying watching the god tremble in fear, but decided to stop a few moments later. There were still questions he wanted answers to after all. So Harry turned his head towards Chiron, who up until now seemed to be very forthcoming with information, so he decided to ask him, Chiron, I have a few questions that have been bothering me about this camp for a while. Can I count on you to answer them? Chiron stared into Harry's eyes for a few seconds before he nodded. I'll do my best to answer your questions to the best of my abilities, Lord Potter. Harry nodded and smiled at Chiron. You can call me Harry, I'm not one for formalities. Chiron smiled and nodded at Harry. Harry sighed, then decided to go ahead and ask his questions. Mind explaining the purpose of this camp, and why are there so many demigods here? At first, I thought that perhaps the Greek faction was preparing for war, but at most, there are only kids here and I've only seen a few adults or even older teens. Dionysus frowned. If he was honest, he would have preferred that Harry wouldn't have found out about this entire situation with the demigods, but he knew that they had no other choice but to inform him. There was no way they could deny him any answer, since he would eventually find out anyways. Sally looked down, already knowing the answer to these questions. She understood that the gods were forced to abandon their children because of the law, but she never liked it. Chiron sighed and crossed his arm across his chest. When the Greeks had just moved to the United States, the gods did as they used to do in ancient Greece and mingled with humans, resulting in many demigods being born, but the big three, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, had children that in World War II clashed against each other and caused a big disaster. As a result, Zeus and his brothers made a pact to no longer sire any children, since they are very powerful and thus dangerous. Harry frowned. He didn't know about this and wondered if Amaterasu or Yasaka knew about it. Perhaps even Gabriel and Seraphal knew? He going to have to ask them sometime later. Chiron continued on, but, well, as you can see with Percy, they didn't exactly follow through with the pact. Both Zeus and Poseidon had children, and even though Zeus fervently tried to impose the pact, even he failed to do so in the end. He killed the children and lover of Hades, and in an effort to pay him back sends monsters to hunt down their children. Harry narrowed his eyes while Chiron went on. The life of a demigod is hard, since ancient Greek monsters can smell their divine blood, so they hunt them down. So this camp is meant to be a sanctuary for demigods and a training ground to prepare them for the world and protect them from the creatures that seek their deaths. Harry stared at both Chiron and Dionysus for a few long seconds, which made both of them very nervous. Percy, who had been listening to everything that was just said, frowned. But it's not our fault that we were born. Why would the gods have us just to abandon us and leave us to the monsters? Sally sadly frowned, because if they stay they lose their divinity, they become human, and as gods, they can't allow that to happen. It would bring an unbalance to the world. But Harry spoke, that's a lie. Sally and Percy turned their heads towards Harry while Chiron looked at him intrigued, while Dionysus seemed confused. Chiron, wanting to know what Harry meant, decided to ask him to elaborate. What do you mean, Harry? Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes. This entire situation was starting to piss him off. I can't believe the Greeks are so arrogant and so deluded that they think that their becoming human would send the world into chaos. Everyone stared at Harry, not understanding why he would say that, but he decided to explain. There are so many gods out there in the world with the same domains as the Greeks, so trust me when I say that them becoming human for a single lifetime wouldn't really affect the world. In fact, it wouldn't be noticed at all. Sally frowned. But Poseidon was becoming human, and I know it's true because I saw it. Harry smiled at Sally and nodded. Amaterasu once told me that sometimes when a god loves his mortal family they become human to spend their life with them, but after their wife or husband passes on they become gods once again. Chiron, Dionysus, and Sally gaped at the information they just received. Suddenly Dionysus stood up. Zeus lied to all of us. He told us that we would die mortal if we stayed in the human world. He prohibited us from seeing our children because of that. Harry, however, frowned. That doesn't excuse any of you gods from all this, Dionysus. All of you could have done more to be with your children in some form or the other, or at least sent a letter or something. Do you know what was the first thing I sensed when I stepped inside this camp? Chiron and Dionysus stared at Harry. They were very hesitant to know about what Harry sensed, but Harry didn't even give them any time to think. Sorrow, anger, and hate. That's what I felt from all these children here. In their hearts in some way or the other these emotions lurk. I wonder how long will take for them to grow tired of all this, of all of you and rebel. Dionysus and Chiron flinched upon hearing Harry's words while he just shook his head. All of this is just horrid and disgusting. Abandoning children, family killing family, and arrogance of a level I haven't seen in a while. You Greek gods might just be worse than the devil faction. Dionysus looked like he had been struck in the face while Chiron just looked down unable to say anything. Harry, Sally, Percy, and Grover just silently watched on as Harry berated them and told them some very hard truths. Harry crossed his arms across his chest and frowned. I'll be staying in this camp for a while, but I will be speaking with the Greek pantheon soon enough. As a faction leader and a father, I can't allow this to go on. All of these poor children are a ticking bomb made out of your own actions, and quite honestly they deserve better than this. Sally smiled and nodded in agreement to Harry's words while Percy and Grover looked at him like he was some kind of superhero, while Harry smiled at her father feeling very happy right now. Harry just went on, I'll decide what I'm going to do about all of this after speaking with the gods, and depending on what I hear I might just decide to take drastic measures. Chiron bowed and accepted Harry's words while Dionysus gulped. Harry then turned towards Grover, who jumped a bit in surprise. Since we're going to be staying for a while, do you mind giving me an area tour, Grover? Grover nodded, of course. Follow me and I'll take you around the camp. There are all kinds of interesting things to see and do here. Harry smiled and hopped off Chiron's back and softly landed on the floor and immediately ran towards her father and grabbed his hand, which Harry gently grasped with a soft smile on his face. He then turned his head towards Sally and Percy. Want to come? I'm sure since Percy will be staying here for now, he might want to see what this camp has to offer. Both Sally and Percy nodded and immediately stood up. Both of them began to follow Harry as he and Harry followed Grover out of Dionysus's office. Dionysus sighed and slumped on his seat. Damn, Zeus's tantrum just had to bring the attention of Harry fucking Potter to us. Chiron looked down and shook his head. This has been a long time coming. Perhaps it's time the Greek faction pays for all the wrong we have done? Either way, I'll accept my fate. I rather not anger the dragon god more than he already is. Dionysus frowned and sighed. Yet, a couple of days have passed since that night, and Harry had spent most of it talking to the demigod children around the camp. Most were kind and hard-working kids, though some were rather arrogant and stupid like his parents. Harry had taken a disliking to a girl named Clarisse LaRue when she began to bully Percy for some unknown reason, which resulted in Harry blasting the girl with a blast of pure mana that sent her flying and crashing into the lake. Clarisse was certainly lucky that she was a demigod, otherwise Harry had no doubt she would have died from the impact against the water, but she was fine, if only just very bruised up. But the demigods in the camp learned to have a healthy amount of respect and fear of Harry, which just amused Harry quite a bit. While in the camp, Harry trained and hung out with the demigods and learned quite a bit from them. Meanwhile, Harry spoke and asked questions to the demigods in the camp. He learned that most of them had lost their parents and family to the monsters and had nowhere else to go but the camp, while a few others ran away from home. It didn't take a genius for Harry to understand why they ran away. Like with his uncle and aunt, these kids' family most likely hated their true nature and made their lives miserable. But what appalled Harry a lot was the fact that many kids weren't even recognized by their godly parent, as if they weren't even worth being recognized as their children, and this made Harry rather sad and angry. The Hermes cabin was filled with kids not recognized by their parents, kids who felt unwanted and abandoned not only by their godly parents but by the world itself. So Harry decided to help them out a bit, and so he used wood style to enlarge the cabin and increase the number of rooms and space. He even enlarged the inside to make sure the kids were comfortable. With that done, he then spent time with the kids along with Harry and listened to them talk about their fears, their dreams, and their hopes. Harry made sure to support them and be there for them. In the few days he spent in camp, he had become the favorite adult of many of the demigods. He sort of became a cool uncle. They could go and talk with him about their problems and he would listen to them and even joke and play around with them. Harry also became very beloved by everyone. In fact, many demigods saw her as someone who they wanted to learn from. She had told everyone of her horrid past, and the demigods, seeing that she was making something amazing out of herself, decided to follow her example and not drown in their own darkness. But Harry had seen a lot of bad things during these past few days. He saw things that he utterly hated, and even though on the outside he seemed calm and smiling, Chiron and Dionysus knew better. Within Harry brewed a storm. A storm they're afraid the Greek pantheon isn't anywhere ready to handle or survive. Dionysus already knew this to be true since he had his ass kicked by Harry a day after he had arrived. The reason? Dionysus was very rude and uncaring to the children, and his habit of never calling them by their right name ended up pissing Harry something fierce, and the end result was Harry taking on his dragon form and stomping on Dionysus until he called every demigod by their correct name. The punishment was even worse for Dionysus, since Harry would heal him between stomps to make sure he finished calling each and every demigod by their name. The demigods were not only shocked by Harry's enormous dragon form but by the way he treated Dionysus like he was some sort of bug that needed to be stomped. Harry didn't know it then, but that had made him a sort of hero for the demigods, especially since many had wished someone would do something like that to the gods. And within those demigods one of them named Luke became rather impressed with Harry. He had spoken to him before and was surprised at how caring and understanding Harry was despite being a dragon god. The fact that Harry cared about his children was something that was very evident to him with the way he treated Harry and spoke to the younger kids of the camp. For the first time, Luke began to think that perhaps there was a better way to take revenge on the Greek gods, a way that didn't require sacrificing his friends and family, perhaps even helping his mother. Today there was a big event in the camp, some sort of war game where most of the demigods would participate, a sort of big capture the flag type of match. Percy was going to join, and even though Sally was worried about her son, she decided to support him from afar, and so she stood alongside Chiron, Grover, and Harry to watch the game. The demigods convinced Harry to take part in the game as well, and since she was the daughter of a dragon god she was permitted to join, so she joined Luke's and Percy's team against the team gathered by a daughter of Athena named Annabeth Chase. A very intelligent if not very prideful young girl, she reminded him a lot of Hermione in the way she spoke and questioned everything, which often made him chuckle to her embarrassment and annoyance. But it was through her he also came to learn a lot of the things that have been happening in the camp, about the demigods that have lived there for a long while and about the quest they supposedly get sent on. In Neo Kyoto you can get a quest in any guild and get paid for fulfilling it. Your rank decides the type of quest you can take, and there are a lot of precautions to avoid death, but the Greek faction doesn't have that, and many demigods have died doing these so-called quests sent by the gods. It was here that Harry had come to a big decision, one that he would be letting the Greek gods know soon when he meets them. He would be making sure to change things for these kids, and the Greek gods had better not get in his way. But right now he was going to watch the kids beat each other silly for a flag, though he was also silently sending a small prayer to the poor demigods that would end up facing Harry in the match. Harry was sitting on top of the hill along Herniarmen, where her team had decided to plant their flag. While she listened to everyone plan their attack to take the other team's flag, she began to pet her Digimon partners, who seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit. Percy, now that he had spent a few days in camp, has gotten to know quite a few members of the other houses in the camp and has befriended most of them. In fact, many of the kids in the camp sort of looked at Percy as a sort leader, since he is the son of one of the big three. So Percy was trying to come up with a plan when he heard what the others knew of their enemies. Travis Stahl and Connor Stahl, sons of Hermes, were telling him what they know. Travis spoke up. The other team has the Ares house, all of them. So it's like they have a herd of bulls and they're all going to be rushing towards us, and I'm not sure any of us can slow them down. Connor scratched his head and sighed. They also have the Aphrodite house on their team. They all might seem girly and whatnot, but there's a lot of them too, and they're not shy about poking you with sharp objects, plus Annabeth and the Athena house, and so we can expect a big plan from those nerds. Percy sighed. So their team has two of the biggest houses, and those two are quite dangerous, to begin with, and a bunch of bookworms as well. And what do we have? Luke grinned. We have the Hermes house, which is quite a lot actually, the son of Poseidon. And some assortment of other houses as well, a mismatched army one could say. Percy smiled and nodded. Well, this is not bad, plus we also have our secret weapon. Everyone raised an eyebrow at Percy. No one hadn't said anything about a secret weapon, so they were very confused and intrigued by Percy's declaration. Percy grinned and turned towards Ari, causing everyone to turn to look at her. Ari brightly smiled and waved at everyone when she noticed they were all looking at her. Many were taken by her adorable demeanor. Percy grinned, thinking that they had this match in the bag because of Ari. He had gotten to know the bundle of cuteness during their stay at the camp, and he knew for a fact that behind that cuteness lays a mass of pure chaos and destruction the likes no has ever seen before. His team was skeptical though. Connor rubbed the back of his head. Percy, that's a 7-year-old girl, you really don't expect her to fight, right? Percy just continued to grin. Oh yes I do. Ari, can you come here for a second? Ari smiled and nodded. She then immediately stood up and ran up to Percy. What is it, Percy? Percy patted her head and smiled at her. What sort of restrictions did Harry give you for this match? Everyone stared at Percy like he was insane, while Harry hummed. Well, he said not to use anything that can cause mass destruction, so no raining down meteors, big explosions, instant death spells, big area of effects spells, permanent curses, no opening a black hole, instant freeze, dropping a sea worth of water on them, and of course not teleporting anyone into space or at the bottom of the sea. Everyone's sweat dropped and took a step away from Ari out of sheer reflex, while one thought ran through everyone's mind: this little girl is dangerous. The fact that she delivered those words with a cheerful smile on her face just made it worse. Percy, however, already knew all of this, so he wasn't even affected by it. Instead, he thought that the fact that Ari had access to such powerful magic was pretty cool. Okay, so no big attacks. Ari nodded. And no magic spells that could destroy the country either. Everyone's sweat dropped at how casually these two were speaking of such scary things. Well then, can you offer long-range support? Maybe soften up the opposition. Eri tilted her head. Airstrike. Percy nodded and smiled at Eri. Yes, an airstrike will be good. Eri nodded and then took her witch's hat out from who knows where and then began to pull things out of it, things that clearly did fit in that small witch's hat until she found her broom and took it out. Eri then used magic to put everything she took out of her witch's hat back into it and then put it on her head. She then brightly smiled at Percy. I'm ready. Percy nodded. All right, then take off and attack them as soon as the match begins. That should scramble and confuse them, getting rid of any plan they might have had. The rest of us will charge forward to the flag. Everyone nervously cheered, but Luke then raised a hand. What about our flag? Percy nodded and turned towards Eri, who smiled. We can leave the Niarman to protect the flag. Everyone turned towards the Niarman, who were listening and watching everyone from the top of the hill where the flag is. Travis scratched his cheek. Are you sure you want to leave your little friends to protect the flag? They might get hurt, you know. But Eri just smiled and nodded. You can trust them to not let anyone get too close to our flag. Everyone had no choice but to nod, and Eri hopped on her broom and took off high into the sky while everyone but Percy gaped at her, not really expecting her to fly off on a broom. Harry smiled as he watched his daughter fly off into the sky. Sally's looked up and smiled. It still amazes me whenever I see Eri fly off in her little broom. Harry smiled and nodded. I made that broom along with my girlfriend Hermione. It is the fastest and most powerful flying broom in the world. Chiron hummed. Aren't you afraid she might fall or hurt herself flying at such speeds? Harry chuckled a little. Did you forget that Eri is a dragon? A child of a dragon god, no less. With all the training and what she has learned, she is firmly planted in the heavenly dragon rank. Chiron turned his head towards Harry so fast that for a second Harry was afraid he had snapped his own neck. That little and adorable girl is heavenly dragon rank in power. Harry tilted his head and nodded. Well, yet, she is my daughter after all. Chiron deadpanned at Harry. I thought she was adopted. Harry smiled and nodded. She is, but I gave her my blessings and a whole bunch of other stuff, and she has become a dragon because of that, and she has risen to the rank of heavenly dragon. My other daughter Hope was born in the rank of dragon god. She is in fact the dragon god of comic flames. Oh. She's also part phoenix too, and my niece has gotten stronger and she's almost at the level to become a dragon god herself. But now that I think about it, I wonder what her first domain is going to be. Sally smiled and giggled a bit at how happy and proud Harry sounded whenever he spoke of his daughters and niece. He certainly was the most friendly and kind deity she has ever met. Chiron just sighed and rubbed his eyes. Now he was a little worried about his students, since he now knows they were facing a being far beyond the gods, but all he could is pray for them to survive. Someone blew a big horn, which was the signal to begin the match, and then pure and unadulterated chaos and destruction fell from the sky upon Annabeth's team. No one expected an attack from above. No one would dare to go into Zeus's domain after all, but it seems like someone did and was attacking them with a lot of force. Eri looked down as she let loose all the beginner rank spells she knew at the other team, simple and weak spells like Fireball, Aqua Edge, Stone Blast, and so on. What Eri was unaware of is that even though these spells are of the beginner rank, it was her, a heavenly dragon and daughter of Harry Potter, who was using the spells, which meant that all of those spells were at least master rank in power. So Annabeth's team was completely taken off guard as it rained down Armageddon upon them in the form of elemental spells. All they could do was scream in pain as pretty much everyone was blown away. It was really lucky that as demigods they were highly resistant, otherwise Harry would have to spend most of his afternoon putting a bunch of kids back together, or perhaps even bringing them back to life. But none of that happened, and as Percy smugly grinned as he watched the flaming explosions, lightning barrages, and whatnot send his enemies flying everywhere, Luke walked up to his side. Remind me not to get into a fight with Eri. Percy smiled at Luke and nodded. You know, the scary thing about all of this is that she's holding back a lot. Everyone's sweat dropped as they continued to watch as Eri bombarded the opposing team with the fury of the elements with a cheerful smile on her face. Even when they began to beg or surrender, she just continued to blast them away. There was no mercy on that little girl, and that made everyone rather nervous. Luke began to sweat profusely. Yet, I think I'm going to come clean to Harry. There's no way I'm going to get into a fight with Eri, even if it's for revenge. After the massacre that was the capture the flag match, Percy was declared the winner. After Eri had single-handedly devastated the opposing team, Percy had just walked up to the other team's flag and took it with a grin on his face. Eri had earned herself the moniker, the Witch of Destruction, from everyone in the camp, something she really liked and took on with pride, something that Harry found rather adorable. He did have to heal Annabeth, the House of Athena, Ares, and Aphrodite quite a bit, but they were fine and quite impressed with Eri. In fact, some of them even showed her some respect. That night everyone decided to throw a party in celebration of Percy's victory and Eri's merciless slaughter of the opposing team, and Harry watched with a fond smile as everyone ate, play around, and behaved like the children they are. He even watched as Eri cheerfully laughed and talked to everyone who approached her to ask about her magic, while the Niarmen were on top of a table eating as much food as they could. It seemed that Eri got herself a fan club, which didn't surprise Harry at all. Having nothing to do, he opted to sit by the campfire and roast some marshmallows to eat. But he then saw someone tending the campfire, someone rather peculiar. Harry's eyes immediately picked up on who it is that is tending the campfire. To everyone else she might look like any normal 10-year-old with reddish-brown hair, but to Harry, she looked very different. So knowing who had shown up, Harry sighed and spoke up. "So what does Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, home, and family, need from this dragon god?" Out of all the Greek gods, Hestia is the one god Harry didn't feel any sort of ill will towards, more specifically because of the domains she rules over. Hestia turned her head towards Harry and gave him a small smile. "Harry Potter, you're more than a simple dragon god, you're one that follows the principles of my domains." Harry chuckled and pulled out his stick full of melted marshmallows and ate a few. Hestia just watched him do so in silence for a little, but she then spoke up. "Are you here to kill my family?" Harry chewed his marshmallows and then swallowed. "What your brothers have been doing, what the rest of the Greek pantheon have caused, and all of this, the children, the camp, the simple fact that all of these kids are pushed aside like toys your family got tired of playing with, gives me plenty of reasons to go to Olympus and kill them all." Hestia looked down. She really didn't have a response to that, nor could she defend her brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces. For so many centuries she had watched on as many children who are her family as well died horrible and meaningless deaths. Killed by monsters, dying of neglect from heartbroken parents who didn't understand why they were abandoned by their lovers. Some even took their own life, not willing to live this horrible life thrust upon them by the selfishness of the gods. And no matter what she thought about all of this, all she could do is watch. Even now, as Zeus was preparing for war against Poseidon because he thought Percy had stolen his lightning bolt, all she did was watch in sadness. After all, no one ever listens to her anyways. So she stopped trying to convince her family to be better, to not keep fighting amongst themselves, and she stopped trying to convince Zeus to allow everyone to be with their children. She only kept watching as more and more demigods kept dying, and now all of that had drawn the attention of a very powerful and ruthless being. Harry Potter is here, and he wasn't happy, and of course, he wasn't. Hestia, being the goddess of the hearth, home, and family, knew full well just how much Harry took the concept of family seriously. It was only because of her domains that she knew that Harry is a family man and loves everyone whom he considers family. This dragon god had accepted as family the entire yokai faction, the vampire faction, some wizards, witches, and even some deities and very powerful supernatural beings are family to him, and she knew that Harry would anything for each and every one of them. To him, everything the Greek pantheon had done, everything they take such pride in, was nothing but the most disgusting thing he had ever seen. To Harry, the Olympians were monsters, and that says a lot coming from someone like him who seems to have seen a lot. Hestia knew this, and yet she still loved her family despite everything they have done or are doing. She still loves them all, and so she didn't want any of them gone from this world. "Is there any way for me to convince you not to kill them?" Harry stayed silent as she continued to eat his melted marshmallows. Hestia patiently waited as Harry chewed on his treat and stared intently into the campfire. "It all depends on them, really. I'm not going to go with the intent to kill, but I will do so if they piss me off. At best I think most of them are smart enough to not do so, but I have been wrong before." Hestia sighed and looked down in sadness. "I guess this is the best I could hope for. I knew that the effects of Zeus and Poseidon's anger would eventually catch the attention of someone. I just didn't think it would be Harry Potter." Harry began to skewer more marshmallows into his stick as he spoke. "It was Amaterasu who told me about all of this. I didn't even notice, since to me all of these tantrums are nothing to me, but to the Shinto faction they are enough of a threat to call upon me, and they don't like to bother me with petty things." Hestia nodded and began to poke the fire out of everyone in Olympus. "I believe only my brother Zeus and Ares might cause problems. The rest will not dare to anger you, though Aphrodite might try something. I'm not really sure though, you never really know with her." Harry nodded as he stared at his marshmallows melt in the campfire. Suddenly the campfire burst to life and aggressively began to rise and flare. Hestia frowned, knowing who was doing this, but Harry just continued to calmly roast his marshmallows, not really caring about what was going. But the outburst of flames alerted everyone else, and all the demigods turned towards the campfire while drawing their weapons ready for an attack, only for a big demon-like creature to emerge from the flames and roar, "Where is Percy Jackson? Bring him to me." Harry sighed and began to eat his marshmallows as he stood up. Hestia shook her head in disappointment. Her brother just had to pick this exact moment to start a problem. Harry walked around the campfire and stopped in front of the big demon-like creature, who was too busy wildly looking around for Percy, who was glaring at the creature. The demon-like creature conjured up a fireball in his hand and was about to throw it to scare everyone, but a voice cut in, stopping him from throwing the fireball. "I hope you're not planning on throwing that when my daughter is among the many kids around here." Hades. Hades froze and began to tremble. Something in that voice, something he never wanted to be in the presence of, had made everything that made him a god of death shake in fear. Hades slowly looked down, and to his ever-growing fear he noticed who exactly he had before him: Harry Potter. The Master of Death, his boss and lord, was right in front of him eating marshmallows and glaring at him, and it was here that Hades knew he had made a horrible mistake. Chapter 103. Harry glared at Hades and he chewed his marshmallows. Hades was trembling in fear, not really knowing what to do in this situation, and he quite frankly was hoping that he was having some sort of stroke or something. No death god wanted to be in the presence of Harry, not after most of them had abandoned him that time so long ago when he was just a child and they just left him to his fate. Only Ereshkigal dared to do something about the horrible life the Master of Death had lived, and that resulted in Harry Potter becoming a being that no one wanted to mess with. This had caused mass panic among the death gods, thinking that he would come for them and take away their domains, for the Master of Death only had to wish it for them to lose everything. It was only after Izanami had talked to him that he learned that Harry had no plans of going after them unless they did something stupid. After that, things calmed down and all the death gods were able to relax. Though they all did agree on one thing: never anger Harry Potter. But it seems that in his rush to get the lightning bolt to give his brother a scare and get back his helm as well, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings and now had his boss and lord before him glaring at him with a cold look in his eyes. Lord Potter. Harry swallowed his marshmallow and threw his now empty stick behind him. Come down here, Hades, and stop using that form, you look ridiculous. Hades gulped and nodded. He then immediately turned into his human form, which is a tall black-haired man wearing some very stylish rock clothes complete with a leather jacket and everything. Hades stared at Harry, who nodded and then turned his head towards the demigods, who were still very tense. Harry gave them all a smile. It's all right everyone, go back to celebrating while I have a talk with Hades. Everyone turned towards Hades and noticed him sweating profusely and looking rather nervous, which was very confusing to everyone right now, but the demigods decided to trust Harry and went back to hanging out and having fun, though most of them continued to keep a closer eye on Hades just in case. Harry smiled at the kids and winked at his daughter, who had her staff and wand out ready to attack. Harry smiled at her daddy and put away her weapons, knowing that he would take care of everything, so she went back to speaking with Percy and Sally to try and calm them down. Sally had practically jumped out of her skin when Hades had demanded Percy's presence, and Percy himself seemed to be a bit pale, so Harry wanted to help them calm down a bit and perhaps take their minds off of Hades. Meanwhile, Harry turned his head towards Hades and glared at him. It's good that you show up. I have a lot to talk to you about and I want some answers as well, but first say hi to your sister Hestia. Hades nervously heard everything Harry had said, but then his eyes widened at the mention of his sister and turned his head to look for Hestia. It didn't take long to find her fixing the campfire he just destroyed with his theatrics, and he couldn't help but grimace at the sad and disappointed frown on her face. Hades sighed and then approached Hestia's sister. I'm sorry I didn't see you there, it's nice to see you. Hestia turned her head towards Hades and sighed. Hello Hades, couldn't you just arrive normally? Why would you do all of this? To scare a bunch of poor kids? I didn't take you for a bully, Hades. The words delivered to him by Hestia and the very disappointed tone of voice the goddess of the hearth had made the god of death feel like a kid being told off. I just wanted to get the lightning bolt and scare Zeus a bit. I wasn't going to hurt anyone. Hestia sighed and shook her head. She then went back to fixing the campfire. Hades looked down. What are you doing here anyways, sister? Hestia frowned but did not turn to look at Hades. Instead she turned towards Harry. I wanted to ask the dragon god Harry if he was here to kill us all. He did say that it all depended on whether someone angers him or not, but your actions right now don't give me much hope for us. Perhaps it would be for the best if we all just disappeared. We have done some very horrid things, Hades, and you just proved it. Hades looked down and frowned, not really knowing what to say to his sister. Harry however had a small smile as he heard Hestia. It seems like not all Olympians have their heads up their asses. Hades turned around towards Harry and bowed, which seems to have been quite unexpected by Hestia because she gaped a bit. Hades on his part began to speak. Master of Death, I beg of you to spare my sister Hestia. I'm well aware that most if not all gods of Olympus have done some very horrible things, but Hestia has always been a good and kind goddess. She has always tried to guide all of us to be good people. Please, if you are to end us all, at the very least spare Hestia. Hestia gasped a bit and stared in disbelief. This was something that she hasn't expected, but this was Hades. After all, he's not a bad god, he's just angry and bitter about his situation in Olympus, but he's always been a responsible god with his duties. Harry stared at Hades in silence for a few long seconds. Hades, raise up and look at me. Hades straightened up and stared at Harry's eyes, who stared back his why are you sending monsters to go after your nieces and nephews? The Minotaur my daughter Ari killed reeked of death, so I know you sent it. Hades frowned but nodded. I plan to have it kidnap Sally Jackson to force Percy into coming to me and bring me the lightning bolt. Harry sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. And the other demigods? I have heard that you have been sending monsters to hunt them down. Why? Hades shook his head. Not all of them. I just sent them after Zeus's and Poseidon's children, the rest were hunted down by monsters of Tartarus who just want to kill them. I had nothing to do with that, and I do it because Zeus has killed my lover and my children. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, I heard about that, but those kids were born before the pact was made. Why did Zeus kill them anyway? Hades sighed. Harry had noticed that Hades was lying to some degree, but it seems like he was trying to protect something or someone and not lying out of malice, so he decided to listen and wait. Hades scratched his head and then began to explain. Zeus is afraid of any child born out of us big three. There's a prophecy that foretells how a child of the big three would either save or destroy the Olympians, and Zeus, being a paranoid bastard, just went all out crazy. Harry huffed and shook his head in annoyance. Their children, Hades, kids that didn't ask to be born, and all three of you know all of Olympus have just been sitting on their ass and watched as they are killed? Some of these kids aren't even claimed. They've just been pushed aside and forgotten by all of you. Both Hestia and Hades flinched as Harry began to raise his voice along with his rising anger. You all are family. And you're all happy with all of these deaths and suffering. All of you Olympians are old. Very fucking old, but you act like petty children arguing over stupid things like a prophecy. A prophecy that could be self-fulfilled with everything that the Olympians have done. Harry's power had begun to flare in response to his emotional state. Kids have always been a trigger for Harry, and the cruelty these demigods are forced to live with was something that Harry has come to loathe. Both Hades and Hestia flinched and Harry growled. Not anymore. I have decided to do something about all of this. If the Olympians don't care or want these children, then I'll adopt them all. I'll take them to Neo-Kyoto and make sure they live a happy life. One away from all of you who can't appreciate the gift that it is to have a son and daughter. Hestia, Hades, and the demigods gasped, not believing what they were hearing. To the demigods who were used to being abandoned and pushed aside, forgotten and unwanted, those who had accepted the fact that some of them might not live to be grown men and women, listened to Harry come to their defense. They heard as Harry said that he would take them all and that he would give them all a home, a place where to belong, somewhere where they would be wanted and taken care of. It was like a dream to have an adult speak up in their defense, and it was something that all of them had wished at some point. Even those that had some contact with their godly parent like Clarissa had at some point wanted something like this to happen. Harry glared at Hades' New Kyoto, the yokai faction, and the newly instated dragon faction under my and Ophi's, the dragon god of infinity's leadership, will be taking all of these demigods, and if anyone tries to get in my way, I'll destroy the Greek faction. Hestia and Hades gasped at Harry's declaration. Even the demigods stared dumbfounded in shock upon hearing Harry so boldly declare that he will destroy the Greek faction, the Olympians, if they would dare get in his way. Harry turned around and suddenly yelled out, Chiron. The centaur snapped out of his shock state and immediately approached Harry. I want you to contact every mundane parent and bring them here. I will be taking them to Kyoto with their children if they choose to want to be with them. Let them know that they don't have to worry about housing, money, or work. I'll take care of everything. Chiron smiled and nodded. If it's not much to ask, could I be allowed to go as well? Harry smiled at Chiron and nodded. Humph. Of course, you're coming to Chiron. I know you cared about all the kids and want to make sure they're safe. I am a teacher, so I understand what you're feeling right now. Sally looked down for a second and then nodded to herself. She can see it. Change was coming and she wanted to be a part of it. She wanted Percy to have the chance to grow like a kid should and not always looking behind his back expecting something to attack him. So Sally walked up to Harry and Chiron. I'll help Mr. Chiron contact and talk to the parent. I'm sure they'll be able to understand and accept things easier if a parent like themselves explains what's going on. Percy smiled proudly at his mom while Harry and Chiron smiled and nodded to her. Harry then turned his head towards the demigods who stared back at him, still shocked at everything that was happening right now. Harry smiled at them all, a smile that caught all of them by surprise. It was a smile full of pride and care, a fatherly smile the demigods realized almost at the same time. Harry nodded to himself and then loudly proclaimed, I, Harry James Potter, the Twilight Dread Dragon God of Chaos and Creation, claim all of these demigods as my children. From now on all of you are dragons. Welcome to the yokai and dragon factions. As soon as Harry claimed them all, on top of each and every demigod's head in camp and in the United States, the sigil of their godly parent manifested and glowed for a few seconds before it shattered like glass and a new one formed in its place. A sigil in the form of two keyblades crossed and glowing with both darkness and light. Harry then grinned and loudly spoke to everyone, go and get packed. We're all leaving as soon as I come back. The demigods snapped out of their shock state and immediately headed towards their cabin to pack up. Annabeth and Luke stayed behind wanting to speak with Harry, who smiled and nodded at them. Give me a second, kids. Both Annabeth and Luke smiled and nodded. Harry returned their smiles with one of his own and then turned towards Chiron and Sally. Go guys and get started in communicating with all the mundane parents, and let me know who I need to go pick up to take to Kyoto. Both Sally and Chiron nodded and left to immediately do what Harry had asked them to do. Percy, not really needing to pack, left with his mother to help in any way he could. Harry turned towards Hades and Hestia, who were still rather shocked by everything that just happened. Hestia jumped and looked up into Harry's eyes. Harry grinned at her. Go to Olympus and talk to the gods you think deserve to be with their children. I might have claimed them, but if you think they deserve a chance to be with their children, then I'm willing to let them join the yokai faction in Neo Kyoto. Hestia's eyes widened even more and silently stared at Harry until tears began to fall down her face at the chance Harry was giving to the few godly parents of Olympus who care about their children to be with them. Harry smiled at the goddess of the hearth and walked up to her. He then patted her head, which made her smile even though she was still crying and sniffing quite loudly. She then nodded and left right away to fulfill Harry's request. He then turned towards Hades, who flinched. Hades, go to Olympus and tell Zeus that I'm coming to talk, that he better be there or I'll hunt him down and hang him by the testicles if he dares make me go look for him. Hades grinned and nodded at Harry, and in a puff of darkness the god of death left for Olympus to warn his brother of the dragon god who wants to talk to him. Annabeth and then Luke walked up to Harry. Luke nodded at Annabeth, who smiled and began to speak first to Harry. Lord Harry, I need to talk to you about something very important. Harry smiled and nodded to Annabeth while Harry walked up to her daddy and grabbed his hand while both Niarman rolled around on the ground around her. You can just call me Harry, Annabeth. I'm not one for formalities, plus we're sort of family now, so you don't need to feel too nervous. Annabeth shyly smiled and nodded. Could you please help Thalia? Harry raised an eyebrow, a bit confused as to what Annabeth was requesting of him, but whoever Thalia is, she must be important to Annabeth. Slow down, Annabeth, and tell me what's going on, okay? Annabeth nodded and took a big breath. She then explained to Harry who Thalia Grace is, what had happened to her and what she was hoping for him to do. Needless to say that Harry was pretty pissed off. Again was a big understatement, so after Annabeth finished talking, Harry tiredly sighed. It was only because Harry was holding his hand that his energy didn't lash out of sheer anger or annoyance. So Zeus had a daughter who was hunted down by Hades along with you, Grover, and Luke. Thalia Grace sacrificed herself to save you, and when she asked her father for help, all the asshole did was turned her into a tree and use her as a battery for the barrier around the camp. Annabeth sadly nodded while Luke down in anger and Harry silently frowned. Even the Niarman stopped rolling around on the ground after hearing the story and looked rather angry at what was done to a child. Harry closed his eyes and waited a few seconds to calm down before he said or did anything. Everything he had found out about what the Greek faction is doing or had been doing has really tested his patience, but more and more keeps coming into the light and he was sure that he was going to lose his patience soon. Harry opened his eyes and looked into Annabeth's eyes. Can you take me to this tree later? I'll help Thalia, but for now, go pack. I want to get everyone out of here first, okay? Annabeth smiled and nodded. She then turned her head towards Luke, who smiled and nodded at her. She then took off running to go pack, excited and happy that someone was willing to help Thalia after all this time. Harry then turned his head towards Luke, who looked at him straight into his eyes. Are you going to destroy the Olympians? Harry stared at Luke for a long while in silence. Suddenly Harry moved in a burst of speed so fast that Luke was unable to even catch a blur of movement. Harry placed his hand on his head. Luke froze in surprise and a bit of fear. Suddenly Harry pulled his hand off his head, however in his grasp was some sort of black spirit or ghost-like being wiggling around and trying to escape Harry's hold on it. Luke's eyes widened in shock and he involuntarily took a step back. What the hell is that? Harry stared at the black spirit-like creature in his hand. It didn't feel complete or strong, but it did have some sort of link to a much stronger and more powerful source of power somewhere else. That stronger source seemed divine and primal. Whatever it was strong enough to influence Luke from very far away, and Harry didn't like that. So with a burst of holy fire, he burned away this black spirit-like creature, which wailed in pain before being consumed by the white flames of Harry's holy fire. In the underworld, in a hellish pit known as Tartarus, where the pieces of the titan known as Cronus were sealed away and where his spirit roams and plots since the time he was defeated by his children. Cronus has been manipulating a young demigod by using his anger and hate towards the Olympians to go through his plans to return to the world and have his revenge against his children. But as he was thinking about the next step of his plan to have the Olympians destroy themselves, he was suddenly filled with pain as the pieces of his body burst into white flames. Cronus couldn't even scream or roar in pain as the white flames quickly consumed his body and turned everything about him into ash. His last coherent thought was how it was possible for something to actually cause him pain before he knew no more. Cronus the Titan, father of most of the Olympians, died a quick and painful death, and most of his plans will go unfulfilled because Harry Potter had once again changed the course of fate with a single action. No one would even know that the remains of Cronus were now gone, just as nobody will ever find out that the lives of many had been saved. Meanwhile, Harry huffed in annoyance at what he had destroyed. He had sensed it within Luke's soul, but it was well hidden within the boy's darkness and hate that he wasn't sure what it was until its presence flared up the moment Luke's hate towards the Olympians came up front. It was then that Harry was able to notice the influence that spirit-like creature had on Luke, and since it fed on his anger and hatred, it made Luke very irrational and easy to manipulate. Now that Luke didn't have that spirit-like being in his soul, it now looked cleaner. Sure, it was still angry and full of hatred towards the gods, but it didn't have the same hold on his heart as before. So Harry grinned at Luke. Feel better now? Luke stopped looking so shocked and then relaxed as he began to notice that he wasn't as angry as before. He also couldn't hear that little voice telling him to do things in the back of his head anymore. You're right. I feel good, better than I have in a long time, but what was that? Harry smiled and nodded at Luke. I'm not sure. It seemed to be primal and divine in nature, but I didn't look too much into it and just blasted it with enough holy fire to outburn the sun. Whatever or whoever it was can no longer manipulate you, Luke. Luke looked up toward Harry and frowned. Manipulating me? That thing was manipulating me. Harry nodded. Yet it fed on your negative emotions, more specifically your hatred towards the Olympians gods. It was also changing your body on a conceptual level as well. My guess is that it was turning you into some sort of perfect vessel for it. Luke shuddered and shook his head. That thing wanted to possess me? As if I ever would let it. Harry shook his head. You would have, though. Luke stared at Harry in confusion. Harry then began to explain. Whatever that thing is, it was already manipulating your mind, body, and soul. I'm afraid that you would have accepted that fate on your own eventually. Luke looked down and frowned. He didn't like any of this. The fact that someone was taking advantage of his hate towards Olympus and the gods was bad enough, but it also made him think about all the horrible things he might have done. Suddenly Luke's eyes widened in realization. Harry smiled at him, knowing that Luke had finally realized what had been going on for a while. That's right. The reason you stole the lightning bolt is because you were being manipulated, Luke. Luke turned his head towards Harry and stared at him in shock. You knew? But how? Harry chuckled, but it was Harry who had been silently listening and watching everything happening who answered his question. It's because that lightning thingy is letting out a lot of energy. And Daddy and I can sense it. Harry smiled at Luke. It's pretty hard to hide something of that nature from a dragon, Luke. I just wanted to wait and see what I could find out about the situation first before I did anything, which is mighty lucky for you. Luke gulped and was glad Harry decided to wait and find out more before he confronted him about the lightning bolt. He certainly didn't want to have a dragon god coming after him, right? You know what, I'm just going to go get it and give it to you. I don't want anything to do with it anymore. Harry grinned, which showed a jaw full of fangs that made Luke feel rather nervous now. Good choice, Luke. Now I don't have to punish you. Luke paled and nodded. He then took off running to go get the lightning bolt. Harry giggled. Don't be mean, Daddy. He already looks very scared. Harry smiled at his daughter. Well, I had to teach him a lesson. I understand his anger and hatred for everything that he and all the demigods had to go through, but his actions would have caused only death and destruction. This entire situation could have forced the other factions to act, and that would have brought war. Harry tightened her grasp on her daddy's hand and frowned. Then it was a good thing the pretty goddess sent you here, Daddy. Harry chuckled at the way Harry took to calling Amaterasu and nodded. Yes, unlike the gods of this world, I don't have limitations nor laws that prevent me from intervening. Harry nodded and smiled. She was very glad that her daddy never hesitates to help someone who needs it. It was the reason she has here right now, and she would forever be thankful for her father's kind and caring heart. Harry smiled and then took out his smartphone. Speaking of Amaterasu, I need to call her and your mommy Yasaka to let them know about what's going on right now. Harry nodded and then let go of her daddy's hand to go play with the Niarman while her daddy called her mommy Yasaka and the pretty goddess. Yasaka received a call from Harry and she immediately answered his call. At first, it was the usual greeting and talk they have whenever he calls her when he's busy with something. It is a little ritual Harry has for every one of his girlfriends whenever he gives them a call. He always asked them what they were doing and how their day has been, which is something she and the girls love about him. They knew that he more than likely had very important things to do and talk about. But the fact that he always makes time to ask about their day and about them was rather endearing for all of them. It showed that Harry does love them a lot. But then after all the sweetness came business, and Harry explained everything he had found out about the Greek faction, the demigods, and all the things going on over the United States. She had to stop him at some point to call Amaterasu over since she needed to hear all of this as well, and once she came over, Yasaka put Harry on speaker. Harry continued explaining everything with Amaterasu now listening as well, and also told them what he had done and was planning of doing with all the demigods and some of the gods that actually care about their children. It was a long conversation. Yasaka and Amaterasu were appalled and quite angry about the way the Greek gods treated their children and all the deaths brought about because of the irresponsible attitude of the Greek gods. Harry finished telling them everything and then said his goodbyes since he was now going to go meet with Zeus and the rest of the Olympians. Yasaka gave him a soft and caring goodbye and then hung up. Yasaka sighed and slumped on her seat. She looked over at Amaterasu and noticed she wasn't doing any better. This is horrid, Ama-chan. Amaterasu nodded and sadly frowned. Gods have an even lower rate of procreation than the devils. A child born from one is a treasure, a true miracle and a gift. To think the Greeks have so many children and they treat them like collectibles or toys. Yasaka closed her eyes and huffed. It's utterly disgusting the way they're treating those children. And the unclaimed as well. It's like they just pick and choose which ones they want. Amaterasu nodded. The fact that they have this many shows how much they're sleeping around. Yasaka nodded and opened her eyes. I'm surprised there are even children of Athena. Isn't she a virgin goddess? How can she have children? Yasaka frowned and thought about it. She must be using her essence and her divinity along with the human's life force to create a child. It's a well-known method, but most gods don't like using it because it lowers the lifespan of the human partner. Yasaka shook her head. How heartless. It shows how cruel and uncaring the Greek gods can be. It seems like they haven't changed much from ancient times. Amaterasu nodded and stood up from where she was sitting and walked up to a window in Yasaka's office. She stopped right in front of it and looked out of it. I'm glad Harry claimed all of those kids. It seems like Kyoto will grow even more now. Yasaka smiled and nodded. Yeah, those kids need a safe place they can call home so they can grow and learn in peace, and we can provide that here. Amaterasu nodded and smiled as she saw the smiling faces of the people of Kyoto going about their day as she looked out of the window in Yasaka's office. Yes, I believe that the children can flourish here and find their own paths in life rather than what their godly parents have planned for them. Yasaka smiled and giggled in amusement, which made Amaterasu turn around and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Yasaka stopped giggling and shook her head. Sorry, the fact that Harry adopted a big number of demigods means that I and the girls are now mothers to a lot of children. Wait until I tell them, they're going to love it. Amaterasu giggled and then smiled. Harry is always adding to his family. This is just but another addition now, but one that those kids deserved. It's going to be lively here in Kyoto once they arrived. Yasaka nodded and stood up with a brilliant smile on her face. That's right. We're going to have to build them houses. Oh, and a big training ground and make documents for all of them. I'm sure Sirafal and Gabriel can help me get everything done quickly, and I'll ask Tony to build a big training room with all the cool and neat toys for my children to play with. With that said, Yasaka then quickly left her office to go to the Potter household to not only let everyone know of what had happened but to also start preparing everything the kids and mundane parents will need to be able to live comfortably in Kyoto. They had only 3 days before Harry's match against Sarayorg, but it was more than enough to do everything needed, especially since she was sure that everyone will be willing to help. Amaterasu watched amusingly as Yasaka left her office with an excited smile on her face. Amaterasu thought it was adorable how she already thought the demigods to be her children just because Harry had claimed them as his own. Harry finished explaining everything to Yasaka and Amaterasu over the phone and smiled, knowing that he can count on them to get everything ready for when he brought the demigods and their parents to Kyoto. It was a big change, he knew that, but he really thought that it was the best option for them. There was no way he was going to abandon so many children to suffer this kind of neglect and downright horrible treatment. He was snapped out of his thought when Aerie suddenly walked up to him while holding the hand of a red-haired girl with green skin and an elvish face. She looked young, but Harry knew that she was anything but that. He had immediately recognized the young girl as a nymph, and his connection to nature as a sage helped him see the link she had with a tree nearby. Aerie stopped in front of him and then gave him a bright smile. Daddy. This is Juniper. She wants to talk about something with you, but she's very nervous because you're a dragon god. Aerie looked so scandalized by the fact that someone was afraid of me because I'm a dragon god. My dear daughter is so innocent that she doesn't understand just how dangerous we dragon gods are, and the fact that she loves dragons doesn't help her image of them. But Harry found that adorable and just patted her on her head with a smile on his face. Harry then turned his head towards Juniper, who actually flinched a bit. Harry frowned a bit. She seemed so scared and nervous, and Harry didn't want her to feel like that. He wasn't going to hurt her after all, so he decided to go into sage mode in order to help the poor nymph calm down a bit. So Harry closed his eyes and relaxed. In seconds he absorbed enough natural energy to go into sage mode and opened his eyes. The nymph must have felt what Harry did because she looked utterly awed and amazed. Why, you're a sage? Harry smiled, and Aerie looked up at her father and stared at his face in surprise. She had sensed how her daddy had absorbed the energy around him very fast, so she turned to look at what he was doing, only to be surprised when she saw some sort of green paint appear above his eyes. But the most shocking change was his eyes. Her daddy's eyes are usually very green and bright and they would sometimes look reptilian, but that's it. Now they had turned yellow and looked very different from before, but Eri had heard what the very pretty nymph had called her daddy, and not having heard that before she grew curious sage. Harry smiled at his daughter and patted her head. I'll explain in a second, but how about we hear what your new nymph friend has to say to me first? Eri nodded and both Harry and she turned their heads towards the nymph, but she seemed a bit out of it, so both the daughter and father duo decided to wait for her to snap out of it. Chapter 104. In Olympus the Greek gods sat on their thrones arguing with each other as they had been for the last few days. Zeus continues to blame Poseidon's son for stealing his lightning bolt and continues to rage about the supposed betrayal of his brother. Of course, Poseidon is angry that Zeus would target his son, argued and defended his son non-stop, but Zeus, being his usual stubborn self, refused to listen and continued to blame Percy. I want your son to bring my lightning bolt back to me, Poseidon, or there will be war. Poseidon frowned. Percy did not steal your symbol of authority, he didn't even know about us or about our world until now. Zeus frowned and stood up. He will bring me my lightning bolt or he will die. But a dark voice echoed through the halls of Olympus, cutting off Zeus from his ranting. You won't be able to do anything to Percy Jackson, brother. Trust me, I tried. In a puff of darkness that gathered from the very shadows of the halls of Olympus, stepped out Hades, who grinned at Zeus, who gaped at him for having interrupted him. Poseidon stood up and pointed at Hades with his trident. What do you mean you tried, Hades? What did you do to my son? Hades just continued to grin. Settle down, brother, I couldn't do anything to your son because we have a very big visitor in the camp. If you all would have stopped bickering amongst each other for a few seconds, you would have noticed something by now. The gods all tensed up as soon as they heard Hades' words. Someone had stopped Hades from doing something with his mere presence, and that made alarms go off in all the Greek gods' minds. All the gods immediately sent their senses towards the camp, only to be slapped away rather aggressively by a violent surge of energy engulfing the entire camp. All the Greek gods grunted in pain as they were violently pushed back. A few were thrown off their feet and sent falling down to the ground, while only Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon were able to stay standing, if only barely. Zeus grunted in pain and stayed standing. He looked up and glared in anger as he looked around, finally noticing that Dionysus wasn't among them. Where is Dionysus? What is going on in the camp? Hades maliciously grinned, enjoying the anger and insulted demeanor shown on Zeus's face. Dionysus is in the camp and can't really leave. He's terrified to do anything that might result in some sort of insult to our visitor. Zeus scowled in anger towards his brother, while Hera shakily stood up, still trembling from the aggressive retaliation of whoever was in the camp. Who is in the camp now, Hades? Who is preventing even us, the gods of Olympus, from looking into the camp? Hades suddenly burst out laughing. It was a deep and horrid bellowing laugh that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Dear sister, Zeus's tantrum has drawn the attention of the Shinto gods, and they themselves brought it to the one being we never should have provoked. Zeus's eyes widened in shock, knowing who Hades was referring to. Ares grinned like a lunatic, while the rest of the gods of Olympus gasped, catching on to what Hades was talking about. Hades suddenly engulfed his body in shadows. Harry Potter is here and he isn't happy. Ha ha ha. He'll come here soon, Zeus. So I hope you're ready, because he doesn't seem to be in the mood to play around. The Master of Death, my lord, is here. Every god in Olympus shook as they heard one of the most well-known titles belonging to Harry Potter was called out by Hades. Even Zeus shook in fear. For all his power and domains, death was something that even the king of Olympus couldn't ever face or even stand in equal standing. Meanwhile, Hestia was busy running around and letting all the minor gods and such know about Harry's plans to move to Kyoto to join the children and become part of the yokai faction. Her brothers and sisters were too busy bickering to even notice her absence, and thus she was left alone as she did what Harry asked her to do. She even went and let her mother Rhea know of what was going on. Rhea, being the Titaness of fertility, motherhood, and protection, had been very elated about Harry's plans for all her family and was very excited to move to Kyoto as well. Like all other supernatural beings, she had heard of the power and advances of Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction. She was very impressed and curious about everything she had heard, and through her domains, she could feel how each and every member of the yokai faction strove to gain the power to protect their faction. Each and every member of that faction, along with their allies and friends, would rise up to protect their home and loved ones. She sure didn't envy or pity the fool who would dare provoke them, for they shall receive no mercy from the main protector of Neo-Kyoto and Japan as a whole. This was why she was so disappointed in her son Zeus and her grandson Ares. Only a fool would go and poke a dragon on the nose. So Rhea knew that once Harry Potter's patience ran out, they would cease to exist. She knew full well of the ruthlessness he used when dealing with those that had annoyed him. Everyone in fact knew of the Fallen Angel massacre, the destruction of the Teeps vampire clan, and the many devils he killed during his time in Kyoto were events well known throughout the factions. So she had accepted the fact that they were living on borrowed time and had just sat inside her home waiting for the end, but her beloved daughter Hestia had come with great news. The only one of her children who visit her had come with words from Harry Potter himself, words that brought hope to her heart. Hope that some of her family will be able to finally know peace and that her grandchildren will be able to finally live a good and safe life without all the death and unhappiness that engulfed their entire existence. So after Hestia told her of Harry's plans and left to tell the other minor gods and everyone else, Rhea immediately began packing with help of her lions. She'd always wanted to visit Japan and now she'll get to live there with her grandchildren. What else could the Titaness ask for? Harry and Ari had been patiently waiting for Juniper to snap out of it, but it has been a good 5 minutes and Harry had things to do, so he pointed a finger toward the wood nymph and hit her with a very weak blast of cold water. Juniper sputtered and flailed her arms around. Harry stopped dousing her with water when he noticed her flailing around. "Oh. You snapped out of it, good." Juniper deadpanned at Harry as the water dripped from all over her body. Ari found it funny, so she began to giggle, which just made the poor nymph blush green in embarrassment. Ari stopped giggling and then waved her hand at Juniper, drying her completely, something the wood nymph was very grateful for. She then sighed, "Sorry about that, my lord. I was just very caught off guard when you revealed that you're a sage." Besides the yokai, there hasn't been anyone else who had been able to connect with nature in many, many centuries. Harry nodded and hummed, "I see. This branch of senjutsu was thought to me from another world, so it works differently than the branch the yokai use. This branch can be thought. In fact, besides me there is one other practitioner of senjutsu." Juniper awed at the fact that there was another sage somewhere in the universe and was very happy. "I see. This does feel far more potent than the kind of senjutsu the yokai use. It feels rather nice." Harry smiled at Juniper while Ari giggled. "Well then, Juniper, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?" Juniper shook her head to get her mind off the very warm and pleasant way Harry's senjutsu felt and began to explain what she wanted to request of him. "Well, I and the other wood nymph would like to also go with the demigods. In fact, the satyrs and the other kind of nymphs would also love to go with them and join the yokai faction." Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh? Why would Greek spirits and elementals want to join the yokai faction?" Juniper fidgeted a bit but then nodded to herself. "As you can see, we don't exactly look very human, and even with the mist it's very hard for us to mingle with the mundane world. In Kyoto, there's no need of fear that, there everyone is accepted and the yokai gets to mingle with humans and experience modern life." Harry nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. All of you have been stuck here in this camp for a long while, hey?" Juniper nodded. "Yet, it is the only safe place for beings like us. The demigods at least get a chance to go back to society, but us? No, we have been stuck here for a very long time. We also have dreams and hopes, but the Greek gods don't care about what a bunch of nymphs want." Harry frowned and looked down. "I see. Well, I don't mind if you want to move to Kyoto. I'm sure everyone will accept all of you there, and I'll even create a pocket home dimension for all of you to live comfortably in too." Juniper's eyes widened in surprise, but then a big bright smile appeared on her face. "Really? You would let us live among the yokai just like that?" Harry smiled and nodded. "Of course, I know we have quite the scary and ruthless reputation, but the yokai faction has a habit of making allies with anybody who wants to be our friends. It's the reason we have a lot of different races living among us." Ari brightly smiled. "Yet there are all kinds of people living in Kyoto. Dragons, vampires, yokai, and humans. It's always very lively and fun in Kyoto. I love it." Juniper smiled toward Ari and nodded. "I see. Thank you, my lord. We really appreciate it." Harry nodded. "Just call me Harry. Now why don't you take Ari with you and show her all the trees that belong to the wood nymphs and tag them so we can transport them to Kyoto safely?" Juniper excitedly nodded and Ari took her hand again and together with the Niarman took off skipping to tag all the trees that he was going to need to move. Harry chuckled as he watched his daughter and her new friend Juniper skip away. Meanwhile, he quickly took out his smartphone and texted Yasaka to let her know who else was coming to join the yokai faction. A little bit later, and after Harry had finished texting Yasaka, Luke came back running while holding a backpack. The son of Hermes stopped in front of Harry and handed him the backpack. "Here you go, Harry. I also grabbed something else that we took." Harry raised an eyebrow and opened the backpack. "What the hell? What is this ugly helmet?" Luke snorted, finding the way Harry just called Hades' symbol of power funny. "That's Hades' helm of darkness. Ares stole that so I could steal the lightning bolt." Harry frowned. "Ares? Don't tell me that fool is involved in all of this too." Luke nodded. "Yet, it's a little foggy in my memory, but I seem to recall him giving me the helm and telling me how to go to Olympus to take the lightning bolt." Harry nodded. "It wasn't you, Luke. Whatever was inside of you was manipulating you. It took advantage of your pain and anger, so don't blame yourself too much. Luckily we noticed before it could influence you to do something worse, right?" Luke nodded and looked down also. There's a favor I wanted to ask of you, Harry. Harry put the backpack over his shoulder and nodded at Luke. What is it, Luke? Luke looked up and stared into Harry's eyes. My mother, she went insane when she tried to become the vessel for the Oracle and couldn't handle it. Could you please help her? Harry tilted his head but quickly nodded. All right, can you bring her here? We will take her to Neo Kyoto and have the healing temples take a look at her. We will have her healthy in no time, okay? Luke nodded and smiled. She lives pretty far. I'm going to need to get a car or something to get to her quickly. Harry chuckled and took out a bracelet from his inventory. Here, use this. This bracelet can open a portal to wherever you have seen before. It can only be used a couple of times, but it is a very useful escape item. Luke took the bracelet and stared at it in awe. Amazing. This is such a useful item. Are you sure I can use it? It must be priceless. Harry grinned and shrugged. Not really, this is one of the many items available in Neo Kyoto to everyone. It is pretty popular among the guild's members, and it's cheap to buy. Many use it as a quick exit for when they go adventuring in the natural dungeon we have in Neo Kyoto, or as a cheap transportation method. Luke was mesmerized by everything he just heard from Harry. To think such a wonderful magical artifact is nothing but an everyday and cheap tool that anyone in yokai faction can buy. It was amazing to Luke. Harry, of course, grinned as he watched the odd-filled expression on Luke's face. If you think that's impressive, then you're going to go nuts once you see all the cool stuff you can get in Neo Kyoto. Now go get your mother while I go talk to the Greek gods. Luke nodded and immediately ran off towards the Hermes house to use the bracelet and go get his mom. Harry smiled as he watched Luke run off. He was glad that his heart had gotten rid of some of the darkness that was eating at it. It would take time, but Harry was sure that Luke will be able to move on and live a good and peaceful life. With that last thought going through his mind, Harry waved his hand and opened a dark corridor straight into Olympus. When he sent Hades to forewarn Zeus of his visit, he had also followed his energy signature so he could find out exactly where the gods had moved Olympus. So with a grin, Harry walked through the dark corridor ready to deal with the Greek gods. Once he stepped through, the dark corridor closed behind him. The Olympians' gods were still stunned by the news they just got from Hades. The fact that Harry Potter was in the United States and within Camp Half-Blood was a big shock to all of them. Even worse so because no one had noticed that something was going on in the camp because they have been too busy arguing with each other. The only one who seemed to be happy about all of this was Ares, who was happily grinning at the fact that someone he wanted to fight was here, and that had him feeling all sort of giddy. If he's able to kill Harry Potter, war would be declared. Just had him feeling excited. Suddenly a black pillar of darkness burst out from the ground right beside Hades, who was now grinning in anticipation. Soon Harry stepped out of the pillar of darkness and looked around. He then looked up towards the Greek gods and frowned as he watched them gape at him. For the gods, they were pretty surprised by Harry's sudden arrival. Sure, Hades had told them he was coming, but they didn't expect him to arrive so soon. Ares, however, began to laugh, causing everyone to turn their heads towards him and stare at him like he was crazy. Even his father was looking at him as if he lost his mind, but Ares ignored all of that and stood up. He then walked up to Harry and grinned at him as he noticed how he towered over him. Harry for his part just raised an eyebrow. It looked up at Ares. The god of war then pointed his finger at Harry and laughed. Ha ha ha, this is the guy who has everyone so scared. Look at him, he's so tiny. The gods gasped, and some even shook their heads in disbelief at how Ares just spoke to Harry. Even Hades stared at Ares with wide eyes full of surprise, not believing this fool just said that to Harry, and right in front of his face too. Harry however frowned and glared up at Ares. I'm just going to say this once, back off and go sit down on your throne or I will kill you where you stand. Hera stood up in a panic. Ares, go back to your throne right now. But Ares ignored his mother and just grinned while his eyes glowed like flames as he stared down at Harry. Oh? You kill a god? And risk war? I don't think you have the balls, little lizard. Hermes whispered a small holy shit while everyone else couldn't believe what Ares had just said to Harry. Athena huffed and shook her head. Well, looks like this fool is going to die. Harry sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. You remind me of my cousin Dudley. He was a bully and a complete and total idiot as well. I hate bullies. At that moment Harry looked up to Ares and took on his dragon form. His massive body not only towered the giant size of the gods but also Olympus as well. As he took on his dragon from Harry's body, destroyed the ceiling of Olympus and spread his wings, letting out a massive roar for everyone to hear. Hades, who was beside Harry, immediately jumped to the side to dodge Harry's massive dragon form while Ares was pushed out of the way. The rest of the gods panicked as they watched the massive gold and silver dragon roar towards the heavens. Ares, who had landed on top of the small stairs leading to the thrones of the gods, tried to get up. But Harry stomped his massive claw on top of his lower body, crushing it. Ares let out a wail of pain, but Harry was already very tired of everything that had to do with the Greek gods. Ares was just the drop that spilled the cup, so Harry leaned his head towards Ares and growled at him, "Listen, you little shit. I hate you, in fact, I hate this entire goddamn pantheon." The gods, even Hades, flinched at the pure vitriol in Harry's voice while Ares was now staring at Harry with wide eyes full of fear. Harry just went on, "You think I'm afraid of going to war with a bunch of lazy and arrogant gods? The yokai faction kills and fight monsters way beyond your level before breakfast. You think we're afraid?" Harry then began to grind his claw on top of Ares's lower body, and everyone began to wince as they heard his bones snap and crack as Ares began to scream in pain and desperately punch Harry's claw to try to get him off him. But Harry just kept grinding his claw on top of Ares. "It's you who should be afraid, you arrogant fool. Both of my daughters and niece could destroy this pantheon in minutes. And you think we're afraid of you?" Harry lifted his claw just to quickly stomp it down on Ares's lower body again, which made him scream in pain again and curse out. Harry turned back into his human form and summoned Oblivion into his hand. His dark keyblade appeared in a flash of darkness in his hand as Harry walked up to the sobbing form of Ares. "How pathetic, you're a god and yet you're crying because I crushed your bones. Your sons and daughters have gone through worse and you don't see them crying." But Ares was in too much pain to even hear Harry and just lay on the stairs sobbing and gasping for air. To him this is the worst pain he has ever felt, and that's because of Harry's god-killing perk, and his ability to ignore resistances and defenses made Ares feel the full scope of the pain. It reminded him of his missing arm that was blown off by the wards of Kyoto. Harry's attacks hurt as much as that ward. As a matter of fact, both felt the same way to him, and that made him realize something very important. His arms hadn't regenerated since being blown off by the wards of Kyoto, and since Harry's attacks feel the same way as the barrier, that means that his lower body isn't going to regenerate or heal either. Harry noticed the realization in Ares's eyes and grinned. "Oh? It seems like you figured something out, hey? I can guess what it is, so let me help you a bit by explaining." Harry then stomped on Ares's chest, which made him grunt in pain. He then looked up to all the gods who were watching him do so in stunned silence. "The wards of Kyoto were created by me, and they have god-killing properties because I used my own energy to empower them." The gods gasped at the bombshell of revelation Harry just dropped, while Harry just smiled. "That's right, I have god-killing abilities, so that means any of you gods killed by me are gone forever. It's a gift given to me by death, and one I have no doubts on using on fools like you." The Olympian gods trembled, and even Zeus did so as well. The fact that Harry can permanently kill a god and that power was given to him by death was a terrifying revelation, one that had very dire applications. Athena nervously spoke up, "But if you kill so many gods it would bring chaos to the world. Why, you wouldn't do that, right? It would be very irresponsible and evil." Harry, however, just scoffed. "How deluded are you? Do you really believe existence, the world, and humanity need you? Such arrogance! All of you aren't unique nor as special as you think. There are all kinds of pantheons in this world with other gods with the same domains as yours." Athena's eyes widened and she sat down on her throne, trying to cope with what Harry just pointed out. Harry shrugged and didn't care, so he just continued speaking. "That's right, all of you are disposable. Only those like myself or the other dragon gods that have conceptual control of a domain might actually cause some ill effects towards the world if we were to die. Not like it would ever happen though." Athena then got another realization that made her turn towards Zeus, her father, and glare. "That means, you lied to us. You told us that if we stayed with our children and human family we would become humans and the world would collapse." Zeus frowned but didn't say anything, which to the other gods meant that Athena was right. Harry, however, didn't care about that and pointed Oblivion directly into Ares' face while everyone was too busy glaring at Zeus. Ares couldn't even say anything as Harry blasted a pitch-black orb of darkness toward his face. The last thing Ares saw before his death was the glare of a dragon god before he knew no more. Everyone felt the surge of energy and immediately turned toward Harry, only to be able to watch as the dragon god blasted Ares's head with a blast of darkness that consumed and completely destroyed his head. Ares's body then exploded in wisps of golden light, signaling his permanent death, and the Olympian gods could only watch in disbelief at the fact that one of them had really died. Harry huffed and then took off the backpack hanging from his shoulder and opened it. He then took out the helm of darkness and threw it at Hades. "Make sure you don't lose that again, would you?" Hades caught it and smiled. "Oh. I had completely forgotten about my helm. I was so distracted with everything that happened at the camp that it slipped my mind. Thank you for finding it and giving it back." Harry nodded. "Sure. Apparently Ares stole it and gave it to a demigod named Luke, who used it to steal Zeus's lightning bolt." Zeus, who was trying to console Hera, who was crying over their son's death, heard all of that and immediately snapped, "A son of Hermes dares steal my symbol of authority. I shall." Harry immediately caught Zeus's mid-round. "You're not going to do anything, asshole." Zeus, being interrupted, could only stare at Harry in disbelief, while Harry continued, "Might as well tell you all now. I have claimed all the demigods as my own. As of now they're no longer just demigods but dragonoids as well, and thus they're now members of the dragon faction led by me and Apphis Ouroboros, the dragon god of infinity." This news snapped the gods out of their stunned and shocked silence caused by Ares' death and began to complain and rant to him about he doesn't have the right, that they're their children and that he couldn't do this. But all of their complaints just served to piss off Harry more than he already is until he snapped silence. With a massive flare of his full power, he brought down the entire Greek pantheon to their knees and gasped for air. I swear. It's like I'm dealing with children. I've been a teacher for a long time but I have never dealt with such spoiled and arrogant children in my life. Even some of the really bad kids weren't as bad as all of you and that says a lot. The Greek gods were all gasping for air except Hades who even though could feel the pressure, it wasn't bringing him to his knees. Harry then let off his power and spoke. None of you deserve the gift and happiness that is having a child. None of you deserve to be parents with how you've treated your children. Your own blood. The Olympian gods all looked up from the ground towards Harry and stared at him as he continued to speak. All of you should be ashamed to even call yourselves mothers or fathers. Killing your own kin, abandoning them and even not claiming them as if they were not important enough to you to recognize them as your children. Some of the gods looked down and felt horrible. Everything Harry just said is true and they knew it. Harry shook his head. It is already done. The demigods are now my children and as such I'll make sure they have a happy and fulfilling life. I'll protect them even from you. Zeus frowned and glared at Harry. You can't do this. You don't have the right to take away the children of Olympus. Harry scowled and walked up to Zeus who by far was the one whose actions had pissed him off the most. As soon as Harry got close to Zeus he kicked him up like a soccer ball by kicking his head. Zeus's head lurched back and he was lifted off the ground by Harry's kick where Harry caught his head and lifted it to his where he harshly head-butted Zeus in his forehead and glared directly into his eyes. Gold blood dripped out of Zeus's forehead as Harry held his head and then growled, as a father and teacher I have every fucking right to take these kids from all of you, and you're not going to do anything about it not unless you want to die. But Zeus seemed still defiant towards Harry. You won't get away with this. Those children belong to us and are a big part of our military might. I won't let you take them away. Harry snarled and then threw Zeus towards his throne where the king of Olympus crashed back first against it. Zeus grunted from the impact while Harry reached into the backpack and pulled out Zeus's lightning bolt. The dragon god disappeared in a blur and reappeared in front of Zeus who couldn't even react while Harry jabbed the lightning bolt straight into Zeus's shoulder and threw his throne behind him. To the shock and amazement of the other gods, the lightning bolt began to let out white and black arcs of electricity as Zeus screamed in pain as Harry used his very own symbol of authority against him. Athena trembled and shook in both shock and fear. He took control of the lightning bolt. He usurped Father's authority and used his own godly weapon against him. How is he doing this? No other being can usurp the power of a god. The Olympian gods were now truly and completely terrified. Harry Potter can usurp their power, their authority, the very thing that makes them who they are, and that terrified all of them. Hades however just shook his head. Foolish brother, you knew exactly how dangerous Harry Potter is and you still dared to provoke him? Just how far have you fallen in your arrogance? Harry watched as Zeus squirmed as he was pinned down to his throne by his own lightning bolt. You of all people have no right to rant at me, Zeus. You has no qualms about killing your nieces and nephews. You who just sat on this throne as his daughter died only for you to turn her into a tree. Zeus grunted in pain and glared at Harry in anger and hate as he felt his own godly weapon cause massive damage to his body. Harry just twisted and pushed the lightning bolt deeper into Zeus's shoulder, causing the golden-colored blood of the king of Olympus to splatter all over the floor and throne. Zeus screamed and snarled in pain while Harry continued to glare at him. Even now you are still defiant. Very well then, I'll make sure you nor any other god of Olympus makes the same mistakes again. Harry let go of the lightning bolt and walked away from Zeus, leaving him pinned on his throne while he turned towards the other gods. From now on no Greek god will be able to have children unless they join the yokai faction. Harry raised his hand which began to glow red with the conceptual power of reality. Harry then snapped his fingers, making the Greek god unable to ever procreate again. None of you deserve your children nor the ability to have any. Harry then turned towards Artemis and glared at her, which made her flinch. You have killed quite a few make demigods. I want you to deliver all the demigods you took into your hunting party to Kyoto. You have exactly 1 month. If you don't, then I'll hunt you down and rip you apart piece by piece. Artemis trembled and nodded. She knew that she couldn't argue with Harry, especially now that he was very angry, so she'll do what he asked for and perhaps try to speak with him when she brings the demigods under her charge then. Harry then turned towards the rest of the gods. I wasn't going to do this, but I quite like Hestia, so for her I'll give some of you a chance. The Olympian gods looked at Harry and gave him their full attention, not wanting to further piss him off. If any of you actually care about your children and want to try to get to know them, then leave the Greek faction and join the yokai faction. Some of the Greek gods widened their eyes in surprise at the opportunity given to them by Harry while he went on. I can't promise you the kids will accept you or forgive you, but you will have a chance to earn the right to be called father or mother by them again, but that's up to them and you. A few Olympian gods smiled and nodded to Harry. The dragon god sighed. If you are going to join, then do so in a month to give the kids some time to adapt and for the yokai faction to prepare everything. Until then, behave and do not make me come here again. Next time I won't stop to talk or anything like that. I'll kill you all. Do I make myself clear? The Olympian gods nodded. Harry then turned towards Zeus and glared, and you, since you're not going to use it anymore, you won't mind me getting rid of it. Harry pointed his pointed finger towards Zeus's groin and fired a multitude of death beams at it, which caused Zeus to scream in horror and pain. Being pinned down by his own weapon prevented him from being able to even dodge or block Harry's barrage of ki-based attacks. Harry soon finished destroying Zeus's genitals and scoffed at how pathetic the king of Olympus looked, sobbing and crying. He shook his head and turned around. You deserve this and much more for everything you've done, but I don't have the time to deal with you. I have a lot of people to move to Kyoto and a match in a few days to prepare for. Harry then walked away from Zeus and towards where Hades is standing. Come on Hades, you're helping as well. Hades nodded and Harry waved a hand, creating a dark corridor. Harry nodded to Hades and he immediately walked through with a satisfied grin on his face. Harry turned towards the Olympian gods and spoke one more time to them. Remember, behave and do not force me to come here again. With that said, Harry walked through the dark corridor, which then dissipated right after. The Greek gods sighed in relief now that he was gone. Hermes shook his head. Ugh. I'm going to have to change my undergarments. I seriously shat myself a couple of times. A few gods nodded in agreement to Hermes's sentiments. Athena frowned and turned to look at her father, who was still sobbing and pinned to his throne. I think a lot of us have a lot to think about. I suggest we all go to our territories to do so. Everyone nodded and quickly left to go to their territories, while Hera walked up to her husband and sadly frowned. We really do deserve worse than what we got, O Zeus. Chapter 105. Back in Camp Half-Blood, a pillar of darkness sprouted from the ground closed by the now put-out campfire. Hades walked out of the dark corridor. Moments later, Harry stepped outside as well and sighed. Your family is a mess, Hades. Hades looked down and nodded in agreement. He had for a very long time accepted the fact that his family was a real mess, and yet he didn't precisely do anything to fix the situation, so he was also at fault, so he really couldn't say anything. In hindsight, he really should have been a better person, but perhaps it isn't too late for him yet. My lord, if I may, I would like to request something from you. Harry turned his head towards Hades and raised an eyebrow at Hades. All right, and call me Harry. I really dislike all of that fancy talk and formalities now. What is it that you want to request of me? Hades nodded and sighed. My children, both of them are alive. I hid them away somewhere where Zeus wouldn't find them. It isn't the best of places, and while they're in there they have stopped aging, but it is one of the few places Zeus wouldn't be able to see them or touch them. Harry frowned as he listened to what Hades was saying to him. I see. Since you didn't mention her, I can guess that their mother didn't make it right. Hades' eyes took on a sad demeanor while he nodded. Yes, she died when Zeus blasted her home with his lightning bolt. My children were able to survive, but I've been so scared of my brothers finding out about them. But now that Zeus is pinned down and in no condition to do anything, I would like to go get them so you can take them to Neo Kyoto as well. Harry looked a bit surprised after hearing Hades' request, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Who would have thought that out of all of the gods in Olympus, the god of death is the most responsible parent out of all of them? Very well, go and get your kids, Hades. I'll happily take them with me to Neo Kyoto, but I expect you to go visit them and spend time with them often. Hades smiled and nodded at Harry, happy to be given a chance to be the father he wanted to be for his daughter and son. Harry grinned at him, and the god of death left right away to go get his children. Now alone, Harry sighed and looked up at the sky with a frown on his face. This entire situation between demigods and their godly parent had left a very bad taste in his mouth. Zeus's attitude about it all just served to piss him off even more, and Ares' actions were just the cherry on top. In all honesty, this wasn't the worst thing he had seen. Death knows the horrible things and people he had met during his travels, but when it comes to children suffering, that's when Harry just loses all his patience, and this time there were so many children involved. Suddenly a soft voice snapped him out of his thoughts, causing Harry to turn towards the person who just spoke. You seem tired, Harry. Harry smiled as he saw Ophis floating a small distance away from him and looking at him with a worried expression on her face. Ophis has come a long way from the deadpan and monotone way she used to express herself. The fact that she was able to look worried about him was a big indicator of how much she had changed, and that made Harry rather happy and proud of her. So Harry smiled at Ophis, who latched onto his back like a koala as she usually does. Yet, there's a lot of bad stuff going on with the Greek faction. It just made me feel rather angry and tired. Ophis nodded. Yes, we all heard from Yasaka what was going on here. We're all very worried about you. we all know how much it affects you when children are involved in bad things, so we had a friendly free-for-all to see who would come here to check on you." Harry's sweat dropped already, knowing the sheer chaos and destruction the girls must have caused with their so-called friendly free-for-all air. "And you won." Off-Ice shook her head and gave Harry a small and smug smile. "I didn't fight, I just teleported to you while everyone was busy." Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Off-Ice's sneaky plan to get ahead of everyone. "The girls are going to be pretty salty after they find out what you did, but it was a great prank, Off-Ice, good job." Off-Ice nodded and smiled at Harry. The dragon god then began to walk towards where he could sense Annabeth, since there was still one more demigod that needed his help. The two dragon gods didn't take too long to find Annabeth, who was trying to pack the entire Athena house library. It made Harry chuckle at how desperate she seemed to pack each and every book. "Annabeth, we have a library 10 times the size of this one in both Kyoto and my house." Annabeth jumped a little bit in surprise when Harry first spoke, since she was very distracted by packing, but she did turn towards Harry. "Ah, Harry. Well, it's just a lot of these books were acquired by us and they mean a lot to us." Harry smiled and nodded. "I see, then let me pack them all then." Harry waved his hand and put the entire Athena house library in his inventory, which made Annabeth gape. The daughter of Athena excitedly turned towards Harry. "What was that? Some sort of mass teleport spell? Or some kind of hammer space? A magic spell to create a small pocket dimension, perhaps?" Harry just smiled while Off-Ice tilted her head and then spoke. "She reminds me of Hermione. I think both of them will get along very well." Annabeth heard Off-Ice's voice and then noticed her hanging from Harry's back hair. "Why do you have a child hanging from you like that, Harry? Is she a daughter of yours?" Harry chuckled and shook his head. "This is actually Off-Ice Ouroboros, the dragon god of infinity, Annabeth. She might look like this, but that's because she feels comfortable being small, but make no mistake, she's still very much a dragon god and one of my girlfriends as well." Off-Ice proudly nodded while poor Annabeth seemed like she was going to have a nervous breakdown. She just spoke very rudely to a dragon god and she was now very afraid. Harry noticed how scared she seems and deciding to calm her down, he gave Annabeth a smile. "It's all right, Annabeth. Off-Ice is really nice and kind, plus she's not one to get offended easily. In fact, if you ever see her in a bad mood, give her some chocolate and she'll be cool right after." Off-Ice vigorously nodded in agreement. If you want to keep Off-Ice happy and mellow, you feed her some chocolate. This was a well-known fact of the Potter household, and everyone pretty much carried some chocolate in their pockets just to give her some. Annabeth seemed to calm down a bit and then put her hand in her pocket where she began to reach for something. Finding what she was looking for, she pulled her hand back and revealed a Snickers bar, which immediately drew Off-Ice's rapt attention, and Annabeth's sweat dropped at how intense Off-Ice was staring at the chocolate bar. Her eyes even took on their reptilian form as she stared at the chocolate bar. Nervously, Annabeth walked over and unwrapped the Snickers bar. She then proceeded to shakily feed Off-Ice the chocolate bar. Off-Ice smiled and began to happily eat the chocolate bar from Annabeth's hand, since she didn't want to let go of Harry right now. So Annabeth stood there looking mighty surprised and speechless about the fact that she was hand-feeding a Drago god right now. Harry laughed a little at how funny it looked to see a young girl feed Off-Ice like that, but that's just how Off-Ice is. She's a very mellow dragon god, to begin with, and she doesn't mind many things. She used to hate noise and such, but now that she's been living in the Potter household for a while, she's gotten used to the chaotic and loud nature of their family. Annabeth smiled and seemed to calm down as soon as Off-Ice was done eating the chocolate bar. Harry smiled and then nodded. "Annabeth, can you take me to Thalia's tree? It's time to help her." Annabeth widened her eyes and immediately nodded. She gave Harry a big bright smile, happy that Thalia was finally going to be saved, so the daughter of Athena quickly guided Harry to where Thalia's tree rested. After a bit of hiking through the forest within the barrier of the camp, Harry, Off-Ice, and Annabeth arrived where Thalia's tree is. Harry frowned and immediately walked to the tree. Off-Ice floated off Harry's back, knowing this was important and needed his full attention. Harry placed his hand on the tree and activated his Rin-Egan. Within the tree's roots he could see Thalia's body and her soul sealed within the divine power of the tree. There's a heartbeat, so she's alive, but both her soul and body and in some sort of stasis. Annabeth looked very worried and on the verge of tears. Off-Ice noticed the poor demigod's stress, so to try and cheer her up she decided to pat her head. Harry's green eyes began to glow as he used his wood release to make the tree release Thalia's body. The tree moved and shifted around her slowly and gently, releasing her from its roots. Once freed from the tree, the barrier collapsed, but Harry snapped his fingers and raised another one right away and got on one knee beside Thalia's still sleeping body. He then began to inspect her for injuries. Even after so many years, her wounds were still open and her bones broken. Harry frowned and shook his head in disappointment at Zeus's uncaring way of treating his daughter. Thalia was a young girl with punkish clothes and short hair. She seemed like a wild type of girl. It was too bad that her face and body were severely bruised. "I'm going to have to slowly heal these injuries. They're pretty bad, and if I heal them all at once her body might go into shock." As Harry spoke to himself, Annabeth heard everything and was glad to know that Thalia was still alive. Sure, she was very injured but alive, and Harry seems confident in being able to heal her, so she felt a bit of hope blossom in her heart. Harry nodded to himself as he finished assessing Thalia's condition and then gently placed a hand on her chest and began to chant, "Come forth, O illumination of life." Healing circle. A blue-colored magic circle appeared from beneath Thalia's still unconscious body and began to let out beautiful wisps of blue light inside the magic circle. Annabeth was mesmerized by the beautiful blue magic circle and wisps of blue light. This healing magic. It's beautiful. As Annabeth watched the magic circle, she noticed how Thalia's wounds began to heal at a good pace. All her bruises, cuts, and everything else was beginning to heal before her eyes. Meanwhile, Harry was keeping a close eye with his Rinnegan on Thalia's physical condition while his healing did its work. He smiled as he watched the most grievous of wounds in Thalia's body heal quickly enough. She a fighter. Annabeth smiled and nodded, knowing full well that Thalia was a fighter all right. It took a good few minutes, but soon enough all her injuries were healed and Harry let his healing spell dissipate when he saw her being in perfect condition. Annabeth, watching the magic circle dissipate, immediately approached Thalia and kneeled beside her. She then gently helped her sit up and held her tightly. Harry smiled at the worry and care that Annabeth showed towards Thalia. He then snapped his finger and got rid of the divine power keeping her asleep. Thalia groaned and slowly opened her eyes. She blinked a bit and looked around for a second. At Annabeth, who was intently watching her, she seemed very lost at the moment. Harry then began to speak. "She'll be out of it for a few seconds, so give her some time." Annabeth smiled and Thalia groaned, "Not so loud, my head is pounding something fierce." Annabeth smiled and teared up, happy to be able to hear her friend's voice once again. "Thalia, you're okay?" Thalia blinked upon hearing Annabeth's voice and then turned her eyes towards her. "Anna, why do you look older, and where's Grover and Luke?" Annabeth laughed and began to cry as she held tightly onto Thalia, who looked very lost and confused right now, but she still patted Annabeth's back. "Anna, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Who made you cry? Point him or her out and I'll kick their asses." Harry chuckled while Off-Eyes smiled. Annabeth didn't answer Thalia's question and just continued to cry while holding Thalia close to her. Thalia noticed Harry and Off-Eyes and tilted her head at them. "Do you guys know what's going on here?" Harry smiled and nodded. "It's a long story, but it is one you have to hear. So since right now I'm sure Annabeth isn't going to let you go anytime soon, how about I tell you what's going?" Thalia seemed very confused but still nodded, letting Harry know that she wants to hear what he has to tell her, and so Harry began to tell her what he had found out and what was going on right now. Meanwhile, in camp, everyone panicked a bit when the barrier collapsed but calmed down when another one immediately took its place, though this whole situation left the demigods rather confused as to what was going on. However, Luke, who had just come back from getting his mother and was helping the younger demigods pack and take care of a few other things, looked up towards the sky through one of the windows in the Hermes cabin and smiled, knowing that Harry had done something about Thalia. He was certainly happy with everything that's been going on, and even though there were a lot of big changes going on, Luke couldn't help but look forward to them, a sentiment shared by all the demigods. Everyone heard Harry's words and they knew that they could trust him to take care of them. Despite knowing him for just a few days, everyone knew how good and cool of a father he is just by watching him interact with Eri. Everyone couldn't wait to move to the legendary Neo-Kyoto and join the yokai faction, which was known as the strongest and most advanced faction in the world. Even Luke was looking forward to the move. He turned towards his mother, who was giggling to herself while sitting down in one of the chairs in the Hermes cabin, and he couldn't wait for Harry to come so they can go to Kyoto and get her some much needed help. Thalia sat on the ground as Annabeth clung to her as if she was going to disappear if she let go, but she understood her friend's concerns. She herself is kinda scared that all of this was some sort of dream and that she was still underneath that damn tree. Everything that she had heard from the black-haired man was certainly dream-worthy, so no one could blame her for feeling like this. Harry Potter had explained every detail about what had been happening, what is happening right now, and what will be happening in the near future, and she was utterly shocked and sick about what the Greek faction had been doing. She had thought that Camp Half-Blood was a safe haven, a place where she and her friends can be in peace and safe from the monsters trying to kill them all the time. So she was disappointed and heartbroken to find out that belief was not true at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Neglect, abandonment, and even death awaited the many demigods of Camp Half-Blood, a fact that was proven true when her father, instead of saving her and her friends, instead put her in a coma and turned her into a fucking battery for a barrier. She was glad to have been able to protect the other demigods, sure, but the fact that his father wouldn't help her had hurt her. Harry even explained why Zeus chose not to save her, and she was left feeling disgusted. Fear. It was fear that had caused Zeus to turn his back on his daughter. According to Harry, there was a prophecy that foretells that a child of the Big Three would either save or destroy the Olympians, and that prophecy sent Zeus into a panic. He was afraid that she would be the one prophecy had foretold and decided to put her in a coma instead of saving her life in order to keep her in check. Thalia couldn't even begin to describe the pain and anger she felt at that moment, but it seems Harry noticed her emotions and began to tell her what he had done. Apparently, he had claimed all the demigods as his children and adopted them, including her. This was confirmed by Annabeth, who described what had happened and how Harry had claimed them all. Thalia could already tell that Harry was a better father than Zeus. Why? Well, he sat there and waited for her to calm down and calmly explained everything with a soft and caring smile on his face. That told her that Harry was a great guy and an even better dad and dragons, because Harry is a dragon god when he claimed the demigods that had also turned them into dragons, and to Thalia that was badass. Apparently, because of that they officially belong to the dragon faction, which is allied to the yokai faction, so everyone was moving to Japan and Kyoto. All of this was exciting to Thalia, and quite honestly she couldn't wait to go home with her new family. That thought alone brought a big and bright smile to her face. She now had a new family, and a new home, and she was a dragon too, and to her, everything was certainly looking up. Thalia grinned at Harry. Well, Pops. What's next? Harry chuckled and patted Thalia on her head, something that she secretly liked a lot. Harry smiled at her. Now we go get the rest of the demigods, their mundane parents, and go home. There's a lot for me to do back in Kyoto. Thalia nodded and patted Annabeth on her back so she would let her go. Annabeth didn't want to at first, but thanks to some coaxing and reassurance from both Harry and Thalia, she let go, allowing the ex-daughter of Zeus to get up. After that, all four began to walk back to the camp to meet up with everyone while Harry told them things about Kyoto and the yokai faction. Ophis chose Thalia's back to ride back to camp. It didn't take them long to reach the camp, and there they met with Hades and two kids at his side, one very young boy and another a girl. The boy seemed excited and quite curious at everything around him and looked everywhere with curiosity shining in his eyes. The girl seemed a bit angry and was looking down. Hades was looking at the girl with a worried expression while holding onto the boy's hand so he wouldn't walk off on his own. He must have sensed Harry because he turned towards him and the group with him, his eyes widening in shock and fear when he noticed Ophis on Thalia's back. Harry noticed but didn't care and approached the group. As soon as he got close to them, the girl and boy tensed up and stood ramrod straight. Harry raised an eyebrow towards them while Hades sighed. Well, they are the children of a god of death, so, of course, they would instantly sense your authority, Harry. Harry sighed and nodded. I see, that makes sense. At ease, you two. Both kids immediately relaxed but still seemed wary of Harry, but he just smiled at them. Hades smiled and then began to speak again. Let me introduce you to my son and daughter, Lord Harry. Hades pointed at the girl. This is my 12-year-old daughter Bianca D'Angelo. He then pointed at the boy. And my 10-year-old son Nico D'Angelo. Say hi to Lord Harry, kids. Bianca glared at Hades but still shyly waved at Harry. Nico didn't even hesitate and waved at Harry with a smile on his face. Harry gave them a grin. Hello kids, my name is Harry Potter. It's very nice to meet you both. Bianca smiled, liking Harry's gentle but mischievous grin. Nico smiled and cheerfully began to speak to Harry. Is it true that you're a dragon god? That you pinned Zeus like a fly to his throne? Oh. Are you really the master of death? Bianca sighed and shook her head while Hades grinned at his son. Thalia laughed, finding Nico's excited demeanor fun, while Annabeth smiled. Ophis just tilted her head and watched as Nico hopped from foot to foot. Harry grinned again and instantly turned into his dragon form while Ophis made everyone else float up and avoid his massive body. Harry roared loudly, which just seems to leave the kids in awe. Annabeth had already seen Harry's dragon form, but Thalia, Bianca, and Nico hadn't, and they were in awe at his size and the color of his scales. Ophis floated everyone except Hades right on top of his head, while Hades floated beside Harry's head as he began to walk. Meanwhile, Harry began to answer Nico's questions. As you can see, yes, I am a dragon god, yes, I pinned Zeus to his throne like a fly, and yup, I am the master of death, which means I'm your father's boss. Nico brightly smiled and even Bianca looked happy while riding on top of Harry's head. Thalia was whopping in fun while Annabeth was inspecting Harry's scales. Hades' sweat dropped at how odd his son seemed to be about the fact that Harry is his boss. Harry just chuckled and continued to walk towards where he can sense everyone had gathered and were waiting for him. Meanwhile, he decided to ask Hades something. So, why does Bianca seem to be pissed at you, Hades? Hades, who had been following Harry by floating beside his head, sighed. Well, when Zeus killed their mother I had to hide them, but first I had their memories erased. When you claimed them, their memories returned, and she's been pretty much mad at me since. Harry nodded. I see, she must feel abandoned and angry at her mother's death. Give her some time and I'm sure she will forgive you. How long ago did their mother die? Hades nodded and gave Harry a thankful smile. It's been a long time, Harry, it's been decades since she died. You can't bring her back, but where I put my kids there's a time dilation. To them she just recently died. Harry sadly frowned and nodded. he can understand why Bianca was angry, but time heals all wounds, plus she's soon going to be distracted when they go to Kyoto, so perhaps in a new home and with a big and happy family she can begin to move on. They soon arrived where everyone was waiting for them. All the demigods smiled as soon as they saw Harry in his dragon form, but the few mundane parents that had decided to join their kids gaped and panicked a bit. However, Harry immediately took off running towards Harry, which in turn made all the mundane parents panic even more, only to gape when Harry leaned down his head and Harry gave it a big hug. Harry smiled at his daughter and gently rubbed his snout on her face, causing Harry to giggle. The mundane parents were so confused that it made their demigod children laugh at their dumbfounded expression. Harry jumped on top of Harry's snout and sat there while Harry began to walk toward the demigods and their parents. Once he got close enough, he lay down on his belly with his snout facing everyone. He looked around as he watched the mundane parents get in front of their kids protectively. They knew that they couldn't possibly protect them from him, but they were still willing to put themselves in danger for their kids, which made Harry very happy. Please calm down, I might look scary, but I promise you that I'm not going to hurt the kids, in fact quite the contrary. The parents gaped upon hearing Harry speak, but Sally began to speak. This is Harry Potter, the dragon god that claimed our children. He's the one who wants to make sure they have a happy and safe life. Everyone relaxed and looked at Harry with odd expressions on their faces. A young mother walked forward and nervously began to speak. Hello Sir Eyre. Chiron did tell us that you claimed our children, but what does that mean exactly? Harry smiled at the young mother. It means that I adopted them. They still have their godly gifts from their original parents, but now that I claimed, they have become dragons like myself. The young mother nodded. Harry then turned his head towards the parents and spoke up to everyone willing to follow your children to their new life. I promise you this, they'll be protected, and they will be given the chance to live long and happy lives. I will make sure they get everything they need and want to follow whichever path they choose to take, but most of all, they will have a big family that will support them and love them. That's what the yokai faction is. What each and every person, being, or anything living in Kyoto consider each other. The mothers teared up and sobbed in relief, while the fathers smiled and sighed, happy to know that their children will finally be safe. Suddenly a kind and soft voice spoke, causing everyone to turn towards where the voice had come from. Only to see a kind-looking black-haired woman with a soft smile on her face and two lions walking beside her. You can trust in Harry Potter's words to him. Children are a treasure, and now that he has claimed them all, he will make sure they have a great life. Harry raised an eyebrow at the woman who just spoke. He can sense that she was quite powerful. You're a titan, right? The woman smiled at Harry and nodded. Hestia suddenly appeared behind her and walked up to the woman with a pout on her face. Mother, you were supposed to wait for me to get everyone else. The black-haired woman smiled at Hestia and patted her head. I'm sorry Hestia, I was just very excited about this that I couldn't wait anymore, plus I got to see Mr. Harry's famous dragon form. Doesn't he look amazing? Hestia raised an eyebrow at her mother and turned around only to have to look up since Harry had leaned his head closer to them. Eep. Harry chuckled and rubbed his snout on Hestia before she could run away in fright and spoke. Welcome back Hestia, were you able to get everyone you wanted to get? Hestia shook her head and looked up at Harry. Yes I did. All of them will meet you at Kyoto since they have a few things to deal with so they can officially join the yokai faction. There are gods, after all, minor ones but gods nonetheless, and they need to leave everything in order. Harry nodded and smiled. All right, please give the name of everyone who's coming to Yasaka when we get there so she can add them to the wards. Okay. Hestia cheerfully nodded. Harry turned his head towards the black-haired woman and smiled. I take it since Hestia called you mother that you must be Rhea, correct? Rhea smiled and nodded with a soft smile on her face. That's right Mr. Harry, it is very nice to finally meet you. Harry chuckled. Please just call me Harry, I'm not much for formalities and polite talk. Now I bet you want to give your grandchildren a hug, right? Rhea brightly smiled and nodded, so Harry gave her a grin. Then go ahead and have at them, I'm sure everyone would like to meet their granny. Rhea did not need to be told twice and immediately rushed to the demigods, who didn't expect the whirlwind that is a doting grandmother, though they didn't seem to mind much. Harry telekinetically floated Thalia, Nico, Bianca, Annabeth, and Off-Eyes down so Rhea could get to them. Nico and Bianca seemed rather taken with Rhea and enjoyed her doting, while Thalia was blushing a bit in embarrassment. Still, she also seemed very happy. Rhea did stop and asked her why she was wearing the Dragon God of Infinity like a backpack, but Thalia just shrugged and grinned at her. And then Rhea took out cookies and a lot of sandwiches. In fact, Harry had never seen that many sandwiches in his life. Rhea then began to feed her grandchildren with a very excited smile on her face. Harry jumped down from Harry's snout and ran over to get a sandwich and cookies as well, which Rhea was more than happy to give her some. Harry chuckled at how all the demigods seemed to be blushing but still happily ate everything Rhea gave them. Both Hestia and Hades smiled at their mom. Hades shook his head in amusement. I haven't seen mother this happy in so long. Hestia nodded and seemed to tear up. Yes, it's great to see her smiling so much. Rhea then turned towards Hestia and Hades. Both of you come over here and get your cookies. Hades laughed but immediately walked to his mother with Hestia running ahead of him. Harry smiled and turned back into his human form. He was very happy that despite everything the demigod children had gone through, they still had family that loves them very much. He knew that many harbored hate and sadness in their hearts, and he doesn't blame them. He knows all too well that some scars just don't heal and that some pain stays with you forever. They might never be fully okay or even forgive and forget what they have gone through thanks to the negligence of the Olympians, but eventually, they will be able to move on and become better than their parents. While he was pondering all of this, Rhea suddenly called out to him, Harry, come and get a sandwich. Harry turned his head towards Rhea and smiled. A sandwich? Heck yeah. So Harry walked up to everyone while the demigods, Rhea, Hestia, Hades, and the mundane parents smiled at him. His daughter was excitedly waving at him and yelling at him to hurry, and at this moment Harry couldn't help but smile and think that his crazy and chaotic life will be doubly so from now on. But he wouldn't want it any other way, and as he approached everyone he couldn't avoid the very happy and excited grin on his face from spreading even further. Back on Olympus, Zeus watched as his mother happily spent time with her grandchildren. The king of Olympus had certainly seen better days after Harry had dealt with him. His skull was cracked, his shoulder and arm were just hanging uselessly from the damage he received, and his pride was in tatters. What's worse is that he knew that his wounds would never heal. Harry's god-killer aura assured that he would never be able to regenerate from his wounds, leaving Zeus a shadow of his former self and crippled to boot. He couldn't even wield his lightning bolt anymore, for it refuses him since Harry had wielded it. Hera was in her chambers mourning for Ares, and as cold and uncaring as Zeus is, the death of his son did leave him feeling pain in his heart. He had watched as Thalia accepted Harry as her father, and that had also brought him even more pain in his heart. And so he sat on his ruined throne and abandoned kingdom, Zeus the king of Olympus defeated, crippled, and heartbroken. Zeus for the first time in his long life began to regret his actions, but it was too late, as everything he took for granted was leaving him and his kingdom while he was unable to do anything about it. For who can go against the force of nature that is the dragon god Harry Potter? Zeus knew that it would be useless and would lead to his death if he were to try anything, so that only left him with one option. So the broken god sat there on his ruined throne and watched, and Harry Potter took everything he took for granted away from him. After everyone ate their snacks, Harry opened a big dark corridor and everyone started to walk through, excited about their new lives. Hestia and Hades waved at everyone goodbye. Hades had to take care of the land of the dead for the Greek faction, so he couldn't exactly join the yokai faction, but Harry knew that, so Hades will be allowed to visit whenever he wants along with his wife Persephone. Hestia will be helping a few of the minor gods to prepare to leave the Greek faction and join the yokai faction. Once everything is settled, she will be joining the yokai faction as well and moving to Kyoto. Rhea was moving to Kyoto now to both spend time with her grandchildren and to finally see Japan. Harry had used telekinesis and senjutsu to gently move every wood nymph tree so they could all move to Kyoto, while the other nymphs happily skipped into the dark corridor. Eri conjure a big orb of water and had the water nymphs, nereids, and aquatic spirits jump inside so she can move them to Kyoto. Chiron with one last look and smile at the camp. He nodded to himself and then walked through the dark corridor, eager to see where this new path will take everyone. Harry waved at both Hestia and Hades and walked through the dark corridor, which dissipated soon after leaving an empty and silent camp. Kurogano. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.